once? Have you said thank you even once?
We have to win more. We're going to win so much, you may even get
That's
tired
right.
of winning.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Sunny but cold California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Liberation Day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs, we are live, we are alive, and we are liberated. We are liberated from the money in our wallets. We are liberated from the retirement funds. It's so much better if you don't have a financial future. It's so much better. Don't you feel liberated? Have you said thank you once? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Liberation Day. You already know what's popping. You already know what's happening. We are liberating ourselves from potentially the trials and tribulations of existing in an environment where you have money in your pocket. 401, not okay. If only you said thank you more times. If you had said thank you more than once or twice, famously, this wouldn't be the case it is. You just hadn't said thank you enough times. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We are alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic Liberation Day. It is April 3rd. 2 days out from April Fools, but it feels like everything is a joke. 2 days out from April Fools, and yet it feels like we are the fools. It is a joke. We are the punchline. We are cooked. So is the market, but what are you going to do about it? There's not really much you can do about it at all. There's not anything you can say or do about it. There's things just kind of happen, and you just sit there and you take it, right? 401k should be renamed to a 201k. Luckily for me, I have no way of even knowing. Like, I genuinely don't even know how to look at my finances. So for that reason, I have no idea how badly my 401k is doing. I don't know. I literally don't know. I have yet to talk to my financial advisors about this situation because I don't want to know. It's fine. Fuck it. What are we going to do? You know what I mean? What are we going to do? Fuck it. We ball, baby. That's how it is. You know, what are you going to do? Are you just not going to buy shit? What are you going to do? You're not going to... Oh, yeah. Okay. Things are more expensive. Well, what are you supposed to do? Not fucking buy things? All right. Well, good luck. You know? So, yeah, go to Vegas and put it all on put it all on blast, more like. Anyway, instead of a Roth IRA, people should invest in the real IRA. Yeah. I never pay attention to gas prices. Exactly. That's how it is. Well, one, for me, I don't pay attention because I have an EV, which, but also, you know, even when I had a gas car, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Not fucking drive? Good luck. You know? Speaking of gas car, Madagascar, we're going to talk about all of that. Oh my God, there's so much happening in the world. Donald Trump, he's done it again, the absolute mad lad. I'll get into that. But before I do that, I'm going to talk about how I've liberated myself, how I've relieved myself. Remember, when all else fails, you can still come. That's free, at least for the time being. Yeah, I ended the broadcast last night, played some Kingdom Come Deliverance as always, and, you know, that's pretty much it. Woke up early in the morning, went to the park, was going to play some basketball. Then I realized Dan Le Batard, remember Dan? He has a podcast. He used to be at ESPN. Remember a couple months ago, I went, cut my workout in the morning early to go to the Dan Le Batard podcast, only to arrive at an empty facility with a bunch of confused people because it was a rental studio. I talked about this before. I was supposed to do this podcast, but management actually had scheduled it for they had demanded to schedule this like 2-3 months in advance. So my management team thought that it was like the week next, even though it was the week next, but 2 months later. And this morning I actually did have the podcast, but I forgot that I had the podcast this morning. So I woke up, went to the park, checked my schedule and go, oh my God, today is the day. Had to quickly leave the park, get back home, drop Kaya off, and go do the pod. It was actually very good. I highly recommend you guys. Listen to it when it comes out. It's going to be awesome. It was very thoughtful. It was not very political. It was great. But yeah, Uncle Sam blessed us yesterday. That is something that I'm excited to see. Don't know what happened here, but it's Uncle Sammy talking to my favorite man, the reddest man in America. And very excited to see how that went. Did he try to get you emotional? He does that a lot. He did. He didn't really succeed because I'm crazy, but I'm emotionless. But he did try. In any case, can we please talk about the market crash? Calm down, calm your jets, calm your horses, cool your jets. We're gonna talk about the market. Are you insane? You think we're not gonna talk about the market, dude? Are you kidding me? The market. Stonk go up, stonk go down. Nobody knows how it works. Okay. Sam went on Valuetainment with Patrick Bet-David, which is amazing. I love that. I'm so glad Unk went on Patrick Bet-David. Unk versus Unk violence. Feel me? We'll cover all of that. We'll get to all of that in a second. Let's blast off. I mean, that's it. There's really not much. I just did the Dan Le Batard podcast, and it was great. And I hope you guys like it when it comes out. I hope you listen to it, and I hope you like it. Apple's down 9%. Apple's down 9% already. LaMaFael, let's go. Markets are liberated. Wallets are liberated. What are tariffs? How'd the Trump admin arrive at percentages? Why does the UAW like it? Get it now to find out. Greg Casar interview later. Viktor Orban pulls out of ICC to glaze war criminal Bibi Netanyahu. War criminal Netanyahu. Greg Casar interview later. Okay, let's do it. What and wherefore U.S. representative? What? That's right. Big day today, folks. Big day today. Big day today. Lots happening in the world. Lots happening in the universe. You already know what it is. This is the place to get all of that. Don't you worry about a thing, baby. French President Macron announces le pause dans sa future en recent investments in the United States. of America, sacre bleu. We'll get into it. Wait, don't you worry about it, okay? Oh, hung. Wait. What kind of country is this? We are pausing le investments. He is getting litigious, trying to silence pro-Palestine voices. Bad Empanada and Noah, they've been served. Yeah, I heard about that. I'll probably get into that in a little bit because it's no longer drama, but like direct litigation. But obviously, I'm not going to do that right now because there's so much going on in the market universe. You know, in the universe that we live in. It's not that it's irrelevant. I'm not saying that at all, but. Yeah. Who linked that? I mean, it's definitely not insignificant. I think it's definitely something to talk about. He's saying he will see you last. This was always the plan if you watched his nuke. Yeah, I don't know why. I say this quite a bit, but I just don't know why he's doing this. I really don't. I don't know. That's it. They were not served. It was a request letter. Yeah, it's a cease and desist request letter, and it has no motion behind it, and it will just be a ridiculous round of costly litigation by a narcissistic multimillionaire who is hell-bent on destroying any kind of charity that people might have had about him. But that's irrelevant right now. We'll get to that later. Because you shouldn't be worrying about how much money Ethan Klein is wasting on his lawyers for frivolous lawsuits as he gets farmed over and over again, making it seem like he has a serious legal case in his hands. You should be worried about your wallets being liberated. Your wallets are liberated, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Let me tell you, your wallets will be liberated pretty aggressively, as a matter of fact, because Donald Trump, my goat, my glorious king, the absolute mad lad, he did it. He freaking did it. He did the dang thing. He's out of his dang mind. RIP to the stonks. RIP to the stonk market. It's tariff time, baby. It's tariff time. You're only relevant today because I did a show with you. He's a delulu fuck. Watch later if you want. Okay, guys, stop sending me fucking Ethan Klein links. Okay, we'll get to it when we get to it. Jesus Christ. Calm down, everybody. There are adults here that don't give a fuck about Ethan Klein having an extended crash out for the past 6 months because he loves what Israel is doing and wants to defend it aggressively, but he can't do it openly, so he has to defend it by attacking everyone that criticizes Israel. Nobody cares about Ethan Klein right now, okay? Nobody cares about Ethan decline. People care about the decline in the dollar value in their 401ks. We're going to be talking about that. Okay. Let me tell you, money, it's just a piece of paper. Or in this day and age, in this economy, it's just a number on your screen. If you close your eyes, it goes away. If you close your eyes and maybe even doodle a couple extra zeros, it feels like you have even more of it. Money is fake. That's all it is. And not having it is also fake. And having it is also fake. Elon Musk will wipe out multiple billions of dollars of net worth like it's nothing. You know, overnight sometimes. Right? That's cool. I'm just telling you, these are the conversations you can have with your landlord when, rent comes around. And because you have purchased bananas that month, something that we just simply don't grow in the United States of America, and now you have to pay $11 per banana, maybe $20 per banana. How much can a banana cost, Michael? $20 is now becoming the reality. When you have that conversation with your landlord, practice in front of the mirror, like money is a concept. Math. What do these words mean? These are the questions that we're going to be tackling today, because maybe the value of the dollar is not so valuable. Maybe money is not so important. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? Maybe we should read Grapes of Wrath again, because it seems like that's where we're going. Let's start off by talking about how tariffs work. Or no, instead, let's start off with Donald Trump. Yesterday was Liberation Day. Libertad. The day of Libertad. Donald Trump finally came out and said, hey, enough is enough. America, after being at the forefront of developing a complex network of supply chains that simply benefit the American consumers in a way that completely eviscerated the American working class, in a way that only benefits American capital owners, so that they can constantly chase profits overseas by manufacturing goods and products and commodities overseas and completely gutting the American middle class and the American working class, leaving them in destitute circumstances. Donald Trump said, enough is enough. We ate good with global trade, with free trade for quite a long time, and we want to eat even better somehow. But because I have no solutions, I've decided I'm going to put tariffs on every country on the planet, with notable exceptions: North Korea, Russia, and, well, Iran got 10%, I believe. But North Korea and Russia, I believe, are two countries that didn't get it. But also, we don't really do any fucking trade with them, so I don't think that's all that impactful. But Donald Trump, Big T, the T-Dog, the T-Man, he said, tariffs galore. It's the most beautiful word in the language. It's the most beautiful word for the most beautiful world and the most beautiful girl. Tariffs. That's right. Let's take a look at the tariffs that were placed upon Penguin Island and McDonald's Island. Places where we have a tremendous trade deficit with. Now, why am I talking about trade deficits? I'll get to that. I'm spoiling it. Let's talk about this first.
With President Trump's new tariffs, take a look at this map. It shows the countries targeted by the president's trade war. Markets around the world are responding this morning. Our own market here is facing much, much lower.
Yeah, because there is serious concern about the potential shockwave through the global economy and to American consumers' bottom line. We'll be breaking down a potential impact, but first, let's go to our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, at the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
Also, I forgot.
Michael, good morning to you. These tariffs are sweeping and the impact will be widespread. A move that will not only reshape the U.S. economy, but could also shatter relationships with our closest allies as businesses and companies prepare to raise prices on everything from clothing to groceries.
I can't tell. Is this good? Don't forget Mauritius. What do we even buy from them? What about Cambodia? What are we doing? Every country got slapped with a tariff so bad that countries that got 10%, like Turkey, were like, okay, he likes us. Donald Trump is behaving like an abusive husband, okay? Donald Trump is behaving like an abusive father, beating the shit out of everybody, okay? And the ones that only get the backhand one time are going, oh, he must like us a lot. That's the situation in front of us right now. That's what's going on.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
This morning, President Trump dramatically escalating his global trade war, announcing his most sweeping set of tariffs yet on goods from every country that trades with the United States.
This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back.
The president declaring a national emergency and putting into place what economists are calling the highest tariff since the early 1900s. Starting this morning, A 25% tariff is now in effect on all foreign cars. That could raise the price of new vehicles by more than $6,000. Then on Saturday, a 10% tariff on nearly all foreign imports. Roughly 60 countries, including some of America's closest trading partners, will face even steeper tariffs. A 20% tariff on products from the European Union, and an even higher 34% tariff on products from China. The president saying it's all in response to what other countries are imposing on the U.S.
If you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America.
But experts warn those tariffs will only lead to higher prices on everything from groceries to clothing, iPhones to cars. Some analysts say in a worst-case scenario, it will cost close to $1,800 for every American, $7,200 for a family of four.
They're going to touch everything from going to the grocery store to going out to restaurants to even having to go to places like the movie theater.
Patrick Cumrow owns an...
I'm being so for real when I say this. The entire thing that holds American society right now together is treats and the affordability of treats and basic goods, okay? When that goes away, Americans, I think, which are otherwise incredibly servile and also brain rotted with peasant mindset, will actually riot, okay? I think Americans will riot like the French did. If their treats are that expensive, if their food is that expensive, and then paired up with like obvious layoffs that come through, recession, or the Great Depression, the greatest depression of all. Cheap commodity consumption is the real riot tax in this country beyond the marginal benefits that you can potentially claw through the welfare structure. I'm telling you, this is huge. But it's also a complicated situation because as someone who is not a free trade advocate, okay, I'm in this unique mindset where I have to clarify some positions as I did yesterday, and I will talk about that as well. But of course, the MAGA cultists have basically started doing this. They've started. You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone. You do not need the new video game console. You want them. There's a big difference. And if you look at the people whining about the tariffs, I challenge you to ask them how their lives have been affected in any way. This right here would lead to someone getting assassinated if it was like a leftist saying this under Joe Brandon. And some did. Some did say this. You know what happened to them? Joe Brandon lost. Kamala Harris lost. This is psychotic. They went with what's his face? The Vibe Session guy mindset so fast. Like the tariffs haven't even hit yet, and this motherfucker's already defending the price increases. Amazing. I love that. I love that so much. It is fucking hilarious. Okay? This has real first Trump era COVID is about to hit vibes, okay? This moment right here is a very unique one. Donald Trump yesterday said this is a historical moment. I agree. It kind of feels like we are at the precipice of something very interesting. It kind of feels exactly the same way that I felt right around when people started taking COVID a little bit more seriously, when we were like, wait a minute, a lot of people are kind of dying. What's going on here? What is this? Is this an issue? That's what it feels like. Like it feels like we're at the precipice. Okay. Now, who knows what will happen? Well, I have some ideas, I have some opinions, and I will get to that. But the short and sweet of it all, free trade is ass. Free trade is horrible for the domestic manufacturing output, the labor in this country, and it's also predicated upon the consistent domination of the global South in an effort to have much cheaper slave labor elsewhere. Without that, maybe you could actually arrive at a theoretical free trade through currency exchange rates and things of that nature. But without imperialism, maybe you could have some semblance of free trade. Understandable, because then if everyone's material conditions are elevated to a degree where there's a price parity and there's a parity and an equilibrium, a benefits parity, if you want to call it that, then obviously there could be some semblance of free trade. But with imperialism, there is no real free trade. Free trade is, of course, a mechanism to displace the domestic labor and outsource it. And it was done by American business owners, people like Donald Trump. Make no mistake. When Donald Trump says these other countries are fucking us over, not anymore, he's lying to you. He's trying to hit a nationalist angle here, but it's the fucking American business owners that wrote the book. It's American capital that wrote the book. It's American capital that gladly shipped those jobs overseas. Make no mistake. When Donald Trump says, oh, it's China, they're fucking us up, he's lying. He is lying. It's ridiculous. Global trade is a necessity in this day and age, okay? I don't have an issue with that. I'm not a trade isolationist across the board. I am not a firm and committed believer in Marxist-Leninist Jushaist ideology. Okay? Having said that, what Donald Trump did yesterday, he said it was past presidents and our government, you idiot. No, you are the idiot. Because you don't understand. It is not our past presidents and our government. It is American capital owners that betrayed the American working class. Shut the fuck up. And listen to the adult in the room who's explaining to you. Because guess what? All of those free trade agreements would be meaningless if American capital owners were like, yeah, no, I'm not going to actually move manufacturing to become more competitive in the global marketplace. Move manufacturing overseas, offshore labor like that. Through the government and trade negotiations, ain't nobody made your father's boss move the factory to fucking China at gunpoint, okay? They did that voluntarily. They wanted that to happen. That's why they wrote the fucking rules. You are wrong. You're wrong. I'm shaking you. I'm shaking you like a baby until you are no longer wrong. And as is the case with American antitrust, as is the case with everything in the United States of America, it yielded tremendous profits for corporations, for the super wealthy, a mass consolidation of wealth and power at the tippy top. Having said that, it also came with cheap consumable items, cheap commodities. So consumers were servile. Consumers were made to not realize how devastating this was for their future, for the future of the economy. That's it. But make no mistake, it was entirely done by wealthy businessmen. They wanted it and they got it. So for Donald Trump to say this is previous administrations, this is China, you're wrong. It's the very same super wealthy people right now that are still in power and have become even more powerful in the consequence of this. Okay? Those were the villains that conducted this operation. And the American government led this process of global domination, led this process of international markets favoring the American consumer base in the short term, while directly displacing the labor force, which would have genuine material harm, genuine consequences for the American economy in the long term. And we are now living in the ashes of that. That's why I talked about the difference between looking at Chongqing 30 years ago in China versus now on a trajectory of growth and prosperity versus a place like Gary, Indiana, or Detroit, which is on a downward trajectory. Oh boy, why did he get banned? I don't know. He might have just gotten... No, he just got timed out by Toxic SJW, who didn't want to hear this person. But I untimed them out. Anyway. So, I need you all to understand cheap televisions and cheap consumer goods gave Americans the feeling of wealth. And because of endless domination overseas, specifically on the global south, unequal exchange of the global south, Americans, comparative to the living standards of the global south that were being dominated, were better off for sure. They were better off. Having said that, however, wealth is still relative domestically. You match it against those, you match those who have not against those who do have it, right? And in that process, I think wealth disparity grew tremendously in this country. And now we are in this predicament. And the only way out of this predicament, ironically enough, is to be China. Is to, efendim baba? Okay. Is to do China. Is to literally have industrial trade policy, nationalization of key sectors, boosting manufacturing, a federal jobs guarantee, a federal jobs program. That's how you're supposed to get out of this. With central planning. You're secretly excited about this all? Don't lie. No, I think that, I mean, this is a situation where I think Americans will break away from Donald Trump, regardless of what these fucking freakish, cultish losers are saying, because you can't make someone, through the cult mentality, you can't make someone believe that they have more money in their pocket. If they feel it, they feel it. Okay? Oh, dude, China like removed term limits for their premier like what Xi Jinping did? Yeah, ironically enough, that question you're presenting is exactly what we are doing. We're doing the bad parts of Chinese governance and not the good parts of Chinese governance. America already had a surveillance state. It is accelerating. America, at the very least, cared about like a theoretical free speech. It's eroded. We're moving in the Chinese direction in all the worst ways, in all the wrong ways, and not moving in the Chinese direction in all the best ways, in the right ways. Even development, rapid urbanization, massive infrastructure projects, massive infrastructure expenditures. This is the problem. That is the issue. Because people ask, like, what's next? How do we get out of this? How do we get out of this rut? And the reality of the matter is you only get out of this rut with serious government investment. That's the only way to get out of this. You cannot rely on the capital owners that put you in this fucking place, put you in this problem to begin with. You cannot rely on the magnanimous nature of capital owners. You cannot bully them through tariffs to boost manufacturing domestically. That process will take far too long. You still have to have serious control over that transition. And Donald Trump seemingly is not interested in doing that at all. This is a problem. This is an issue. And I don't think people understand it. The reason why I bring up all this stuff is because I am not anti-tariff. I've never been anti-tariff. I've never been anti-trade protectionism. However, what Donald Trump is doing is not trade protectionism at all. And that is very important. That's important to understand. That's important to address, and we must address it, especially at a time when there's a lot of confusion because you got Sean Fain, who I love, who I admire, who I think is brilliant, revolutionary, and very very critical of the Trump administration, coming out and saying some of these tariffs are good. And I want to cover that. I want to cover the Democracy Now! Piece that famous Marxist professor Richard Wolff talked and responded to the Sean Fain statements on. I don't think Sean Fain took an L necessarily. I'll describe to you where he's coming from, why he's saying the things that he's saying, because the UAW's official position is that tariffs aren't bad. Free trade is bad. Okay? And we'll get to that in a second. But
Auto repair shop in Glendale, Wisconsin.
Will you have to raise prices for your customers?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
By how much?
I guess the minimum is going to be 25% on all parts.
He worries his business will suffer.
What we see is it kind of freezes.
Why are you not anti-tariffs? No. Make no mistake. I'm anti everything that Trump did yesterday. I am completely against it. And I will tell you why I'm against it. I'm saying I'm not against tariffs on principle. Like, I'm against free trade on principle, especially because as it stands currently, free trade is not actually free. It's not being done. It's not being conducted amongst equal parties. Free trade is conducted with the global South. It's called free trade. It's not so free. It fucking hurts the domestic manufacturers, and it hurts the domestic labor force. It only helps capital owners seek out higher profit margins, basically, by offshoring to countries that we have dominated, that are going to have a cheap industrial base, an industrial labor force as opposed to ours. It is a mechanism of extracting wealth once again.
Money freezes the willingness for customers to spend because they don't really know the future.
And in North Carolina, a state already hit hard from Hurricane Helene, some business owners say they have no choice but to raise their prices.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we will have to raise prices.
The president is confident the tariffs will bring jobs and manufacturing to the United States. Some auto workers applauding the move, but acknowledging that could take time.
I don't think it's going to be that long, but we have to be patient and let it happen.
The administration sending a warning to other countries not to retaliate.
This is not a negotiation, it's a national emergency.
Markets around the world tumbled, with our allies denouncing the move, some even vowing countermeasures. Democrats quick to point out the president's campaign promise to lower prices for American families, but the president betting big here that this will bring manufacturing jobs.
You know what's funny about all this? If I'm a European leader right now, I'm fucking pissed, because this entire global trade structure was directly designed by American businessmen and European businessmen as well, but specifically dominated by American businessmen. We built this complex web. We took advantage of this complex web for decades. And now Donald Trump's like, nah, I'm done. I want more in return from you. And the reasons why he's doing this are there's the suggestions that he's making, like what he claims he's doing this for, and what I know is the real reason why he's doing this. And I'll be very honest with you. It's clear. This is to try and decouple the West, specifically the United States of America, from China as the manufacturing hub of the planet. That's it. Okay? This is seen as a matter of national security. This is a national security concern from the perspective of the anti-China hawks in the American government. They understand that if China were to not be so restrained in the future one day, and all of a sudden stop the flow of treats to the United States of America, especially as China has implemented initiatives to create secondary markets for themselves, specifically in Africa, developing Africa, and using that as a market to sell to. Like, these are all the Belt and Road Initiative. These are all important steps that the Chinese government has taken because of its grand design for global trade. in that process of China decided, yeah, you know what, we're just not, you know, you're fucking us over. Okay, no more goods for you. It would collapse the United States of America. It would just collapse it. It would collapse the entire West. And I think that Donald Trump and his advisors recognize that fear and are actively trying to work against it. They're actively trying to bring back manufacturing and claw back some of that capability by force. The problem is they have no vision. They have no conviction. They're squishy, and they're backed by capital. So how the fuck do you do that when you try to do that through the neoliberal private-public partnership that you only implement? You can't do it. You can't bring back manufacturing this way. The most you'll do is the CHIPS Act. Ironically enough, what Biden was doing was the extent of what you can do if your vision is stuck within the neoliberal framework. That's it. And without that, without even the CHIPS Act, for example, without actual investments into American manufacturing, there is no world where you can just simply rely on companies going, yeah, let's build our factories here in the United States of America. And this is a dangerous prospect for numerous reasons, because it will backfire for a couple different reasons. The lack of vision, the lack of Chinese vision, Chinese style central planning vision within the American government will inevitably lead to massive failures. Why? Because without central planning in this process, you're simply relying on foreign investment coming back into the United States of America because they're too fearful of the tariffs or whatever, which is already on shaky ground to begin with. That's number one. Number two, when tariffs kick in, and let's say you do start building factories, you build the domestic manufacturing, you build your output. There is no guarantee that other countries will be purchasing. The trade deficit is what Donald Trump wants to fix. But there's no guarantee that the other countries are going to start purchasing these commodities from the United States of America once it's made in the United States of America. That's number one. Number two, you build the manufacturing, okay? You shut off trade internationally. You shut off trade from China that way because now you have an alternative. You have the domestic production, okay? Great, fantastic. You have the domestic production. No one is going to pay tariffs because no one is going to be purchasing foreign goods. So all of a sudden, the tariff faucet is closed. So it doesn't necessarily make sense on that front either. And more importantly, even in the short term, tariffs will, of course, lead to inflation. What is inflation? It is just a collection of commodities that you track. That's and the prices of said commodities increasing. That's what inflation is. Why? Why will this lead to inflation? Because all of a sudden, every good, what a tariff is, for those of you who don't know, is an entry fee that usually an American importer is paying. Okay? It is not paid by the other country. It's paid by the person who is bringing the good into the United States of America. It's an entry fee that you're paying the American government. So it's a tax that they're paying. But that tax carries over to you, the consumer. How does it carry over to you, the consumer? Because you pay the entrance, you pay the entrance fee for the good that you're shipping into the United States of America, and then that automatically increases the price of the thing that you're selling, because they have to keep their profit margins the same. God forbid they eat away at their profits. They're never going to do that. So all of a sudden, the price of the good is higher. Okay? So this is the reason why tariffs, especially universal tariffs such as this one, when applied, turn into a regressive tax, a sales tax, a flat tax. What is a regressive tax? A regressive tax is a tax that harms the working poor a lot more than it harms the wealthy. Because what are you going to do? Not fucking purchase gas? What are you going to do? Not purchase commodities, not purchase food. No, you can't do that. It's going to break your bank a lot more than it breaks the banks of a wealthy person, a lot more than it hurts the wallet of a wealthy person. It is a regressive tax. It's a sales tax. But because Americans hate the word tax, Donald Trump has been able to expertly apply a sales tax across the board without ever mentioning the word sales tax and how it will increase his taxes on the fucking working poor. That's it. So we're all going to get raises, right? No, you're not going to get a raise. You're probably going to lose your job, as a matter of fact, because as purchasing power diminishes because of inflation, companies will no longer be able to continue growing and be able to hire people, and inevitably will fire people. Layoffs will happen, which will accelerate the lack of purchasing power in the country. It will cripple the economy, and you will go into a depression. A great one! A Great Depression! And this has happened in the American past, in the not-so-distant American past, as a matter of fact. So on the one hand, I wanted to make sure that you understand that I am not necessarily anti-tariff. I am not necessarily anti-trade protectionism. I think trade protectionism can be good, especially when there is a domestic competitive industrial force that already exists in the country, so they can quickly accelerate production. For car manufacturers, for example, this very much exists. For the UAW, for the American car manufacturers, this is seen as beneficial. However, the issue here is, as it has happened in the past, when Donald Trump did tariffs before on other goods last time around, and as tariffs have been implemented in the past, domestic manufacturers will also increase prices. So unless, and this is the last part of the problem that I was explaining earlier, unless there is price caps for American domestic manufacturers coming from a competent administrative state that actually wants to boost domestic manufacturing without making the American consumers incur that cost, they have to do price controls. But they will never do that. And this is precisely why historically, whenever tariffs happen, American manufacturers also increase their prices, as they did during COVID, regardless of supply and demand. This can only be done because of the tremendous amount of corporate consolidation that took place. Greedflation would not exist if there was at least a regulatory apparatus that stopped companies from behaving in these ways where they're like, well, you have more purchasing power, I'm just going to increase my prices. And it seems like, you know, you'll yell, but not at me. You'll yell at the fucking government. Great. Okay. My profit margins will go higher and higher year over year. It's fantastic. Do you understand the problem here? Do you understand why this will abso-freaking-lutely increase prices? Because not only does this immediately increase prices for all goods that you purchase that are being imported into this country and all the raw materials necessary for even domestically manufactured goods, as a matter of fact, there's a lot of that as well that will increase the prices of even domestically manufactured goods. But outside of that, domestic manufacturers will also increase their prices because now there's market demand for it. Now everyone else's prices are higher. Why should you make less profits? Because once you recognize that under capitalism, there is never, ever going to be a moment where those with the fiduciary responsibility of constantly improving their profit margins for their shareholders, constantly people that are legally bound to constantly improve shareholder value, will always increase the profit margins to the best of their ability, always improve shareholder value to the best of their ability. Then you start recognizing that they will never have an incentive to reduce the profits. They will never actually keep prices stable unless they're forced to keep prices stable. And a country like the United States of America has never done that, with the exception of Nixon, I guess. And Trump is certainly not the guy, I think, that will do that. This is why prices are slated to fucking explode. That's it. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has said the market is going to boom. And boom it has. And boom it has. Now let's watch Time doing how tariffs work from 2 months ago. Hopefully this will be a quick and short explainer for you.
U.S. manufacturers make cars for $100, and they are selling briskly here at home. But the Chinese enter the market. They set their prices at $75. U.S. cars don't sell as well. The government decides to help the U.S. car makers, and they slap an 100% tariff on Chinese car imports. The companies that do the importing pay the tariff to the government. They typically raise the price of their products to cover it. Now, cars from China cost $150.
Yeah.
Consumers flock back to U.S.-made cars,
and even if China goes, all right, we'll lower the prices of our cars even further to help out the importers, okay? Even if they say, we'll help out the prices, we'll help out on our end, the tariffs are usually so high that Chinese cars, once they do enter the American marketplace, because of the profit incentive from the importers, the middleman in that situation, they will still not be able to compete with American manufacturers. However, the way that this works is once the Chinese cars on the marketplace are $150, these cars don't stay at $100. They go up to $125. Sometimes they also go up to $150. Do you understand? Because the same incentive structure, the same profit motive exists for the domestic manufacturers as well. So they take advantage of the market and they also increase their prices.
All is good again. China may even open plants to build cars in the U.S., adding U.S. jobs to avoid the tax. But China likely retaliates and slaps tariffs on U.S. goods, making them more expensive overseas and hurting U.S. exports in different industries. Increased demand for U.S. cars and a lack of competition from other manufacturers may motivate U.S. car makers to raise their prices too. The market becomes less efficient and innovative.
Yeah, this last part is just, to a certain degree, this last part is obviously, how do I put this? It's pro-capitalist, and capitalists love free trade, and capitalists, of course, hate any kind of trade protectionism. There are obviously short-term negative pressures on the market, for sure, when any kind of trade protectionist policy is implemented. Okay? This is correct. Price increases is what I'm talking about, for sure. Having said that, if America and the American government did have a genuine interest in boosting American manufacturing, then they would have to, one, build the industrial base before they made these initiatives and plan for long-term prosperity in the same exact way that the Chinese government has done for the past couple of decades, and is the reason why the Chinese government has been able to outcompete every other country and their own domestic manufacturers. You can't compete with BYD because BYD is getting funded by the government. That's it. As long as Chinese government subsidies exist, they can behave in a way like Amazon does, with predatory pricing to outcompete everybody else. Because state subsidies with no real interest in improving profit margins because every company is still ultimately controlled by the state, can be wielded like a weapon to eviscerate the American and European markets. Okay? Wait, you're admitting it? What do you mean? There's no admission here. This is just reality. This is analysis of what reality looks like. It's not a secret. It's also something that I want. You're admitting it's unfair trade practices? It's not unfair trade practices, dumb fuck. It's only unfair trade practices because America can't fucking compete. What are you saying? We also subsidize our agricultural output, for example. I think it's significantly less fair when the United States government dominates a country and incentivizes them not to produce their own agricultural yields and instead makes them poorer and poorer as a consequence, and simultaneously offer them our subsidized agricultural output instead. That's unfair. What China is doing is competing in the global market. China understands the game and plays it too well, and you're like, oh, it's unfair. They're dunking on us too much. Subsidize the single industry and keep prices low, bankrupt all other companies in the industry, not unfair. My friend, that's a government. You're just coping because our government won't do that. I'm saying our government should do that. Hello? You're mad that America set the rules of the game and China is fucking dunking on us. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm literally talking about teaching America how to dunk. And you're like, no. Don't teach America how to dunk. Let's just put tariffs. If that is not unfair, then what's wrong with America giving free food and clothing into a third world country, destroying their local industry? Because the over-reliance on free food and clothing for the global South comes from what America did prior to that. Okay? China did not do that to America or Africa. Do you understand what I'm saying? We dominate these countries and then we make them reliant on our free agricultural output that we subsidize on our end. We do it so that our farmers can make a living. We do it so that those countries never develop their own agricultural output. That is infinitely less fair than China being like, all right, you think China isn't doing this on purpose? Wait, what? I don't think you understand, man. I don't think you understand what I'm explaining to you. Okay? I don't think you understand what I'm explaining to you at all. You are not comprehending anything here. China is competing against countries that are more powerful than it, because they are able to use the profit incentive backed capitalist liberal democracies and their lack of interest in dominating private corporations or controlling private corporations against them. America is doing that, on the other hand, to significantly poorer nations that we have kept poor, that we have robbed blind. He's running circles around you intellectually. I know, he is. Yeah, if you're the stupidest person on the planet, then yeah. Why Twitch is recommending me terrorist propagandists? I don't know. Is there like a pro IDF account on here that Twitch is recommending to you? Is that what's going on, chatter? Why is our government allowing this? Because the American government has always been a proto-capitalist nation and then a hyper-capitalist nation. And everything that the American government has always done has been to protect the profit incentive and protect the bottom line of corporations. That is precisely the reason why the American government has done this in perpetuity. That's it.
Stephanie Ramos, you are at the port in Newark, where goods are shipped from all over the world, billions of dollars worth. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, Rebecca. As you know, this port brings in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of goods each year from China, Vietnam, and other countries around the world. But those items are likely about to get more expensive. For years, Vietnam has been the go-to for companies trying to dodge U.S. tariffs on China. But starting April 9th, President Trump is rolling out a 46.
China is extracting value in unequal exchange in Africa, though. China didn't make Africa the ripe exploited ground that it is. Western powers did. China simply, once again, is out-competing the Western powers, offering loans without the conditions that the IMF and World Bank have placed upon African nations. You are just mad that you can't compete against China. And it's funny because you're nothing. You're just like a normal guy like me. We have no say in this process, and we don't even fucking reap the rewards of this process. And here we are defending the American and the Western Empire's decisions. Like, what the fuck is this? It's just pure Western cope. And it's funny because that cope that you're demonstrating is old cope. It's cope from 10 years ago. Foreign Policy magazine and The Economist don't even agree with this assessment now, because even they are like, yeah, we have to take a closer look at the ways in which the IMF and World Bank have operated, because Chinese lenders are offering loans and even fucking eviscerating that debt in a moment's notice. And it's significantly better. And they're doing that to enter these marketplaces. And they're doing that so that they can actually develop these marketplaces, so they can actually sell to these marketplaces. China is in the process of developing a secondary market in Africa. That's what they're doing. They're trying to generate new customers. America, on the other hand, and Western powers, on the other hand, have never treated Africa in the same way. And that is precisely the reason why China can get to do that. Oh, yeah, China's extracting mineral resources from Africa, which they use to build more value-added products to sell back to them. China will never give up their IP and tech to give African countries the technology that would actually allow them to climb the economic ladder. Again, the age-old adage once again comes true in the chat over and over again. Like, this person does not work for the Atlantic Council, and yet here he is repeating the same fucking sentiment, even though he's just like a random dude. What's it to you is the question that I ask, especially as America and the American government right now is destroying your fucking future, destroying your prospect for ever retiring, and you're over here still giving lectures about China. Age-old adage, once again, when China comes here, they build a hospital. When the Westerners come here, they give us a lecture. That's it. That's what you're doing. That's all you got. All you got is this. And it's funny because you're not even a Western diplomat. You're not working for the IMF. You're not working for the Atlantic Council. And here you are repeating shit that you read. It does not make any sense to me whatsoever. I don't understand it. Yeah, I mean, we've already covered this. Whenever China comes, they build a hospital. Whenever America comes, they bomb our hospital. Okay, that's different. That would be the MENA region. China would never be able to take advantage and develop these new relationships with African countries if it wasn't for the West's evisceration of African nations and consistent exploitation, hyper exploitation of African nations. You understand that, right? They look like they're wonderful liberators in comparison to the Western Empire and the forces that have dominated and kept African nations poor. In the words of Parenti, you don't rob a poor man, you rob a rich man. It's not like Africa and African nations are poor across the board. They are actually resource rich. They're rich in labor power. They're rich in resources. It's just that they have been robbed blind and purposely kept underdeveloped by Western forces. They're overexploited. In any case, let's continue.
6% tariff on imports from there, possibly bringing a major price hike for many popular products. So let's say you want to buy a $30 shirt made in Vietnam. If the business passed on the entire cost of the tariff, that $30 shirt just became $43.80. Brands.
I mean, that's insane, dude. That's everything, because we designed global trade this way. We did this. It's so funny when you got working class chatters in here who are still trying to defend Trump's decisions, and they don't even realize that, like, you are going to be paying for this increased sales taxes. That's what this is. I don't think this is a move that Trump has made in an effort to shred the free market policies that have taken place, the complex global trade. I think it's not trade protectionism to boost domestic manufacturing, but instead to decouple the United States from its over-reliance on China and other countries within the sphere of influence of China that America and the Western nations have relied on for far too long for cheap consumer goods. But because there is no vision there to boost domestic labor and boost domestic manufacturing, that this is just simply a fucking additional sales tax that you're paying for. And you're defending it. You're defending it because of a guy who is from a class that literally did this to you and ruined this country's economy in perpetuity, is telling you, actually, it's good that you're paying the sales tax because somehow, somewhere along the line, it's going to fix itself. It's hilarious. It's ridiculous. It's fucking peasant mindset. My lordship, I will give you more. The rest of the peasants are withholding grain from you, my lordship. I will make up for the demand. Take my wife. Prima nocta, your grace.
It's like Nike, Hasbro, even Apple have shifted some of their production to Vietnam to avoid U.S. tariffs on China. But Nike could face a big blow. The company produced 50% of its footwear and 28% of its apparel in Vietnam in its 2024 financial year. And here's another big change. Popular cheap brands like Shein and Temu will face steep tariffs for the first time as the White House ends an exemption preventing tariffs on small dollar shipments from China. So what can you do? Well, first check the labels. See where your favorite products are made and consider buying from elsewhere. And if you're on a budget, consider buying secondhand. It's a really great way to avoid these new tariffs and be more sustainable too. But with the changes coming, this could really reshape everything you wear, from your shoes or even the toys that your kids play with. So get ready for a shift. Michael.
Yep, you're right.
Oh, get ready for a shift, all right. Breaking news. Trump asked point blank about stock market plunge following tariff announcements. Let's see how he responded.
We're going to see the big golf tournament at Doral. I'm speaking tonight for charity.
This cocksucker is going to a golf tournament. Oh my God. Are you fucking joking? Ain't no fucking way. Are you kidding me? Dude, no. Dude, if you are a Republican and you voted for this man and he just gutted your nest egg for a fucking retirement that you will never have, And then turns around, and he turns around, he's like, I'm going to a golf tournament, baby. Everything is grocery. Everything's computer. And you're like, that's right. That's my heaven-sent president right there. He's got the heavens mandate, brother. If you don't understand that he's fucking you and not even doing it in a way where he, like, shelters you from the impact. He's just fucking you and saying, what are you going to do about it? If you can't comprehend that this man is Tsar Nicholas, exactly. It's giving Marie Antoinette. But instead of let them eat cake, which is, maybe falsely attributed to Marie Antoinette, whatever, I'm not going to get into that. But if you don't understand, he's doing let them eat cake, but instead he's like, I'm just going to golf. Fuck you. If you can't comprehend what's going on here, you are so stupid. Oh my God.
And then we'll be coming back here pretty quickly, but they're having a big event and a lot of charitable causes are involved. So we look forward to that. It's in Miami at Doral.
President Trump, the markets today are way down, the worst day in years because of the tariffs. So how's it going?
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it.
Oh, it's
the
going
markets are going to boom. The stock is going to boom. The country.
It's gonna boom. It's gonna boom. 5 booms. Like 9/11, lots of booms. Stock market is getting hit just like 9/11. Big booms.
It's going to boom, and the rest of the world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal? They've taken advantage of us for many, many years. For many years, we've been at the wrong side of the ball, and I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be unbelievable. The thing that people have to talk about, we're up almost to $7 trillion of investment coming into our country. And you'll see how it's going to turn out. Our country's going to boom.
Yeah. So the Dow is down 1615, down almost 200 in the last 2 years. I just don't understand why. I was looking forward to hearing from Asmongold today, and it kind of it disappoints me that he's not live today to talk about how based this is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well. Like, I really thought he was going to be popping off, talking about how based. It's based. Chat. You don't understand. You're Asmon's biggest fan? I am his biggest fan. I think he is my North Star. He is how I try to comprehend what, like, the MAGA base and what their feelings are on any given day. Without him, I feel lost. I feel rudderless. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's the golden age. Yeah. Asmon's on his way to a golf tournament. Yeah, fuck around and find out, chat. Yeah. He's like a guiding star, always there in the sky, and if you get too close, you'll die. Yeah. The only thing I don't understand, if he wants to decouple from China, wouldn't he say so? He's honest like that. I mean, he has been saying it. He's been saying it already. He's saying that, like, it's China is cleaning our lunch money, is stealing. They're stealing from us. Very unfair. I mean, also, this is, to be honest, Asmon has the most honest takes. Don't be a sheep. Yeah, no, totally. Honest takes. Like, yeah, trans people. Yeah, titties in video games. USA came after boobs in video games. Yeah, and I hate it. That's why I think it's all right. We should destroy it. Yeah, I'm going to go on, Ash Ketchum. I'm going to go on one of these immigration hunts. Yeah. How do you All the supposed free thinkers just completely lost in the sauce, thinking that Donald Trump signing off on fucking no more trans women in sports is actually a real initiative. Meanwhile, your pockets are getting fucking cleaned out. You dumb fuck. He is distracting you, okay? And anyone that says that's based is also participating in that distraction. Whether they care about it or not doesn't matter. Inadvertently or directly, they are playing a role in you losing out on what the actual things that will impact their life look like. Trans people have no control over your lives. They are not at the fucking the executive boards of BlackRock, okay? It's not an undocumented migrant that is fucking you over. An undocumented migrant is not your landlord, okay? They're not your boss. But every single moment that you hyper focus on that shit is a moment that these guys can just steal from you. And they are. That's it. You might think you might fancy yourself to be open-minded or woke on what the fuck's really going on, but you've deluded yourself. You're being sheepdogged into a country that will yield worse outcomes for you. I mean, look, these are the shepherds, dude. Look. Where is it? Like, look at this fucking asshole. Where is it? Quarter chicken pounder with McNuggets. Where is he? Where the fuck is it? I guess I closed it, but Quarter Pounder's tweet comes to mind being like, oh, you don't need those goods. You don't need to buy things. You don't need to buy cheap shit. Who cares, you know? Also, I've never said Asmongold is stupid. He's smart enough to understand what the audience demands. He just feeds it to you, and you eat it. You eat it every day. You eat that slop every day without realizing that you're being fucking sold on a future that's worse from previous generations. But because Trump and those who hype up Donald Trump can touch on those things that you've been conditioned into fucking hating so expertly, you don't realize when this shit's happening. Yeah. Do you remember like maybe 24, 36 months ago when guys like this were saying inflation caused by Joe Biden leading to expensive groceries and goods were human rights violations? These guys were wringing their fucking hands when people made fun of them about treats. And here they are doing the same fucking argument now. Who's the guy in response to the quarter chicken pounder tweet? Wait, hold on. It's this guy. It's this. Wait, where is it? 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 Here, it's this, chatters.
This is Klaus Schwab and I'm here to say you must give more of your rights away. Your sacrifice is the only remedy for the real pandemic. We must prepare an angrier world as Agenda 2030 is unfurled. You will eat the bombs sitting in the metaverse. You will comply and it will get worse. Are you ready for the new world order? Human rights or order?
Yeah. These are the same people that cry because they couldn't go to Outback Steakhouse for 4 weeks. Yeah, they're doing the same shit. They're doing the same shit, which I will address and I will get into in a little bit. But let's keep looking at the glorious stock market crash. Okay, stocks are plummeting. Are you ready for the new world order?
Now we begin with the breaking news from Wall Street. Trading has been underway now for just about 30 minutes, and nervous investors, very nervous investors, are weighing in on President Trump's historic new global tariffs. The early assessment, deep concerns. Almost all goods entering the United States will face a new tax of at least 10%, and that means inflation-weary Americans will see even higher prices on virtually everything. And that adds to the deepening concerns among economists that the U.S. and indeed much of the world may be on a collision course with a recession. Let's begin this hour with CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. She's in New York watching all of this unfold. So Vanessa, where do the markets stand right now?
Wolf, markets are tumbling as investors are really digesting worse than expected tariffs. You have the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P all down below, as you can see there, 3%. Retail stocks in particular really selling off. Nike, Adidas, Lululemon, these are companies that source a lot of their goods from abroad, countries that are now under higher tariffs. And just look at the countries that were hit in yesterday's announcement. You have the European Union, 20% tariff. You have Japan, 24%, China, 34%, and Vietnam, 46%. Key trading partners to the U.S. Investors are worried what this means for businesses and then, of course, those businesses' profits. But let's just reset. What do we know right now? We know that there are auto tariffs in effect right now. But coming on Saturday is that 10% universal tariff on Wednesday, higher tariffs on about 60 countries, tariffs on auto parts, foreign auto parts on May 3rd, and then maybe coming additional tariffs on lumber, semiconductors, and I'll add copper there as well. And as you mentioned, Wolf, there is talk of what this could mean for a recession. I just spoke to an analyst who says that the longer that these tariffs stay in place, the more likely that there will be a recession. We also heard from Mark Zandi from Moody's Analytics, who said if they follow through, if these tariffs go into effect, I'd buckle up and brace for impact. A recession seems more likely than not. Wolf?
All right, Vanessa Yurkevich in New York for us. Thank you very much, Pamela.
Well, Wolf, the White House and Republican lawmakers concede that the ripple effect of the tariffs will cause some pain to Americans. But the White House says it's the initial cost to revive manufacturing jobs in the U.S.
Too much winning. You'll say, Mr. President, we've done enough winning. Please, we no longer want to win. We no longer want to win again. Too much winning. I'll say, no, you'll keep winning.
Here's what the vice president said this morning.
For 40 years, we've had an economy that rewards people who ship American jobs overseas and raises taxes on American workers, and we're flipping that on its head. We're going to cut taxes for American workers and for American companies that build here. We're going to make it harder to ship American jobs overseas. It's a total shift in the way that we've done economic policy in the United States of America, but it was necessary.
Hey, Americans. I know that you've seen your 401ks diminish by like 30%, but have you said thank you yet? Have you said thank you recently? Have you said thank you, Mr. President? Because guess what? When your 401k goes away, that'll only cause you to grind harder. I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you. Have some respect. Yeah. Have you said thank you once? I don't hear it.
All right, let's go live now to CNN White House reporter Elena Trina. Elena, what else are you hearing from the administration this morning?
Well, Pamela, it's clear that the White House has been very intentional in its messaging. You know, despite some of the president's defenders, Republicans on Capitol Hill, others who have argued that the president is a pragmatist at heart, that perhaps he would pull back on some of these tariffs, it's clear they were wrong. The president was serious about this. And as Vance just laid out, and as we've heard from other top advisors this morning, he is committed to these tariffs really because he fundamentally believes the United States is getting taken advantage of, and he wants to really break the trading system that has been built over the last 70 or 80 years now and see this realignment. Now, we heard from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt this morning. She was speaking with CNN. She said that, you know, this isn't going to be a negotiation. This is a national emergency. Listen to how she put it.
The president is firm in his approach, and the president is...
Yeah, J.D. Vance also revealed the second incredibly nefarious side of this, which is that this is like the other purpose for this. I've mentioned this a couple times in the build up to the tariffs, where, you know, when Trump says something and he's put his mind to it, like he will do it. And when there's too much backlash, he'll maybe claw it back a little bit and say, I fixed it, even after he broke it, right? But in the lead up to it, I kept repeating, like, there's a couple things that he's going to do here, which is, I think he's trying to abolish income tax, which is insane. It is like one of the only progressive taxation methods that the government has, even though it still tremendously benefits capital owners, because capital owners get taxed at a much lower rate because they get taxed on capital gains rather than straight income, right? They get taxed on capital gains rather than straight income. So this, like, even though there needs to be more work and there needs to be an increase in the top marginal tax rate, and also additional taxes on wealth as well, okay, we're moving in the direction of abolishing that and saying, see, we're filling our coffers with tariffs instead of income tax. It's a long-standing Republican project. But of course, if Trump were to do it in the way that Republicans were suggesting initially, he would just say, we're doing a mass sales tax, which will harm the working poor overwhelmingly because it's a regressive tax, instead of having income taxes. But this is a way to package that as though he's like boosting American domestic manufacturing, when in fact it's just a regressive tax that will be slapped up on top of the working class, because the tariffs, the entry fee that corporations pay, will be carried on to the consumer in the form of price increases, leading to hyperinflation. And in the process, then they'll shut off income tax, which is a progressive mode of taxation. It's fantastic. Do you think that this is just a stupid person's way to de facto increase taxes without saying they are and selling it as a nationalist project? It's not even a way of increasing taxes across the board. It's a way of increasing taxes on the working poor while cutting taxes even further for the wealthy. It is another wealth transfer. That is what is going on here. That is what's so nefarious about this agenda, because I don't believe that Donald Trump is pro-labor, pro-working class at all. I'm sorry. He has done nothing that shows me that he is genuine about his interest in boosting domestic manufacturing. I think he's simply using this tariffs structure to, one, undermine the World Trade Organization because of the favored nations benefits that China gets, and he wants to decouple trade from China. He wants to claw back as much trade from China as possible and other developing nations as possible, because the Trump administration is, I think, more honest about the death of American empire than neoliberals are. They realize that America is dying, China is dominating, and they want to fight back to the best of their ability in the interim But I still think it's going to fail. Because in order for this to be the American prosperity decade, you would need to ironically do China shit here in America, something that I've been advocating for quite a while at this point. That's what's going on. Donald Trump and his admin understand that China is dominating. And they want to, because they don't like that, and because they're terrified of the prospect of no longer being the hegemonic superpower, they want to claw back as much manufacturing as possible. But because they are allergic to nationalization and initiatives that the government controls and government-funded initiatives that are in the public sector, they will not be able to fix this problem. And all this will work, all this will do is basically yield super profits for the super wealthy once again. That's my assessment here. And that's where I think the UAW's analysis and even, and I'm afraid to say this, like Sean Fain's assessment here falls short of what is actually taking place.
Is ensuring economic stability here in the United States of America. This is a common sense policy. And if these countries wanted to negotiate, if these countries wanted to do what's right, they've had 70 years to do it.
I think, Pamela, the end of her answer there, saying they had 70 years to negotiate, is really key here, because that's the question now. Where do we go from here? We're going to see, as Vanessa just laid out.
Yeah, like Jonah Furman, obviously doing comms for UAW, friend of the show, Jonah. He's great. Says, GM moves to increase production of light-duty trucks. GM production increases out of its Fort Wayne plant, according to Reuters. Jonah says, I guess strategic tariffs can work. I wonder if people smirking about other blue-collar layoffs will acknowledge and celebrate this or just keep defending a broken trade status quo. These guys understandably despise free trade, the free trade agenda and the free trade reign. And Trump is breaking that, but I don't think he's breaking that at the behest of labor. I think he's breaking that in a really stupid way. In a way that Americans would not see the benefit from. In a way where... Wait, hold on. One second. I generally agree, but I also think that this might also be a pretext for seizing emergency powers. He's actively trying to throw the country into anarchy in order to deploy military domestically. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know about that. Always seems like a catch-22 since we're also moving jobs back to the imperial core. Happy to see more domestic union jobs, but do you think it strengthens the labor movement internationally? I think it raises the share of profits going to labor when multinational corporations have to pay $37 an hour instead of $3 an hour. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think this is going to lead to the American working class becoming even more desperate. And instead of wages increasing, the more desperate domestic labor force will work not for $37 an hour, but instead for $25 an hour. That is what I fear. That is what I worry. I think this is a very optimistic assessment. And it is virtually impossible for me to feel optimistic about a Trump future. That's it. That's what I think.
All of these different countries likely respond and in kind to these tariffs and retaliate. That could further escalate this trade war now. And so that's really the key question. One thing as well, just as we watch the stock market, is that the president has been far less reactionary to how the stock market is in this term, in his second administration, than in his first. We have been told repeatedly now not to see him react to the stock market directly because of this. Instead, he has said repeatedly now that he believes there will be some short-term pain. So I'd keep that in mind as well as we cover this. Pamela?
All right, Elena Treen, thank you so much. Wolf?
All right, Pamela, as we mentioned, analysts now say that President Trump's tariffs will likely plunge the global economy into recession this year. Some countries say they're hoping they can negotiate with the U.S., while others have vowed swift retaliation. Listen.
で、アメリカ政府に対しましてはこれまで We had been requesting the U.S. government to review its unilateral tariff measures at various levels, and we are extremely disappointed and regret that such measures have been implemented nonetheless.
Our intention remains to secure a deal, but nothing is off the table.
We will continue to make the strongest case for these unjustified tariffs to be removed from our exporters.
We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers.
The entire global economy will suffer from these ill-considered decisions.
Stock markets across Asia have already tumbled after President Trump's announcement. Now China has vowed to counter what it calls bullying tariffs by the United States. I'm going to go live to Beijing. CNN's Mark Stewart is on the scene for us. Mark, what kind of retaliation potentially could we see from China?
Right. What do you mean? They're going to do retaliatory tariffs, and your tweet about this? Oh, yeah. China President Xi will meet with European leaders, including France President, Spain Prime Minister, and EU President in Vietnam in the coming weeks amid rising global trade tensions over U.S. tariffs. Europe seeking greater intimacy with China and Southeast Asia to offset U.S. reliance. Gift wrapping a Chinese century of prosperity, accelerating the inevitable demise of American empire, and gift wrapping the Chinese century of prosperity. My biggest mistake was not learning Mandarin. My biggest mistake was not shipping my ass out to China to be doing white monkey jobs out there for decades, and setting myself up. It's not too late. I was early to the market with China glaze. Many people yelled at me. Many people freaked out over it. And now many of you will learn this hard lesson. Yeah, Xi and this is from the first Trump term. Xi and Trump have afternoon tea at Forbidden City, where Donald Trump shows Xi Jinping his granddaughter speaking Mandarin.
Like a Chinese lady.
We'll be all over the world.
She could get a 100.
Okay, so
full score.
She's living my dream. He's living my dream. I wanna sit across the table from Xi Jinping and tell him Ti Shang Tai Yang Hong Ya Hong Dong Dong E Xi Shong De Tai Yang Xi Ma So Dong E Da Ling Da Wo Men De Xi Feng E Ren Men Fan Shen Dang Xiang Jiao Zhou Zhu Ren Ye Xi Yo E Ya Xi Yo A Ren Men Fan Shen Dang Xiang Zhou Zhou Zhu Ren. That's my dream. That is my dream. That is my destiny. Okay.
it's very good, right? She's very smart.
She is her grandfather's little angel. She's also a messenger of U.S.-China relations. Wait, hold on. Hasan is like a toddler who learns a song and performs it constantly. Yeah, performs it well. Xi would deservedly send your ass to camp if you did that. Yeah, okay. Well, I would still be in China if that was the case, though. I think you are meant to help save the United States of America and with it the rest of the Western world, not run to China. I mean, I'm trying, but I don't think people want to hear what I have to say. You're brainwashing us all. I can almost sing it just from how much you do. Depression indicator, Campbell's soup. Oh, man. Yeah. Water soup incoming.
Good morning. China says it is ready to fight back, but if this is a war, it's not necessarily revealing its plans about how and when it will strike. It certainly has the option, though, of continuing on the tariff theme by instituting more tariffs, more punishment, specifically targeting American farmers. Right now, China imports a lot of soybeans from the United States. There are existing tariffs. Certainly, China could double down on that. But what's been interesting all day today, China's been very much taking on this diplomatic tone, talking about themes of resolving differences, urging the United States to cancel the tariffs. So it's kind of this wait-and-see mode as this April 9th deadline approaches. There is certainly an economic side to all of this, but there's also a lot of ego involved. Both Xi Jinping and Donald Trump want to look strong on the world stage. As one analyst mentioned to us today, it's the real question of who will fold first. Nonetheless, as you mentioned, this is creating a lot of anxiety, not just here in China, but across the entire regions. Markets are not looking at this favorably. We saw declines across many of the markets in Asia, including Japan, which of course is home to.
Do you know your speed reacts are popping off on Bilibili? They love your takes on China and want you to come. Are they popping off? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of views on it. I wish there were more views on it. I can't tell how many views it's getting. It's like 17K, 34K. I wouldn't say they're popping off. The first vid has, oh, this is 900,000 views. Oh my God. Wait. 900,000 views, 440,000 views, 420,000 views. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got motion. On Bilibili. Let's go. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's freaking go. Oh my God. Oh my God, my dream. It's becoming a reality. Let's go. Finally. Oh, we are so back, dude. We are so back. It wasn't even plan B. This was plan A, baby. Plan A.
The auto giants, including Toyota and Honda. Wolf.
All right, Mark Stewart in Beijing for us. Mark, thanks very much. Pamela.
And stock markets in Europe also took a tumble.
Let's go to China, man, please. Oh, dude. Honestly, we got Cuba coming up, and I'm gonna set up China too. We got to do it. Holy moly, we got to do it. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Announced 20% tariffs on imports from the EU. So let's go live now to Paris and CNN senior international correspondent Melissa Bell. Melissa, how big of a blow are these tariffs to Europe?
Look, a senior European official has been talking to me just a short while ago about the figures. They were handed this 30-page document yesterday. Europeans are contesting a bunch of the figures. They say that it's full of mistakes. There are things that have been seen applied, tariffs applied to them twice. Overall, what Europeans are saying is that if you look at the last 3 rounds of tariffs that have been applied to them, it is 70% of all European goods that will head to the United States that are now the subject of tariffs. That is 380 billion euros worth of goods. So it's a huge blow to the European Union. And what's interesting is that the Commission is saying on one hand that it's going to seek to negotiate. The high-level negotiations with Washington begin, we understand, even tomorrow afternoon. But at the same time, they're really preparing for a war. They say that they did not start, but that they are ready to wage. And what they say their biggest asset is the biggest single market in the world. So 450 million consumers that they say they're going to protect, but also use in their fight. So things like, for instance, sourcing soybeans elsewhere than the United States, motorcycles, the sort of goods that you would expect them to seek to buy from other partners in the United States. But more than that, the Commission has a bunch of more measures, retaliatory measures up its sleeve that could hurt, for instance, big tech that make, say, Europeans 30% of their profits in the EU. Europeans are preparing to fight back, and to fight back quite aggressively, Pam.
All right, Melissa Bell, thank you. Wolf?
All right, Pamela, let's get some more right now on all the breaking news. Joining us, the New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker. As you know, he just set the record, I should say, this week.
Bro, this is so funny. The Cory Booker stuff fell apart in spectacular fashion because of Trump's destruction of global trade, it is but a mere afterthought now. Like I told you that people weren't going to give a shit about this, but I didn't predict that it would fizzle out. That it would fizzle out so quickly.
For the longest floor speech in the modern history of the U.S. Senate. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. I want to talk about your marathon speech in just a few moments, but let's get to the breaking news first.
Users on Chinese platforms call you a China anchor? Like a pro-China anchor? Because I am.
What kind of impact, Senator, are you expecting these massive Trump tariffs?
Wait, you really do have motion? 4K likes, 133 coin dono. HasanAbi, watch speech, Shaolin Temple. I must go to China. 449,000 views, dude. I told you guys that the HasanAbi industrial complex has to also maintain a dominant presence on all Chinese platforms. And I'm glad that people are doing it. I'm glad that people are getting in on it. I hope that the Chinese HasanAbi heads are popping off. As you guys know, I do not maintain IP anyway. I don't care. I'm very Chinese like that. And therefore, go forth and prosper.
What kind of impact do you think they will have on American consumers?
Well, I'm already hearing an explosion of a reaction from across my state, and people from across the political spectrum are angry and upset because they know the impact it's going to have in New Jersey on jobs, on businesses. But for our consumers who are already struggling under a president this last 73 days that said he would cut their costs before he even did this, inflation was going up. Before he even did this, the stock market and people's 401k accounts were going down. Before he even did this, consumer confidence was down. Before he even did this,
Midas Touch, Brett Cooper, Fox News, Brian Tyler Cohen. Now this impact. Am I even on this? I'm not. I got no motion, man. I got no motion. My channel is dead. Dead. I wonder how many Q1 2025 Midas Touch got 1 million new subscribers. This is crazy. Pretending to be Chinese after pretending to be Japanese, huh? Shh, Caroline, shut up. I never did that. I never did that. Shh, don't ever repeat that. You take like 5 days to upload, bruh. Lost a Rubin report. I know. All right, let's keep going.
grocery prices and eggs and
let's
things were
move
going
on.
up. So
This is a very good piece from Richard Wolff, who is going to be talking about the immediate impacts of tariffs and what the sole purpose of these tariffs are and why the UAW's assessment on it is perhaps a little too hopeful and maybe perhaps a little too hopeful and maybe a lot more damaging to the American economy. Let's take a look.
Is Democracy Now! Presenting a prevailed the biggest hike in global tariffs in modern U.S. history, including a 10% blanket tariff on all imported goods from about 185 countries. In addition, many U.S. trading partners, including the European Union, China, and Japan, will see even higher tariffs. China now faces a total 54% tariff. Trump announced the plan during a speech in the Rose Garden at the White House.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered.
Yeah. By the way, Dow dropped 1,680 in its biggest wipeout since 2020 as fears from fallout from tariff shake markets, and S&P 500 sinks 4.8%.
As the day American industry was reborn.
Yeah, based. Well. Oh, no. I hate when you're right. I'm sorry, chatter.
born the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to
liberation,
make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steelworkers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream.
The impact of Trump's tariffs are expected to be felt around the world. While Trump claims the tariffs will boost the U.S. economy, many economists fear it could lead to a recession or worse. Trump's trade war could also shift global alliances as countries seek new trading partners. China, Japan, South Korea have already announced plans to increase trading ties and
here. I'll play this. So
monetary barriers.
I'll play this so you guys, for all the Asmongold refugees, because he's not streaming today, so you don't feel left out, okay? And you can give me notes on whether or not I was able to do a decent one.
5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Japan. Our Ford sells very little.
Talking about Canada.
But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen. And they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
Damn.
Thank you.
Holy shit.
Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody.
Bold.
Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you, Mr. Thank you. It's a great honor to have you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, and time plants sitting idle. We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%, Mr. President.
Or 12 years.
This is remarkable. Dude, if I was Ben Shapiro, I'd be Brian Kilmeeing, dude. It is quite remarkable. Like, his input is just going, over a fucking Trump seminar here. He's putting on a clinic. Ben Shapiro and his nerd ass has to sit there and like defend these decisions in the nerdiest ways possible, even though he's wrong. And so is Asmongold, but he's wrong in an infinitely more popular way. It's fucking awesome. I want to look at, I wonder if my editors posted my reaction to this already. Let's see how I covered this, if it's out already. It's tariff time. It's Liberation Day, folks.
Tariffs on imported products are taxes
of a recession now? I did, Steve.
You can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance. Tariff of 34%. I think
we should have just let it ride. We should have just let it ride. That's the problem here. It is so funny.
Very tough, very, very tough trade.
You can just put any number you want on there once you add those.
European Union, very friendly.
Once you add that as a reasoning, everything is a tariff.
39%. We're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half.
Such good input. Yes, it is actually good input because I'm directly undermining what the initiative is here. Okay, that is good input because I'm describing to you why those numbers are incorrect. Next day upload, so delayed. Okay, true.
Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it.
We had all
now
of
we
it.
have almost none of it, except the biggest company is
Taiwan.
coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan.
He's out of his mind.
Very, very tough. Great people.
Hey, yo!
And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that old.
Why was the Taiwan part driving you crazy? I'm dumb. Because slapping tariffs on Taiwan while recognizing it as a separate state from China is a hilarious thing to do, because Taiwan has incredibly important strategic positioning for us. It is the chip manufacturing hub for the Western world, and slapping tariffs on the chip manufacturing hub of the Western world that is slammed in the ass cheeks of China at a time when they would be pushed into reunification over collaborating with the United States of America is idiotic. It not only in the short term destroys the GPU prices and prices of everything pretty much, okay? But also it ruins America's interest. It ruins America's strategic interest in Taiwan, because America wants to use Taiwan as a weapon against China. It destroys long-standing American foreign policy. It makes no sense. It undermines the it's the DPP, right? You have the KMT, which is now in favor of unification, ironically enough, and you have DPP, which is in favor of separation. It undermines at the domestic level in Taiwan the influence of the power that the DPP has, because now they look like fucking assholes. They look like douchebags. They're like, yeah, no, we have to separate from China. KMT is not in favor of unification. Yes, it is.
We're paying
what do
them
you mean?
billions of dollars. They're not.
Put the hat on. That's how you know I'm apolitical. Anyway, we should just be ripping the raw reacts, I think, in an expeditious manner. I wonder if that would do better numbers overall, instead of trying to effort post and make a highly edited production. Can you be more normal, man? My boss came in while you were singing the damn China anthem, and now I have a meeting with her and HR on Monday. I'm in Taiwan and spoke with a bunch of people in the streets, and unfortunately TSM is not a big part of everybody's mind, so they think of the tariffs as a non-factor. They think of the tariffs as a non-factor. It would be odd if they were the only, if that was the only country that's being slapped with tariffs that don't think of the tariffs as a significant factor.
Coordinate their response to Trump's tariffs. We begin today's show with Richard Wolff, professor of economics emeritus, University of Massachusetts Amherst, visiting professor in the graduate program in international affairs at the New School. He's the founder of Democracy at Work and hosts a weekly national TV radio program called Economic Update, the author of a number of books, including most recently Understanding Capitalism and The Sickness is the System, when capitalism fails to save us from pandemics or itself. Professor Wolff, it's great to have you with us again. Well, start off by responding to, and were you surprised, shocked, or do you guess that, well, about 185 countries were going to see increased or tariffs?
On the one hand, we knew something like this was coming. On the other hand, the sweep and the scope of it does make you stop. Mr. Trump is right. It is a changing moment in American history and world history. But I think his representation of what's going on is completely fantastical and has only to do with the self-promotion that he is engaged in most of the time. It was never foreigners who did it to us. This notion of the United States as a victim, we have been one of the greatest beneficiaries in the last 50 years of economic wealth, particularly for people at the top just like him. It has nothing to do with foreigners taking advantage of us. This attempt to make himself strong and powerful relative to others, to blame the foreigner. These are cheap shots that a real president wouldn't do. And there's the most important point. The American economy is in trouble. The American empire is in decline. We don't want to discuss it in this country. We engage in denial, and instead we are striking out at other people, a sad way of handling a decline. The British Empire declined before us, so did all the others. We are now at that point. We had a great 20th century. 21st century is different. You have to face those problems. That's not being done. What's being done is to say we have difficulties, but they're all somebody else's fault, and we're going to solve it by punishing them. I would like to point out, as you suggest quite rightly, Amy, that the rest of the world is not going to sit by. The United States does not have the power it had in the 20th century. It is not in the position it's.
I'm sure Trump has a robust reindustrialization campaign plan, and not just tariffs, right? Surely Trump has thought this through. Yeah. Except, given the runway of rebuilding American industrial output, you would have to probably do that years ahead of time before you implemented the tariffs. It would also require a tremendous amount of government power. And considering that Donald Trump is simultaneously undermining expenditures, cutting costs with Doge, and destroying the administrative state, it doesn't seem like they're moving in that direction. This is just breaking things, breaking them fast, with no conceptualization of how we will get out of this problem at all. It would take, at minimum, even if America tomorrow decided to operate like China, central planning, tremendous amount of control over American industry, and decided to implement like martial law style Defense Production Act. Like, there are some tools in the tool belt that presidents can use, right? They do a Defense Production Act across the board. They're like doing eminent domain. They're building this robust network of commerce internally, creating manufacturing hubs and whatnot. Ironically enough, it would still take at least 5 to 10 years to build the underlying infrastructure necessary to become a manufacturing hub in this country. They're not doing that. Because you want to know who was doing that, but also doing it in a neoliberal fashion? Joe Biden. That's the irony here. Joe Biden with the CHIPS Act and Joe Biden with like Build Back Better was a watered down version of what is necessary for Trump to do if he were to bring back manufacturing to the United States of America. Both fall short of what is necessary, however, because both are the classic American bind of doing a public-private partnership rather than building all of this stuff ahead of time with government expenses and just controlling these key sectors, maintaining the control over these key sectors in the hands of the government with a federal jobs program, with a federal jobs guarantee. This would require tremendous nationalization. They will not do that. The Brandon administration didn't do that, and it fell short of what was necessary. And the Trump administration is not even doing that and just simply breaking shit. That's it. That's it. It took China, a country with tremendous control over its economy, decades to get to this point. Now, China's material conditions are different than the United States of America, of course. We are a wealthier country, but there are some disadvantages there to being a wealthier country in terms of like building shit as fast as possible. But capital ownership and control over the government is calcified in this country. They will not stand by and allow any leadership to just say, oh, no, you're done. It's over. Your super profits are done. We are now working on building the American industrial base. It's going to be a decade of prosperity. They won't do that. They'll just assassinate you.
Seems to imagine itself when the Secretary of the Treasury added to Mr. Trump's comments that he warned the rest of the world not to retaliate. That would imply that if they do, there would be escalation. Yes, he said, there will be escalation. Well, nothing will guarantee more escalation than if they do nothing, because then it's an invitation to Mr. Trump to keep doing it as each of these efforts doesn't work.
Given how dramatic this was yesterday, is it possible he was deciding this to the very last second as they put this off? And explain exactly. You're a professor, you're a teacher. Most people don't even realize how tariffs work.
Okay. A tariff is a tax. It's just a particular tax that got that name. It used to be called import duty. All it means is when something comes into the United States that was produced outside and is brought in to be sold, it has to pay a tax, as literally as it crosses our border into our country. It is paid by the American company that brings it in, which may pass it on to the consumer, usually what happens, and the tax goes to Uncle Sam. It goes to Washington. Mr. Trump loved to suggest that tariffs were paid by the others, a little bit like Mexico would pay for the wall. Never happened. It's not going to happen here either. It's an American tax. And there's something remarkable that clues you into how big a change.
Wolf defending neoliberalism? No, he's not defending neoliberalism. I think Richard Wolff is simply defending basic economics and how it works and how it will unfold with the Trump administration's initiatives. Richard Wolff is not a defender of free trade principles. He's not a defender of neoliberal economics. He's just explaining to you what is going to happen. That's it. And he's correct. This is going to happen. It's important for you to understand that this will happen. It's not even like reading the tea leaves. Factually describing systems as neoliberalism. Some chatters are too brain broken to be allowed to type. Exactly. Factually describing a neoliberal system is not neoliberalism. It's just what is happening and what will happen. He is a Marxian economist, chatters.
This is that the Republican Party, which has branded itself as the anti-tax party for a century, is now imposing the most massive tax imaginable. Why this big change? Because we have big, big problems, and this kind of slapping the rest of the world is an attempt to solve a little bit of them, but it is not going to work because we don't have the power to do it anymore.
I want to go to UAW President Shawn Fain, who supports Trump's new tariffs, saying last week, we applaud the Trump administration for stepping up to end the free trade disaster that's devastated working-class communities for decades. Fain spoke Sunday on CBS's Face the Nation.
We've seen over 90,000 manufacturing facilities leave the United States. We've seen, in the Big Three alone in the last 20-plus years, 65 plants have closed. And so, look, tariffs aren't the total solution. Tariffs are a tool in the toolbox.
This is very important for people to understand. Just like with rent control is not a solution. Rent control is simply a tool in the toolbox. And if you use only one tool in the toolbox and not the other tools in the toolbox, then all you'll do is break. Let's say inside of your toolbox, you have a hammer, you have nails, okay? You have wood, and you want to rebuild something. If you just use the fucking hammer, then you broke it. Trump, basically, with these tariffs, is simply fucking hammering the shed that existed and not trying to rebuild it at all. The part that I disagree with Sean Fain on, and peace be upon him, Sean Fain, our loyal soldier. Okay, I love him, as you guys know, is the part where he is, I think, too hopeful about these initiatives, because Trump very clearly is not using other tools
to get these companies to do the right thing, and the intent behind it is to bring jobs back here and invest in the American workers. If they're going to bring jobs back here, they need to be life-sustaining jobs where people can make a good wage, a living wage, have adequate health care, and have a retirement security, and not have to work 7 days a week or multiple jobs just to scrape to get by paycheck to paycheck.
Well, while UAW President Sean Fain praised Trump's tariffs, he also said he had great concerns about President Trump's move to eliminate contracts for 700,000 federal workers, the firing of workers at the National Institute of Health and other agencies.
I was a bit disappointed. I like Sean Fain, many of us do. But this was disappointing. To say, basically, I will support the president because he does something that might help my union, even though Sean Fain knows, as most economists do, that if you put a tax on the goods coming in, they will go up in price because we have to pay that tax now. And that will lead to domestic producers able to raise their prices because their competitors from abroad are stuck with this tax. So we expect a boost to inflation, which is...
No, this is not internal union politics within the UAW. You're wrong. No. This is a union leader who does stand to benefit from the boosting of domestic manufacturing of cars, especially. Defending on principle the breaking of free trade, which has gutted this country's labor force and its manufacturing capabilities. He's not. This isn't like a Sean O'Brien style situation where he's hitting on like the culture war aspect of Donald Trump's administration and talking about that positively, as though that has anything to do with the material realities that are facing the American working class. It does not. And it's also incorrect, I think. Like, his assessment, I think, is probably not going to... His assessment is not going to be true in the long run, or even in the short term.
It's going to hurt the working class of this country in a very serious way, especially if it builds on itself, which often happens when you do tariffs like this.
Yeah, this is important. This is another aspect of this that's important because, hey, guess what? Trump could also implement price controls. You have so many good takes. I don't know why you're against free trade, because free trade is not free. Free trade almost entirely benefits the capital owning class. They have designed trade agreements to literally destroy the American labor force. Free trade would work if like basic needs across the board at the international level was met. Free trade is not free. And there was a time and place when Democrats, at least some Democrats, were against this principle. And it's crazy to me that they are the ones who are defending it tooth and nail now. Free trade is not free. It's simply not free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as free trade. What about the developing world? Please don't come in here with fucking World Trade Organization assessments about how free trade has actually trickled up and have been able to really boost domestic, these global South populations. The only country where it has actually boosted, the only country where quote unquote free trade policies have actually yielded tremendous bounty is fucking China. That is the reason why, that's the entire reason why Trump is trying to break free trade agreements right now, because they become a competitor to the United States of America. And the only reason why China was able to do that is not because of the foreign capital entering the marketplace, but instead because they took all of that bounty and engaged in even development and rapid urbanization. No, I'm not going to say India. Are you crazy? India is the greatest example of it not actually working. The reason why it worked in China is not because money came into China. It's because of central planning. It's that simple. You'd make a good teacher for children who like being bullied. And no, it didn't help in Mexico either. It literally didn't help in Mexico until recently. Because if you don't have redistributive policies in the nation that is in the nation that's receiving all of this foreign capital, if you don't have a solid approach, if you don't have an approach that has a long-term development project in mind with redistributive policies that focuses on building infrastructure, you don't actually have the Chinese prosperity. Mexico's rise in the last decade comes from Morena, the Morena party, changing a previous long-standing Mexican policy that didn't do that. The examples that you can use are China or Vietnam, and China and Vietnam, to varying degrees, have similar approaches to this.
And I want to remind everyone, including Sean Fain, that the auto workers also represent workers in places that need export markets, that produce in America and sell abroad. When those countries retaliate, as they likely will, we will lose export markets, and that will mean fewer jobs.
Important to remember, China did it while still creating a rich elite class. It's not like they did communism. Every single person, especially in the Xi Jinping period, the rich elite class in China is no different than the idea of like owning your own land in China. It's on a government lease, okay? All of your wealth as a rich elite class member in China, especially since the anti-corruption initiative set forth by Xi Jinping in the last decade, is just simply the government's money that you're holding on to. It's like saying, "Hey, let me get a whiff of that $1 billion, please." That's it. And there are many examples of the government coming in and seizing your assets. It's no different than the 100-year mortgage that everyone has. Not a mortgage, but like all land is owned by the government. Okay? It is collectively owned. In China, when you purchase a home in China, you don't pay property taxes, but you get a 100-year lease, and they usually extend that lease. Obviously, they don't fucking seize it after the 100-year lease is over. Similar structure in Singapore as well. Singapore has other issues on top of that, though, especially with like immigrant labor forces and the two-tier citizenship structure that they have that resembles almost like the UAE slavery, the slave immigration structure. But I'm not going to get into all of that. I'm simply saying in China, all of the super wealthy and the wealth that they've accrued, especially under Xi Jinping, because this changed a little bit, is directly still controlled by the government. This is precisely the reason why companies like BYD are not operating at the behest of profit margins and improving their profit margins, but can take the initiative, take government subsidies, and offer incredibly low-cost alternatives to the pre-existing domestically manufactured vehicles in European markets. If they were hyper-focused on profits, then they wouldn't be able to do that. They wouldn't be able to sell you EVs, for example, for like $15,000. They'd be like, what the fuck do you mean? This is an incredibly costly vehicle to make.
And no one, let me stress, no one now knows whether the jobs lost from this trade war will be greater or smaller than any jobs that are gained. It is a big risk being taken by Mr. Trump, and if it doesn't go well, it'll be very bad for the American economy. It will produce the recession folks are worried about, because if the prices go up, people buy less, and that loses jobs.
Yeah.
When you look at all of this, this is an incredibly risky effort to blame the world, punish the world, and then cross his fingers, which is what he's doing, hoping it comes out all right. Reminds me of the football metaphor. This is a Hail Mary pass. You throw it down the field. You hope it bounces.
I have no idea what you mean by this point. I'm not going to lie. China is all about profits. Chinese companies are all about profits. They're not different for some reason. BYD can sell cheap cars because the government developed a cheap supply chain. It's not because they're anti-profit. No. My point is, America also heavily subsidizes all of its key sectors. Why is it that America cannot demand lower profits in return for heavy subsidization, whereas China can? Because the Chinese government, let's say, wants to enter by force European car markets. Okay, they want to destabilize the European car markets. America can't do that with Ford in the way that China can do that with BYD. That's my argument. They can say, yeah, you're gonna take a much narrower profit margin when you enter the European marketplaces. Okay? Subsidies just replace profits in ways the U.S. won't. That's not true. Subsidies always replace profits. Subsidies also play a role in the profit margins for American manufacturing. What are you talking about? That's what a subsidy is. A subsidy is supposed to make it cheaper for you to produce the fucking good. My point is, BYD can't go, we're going to erroneously increase the price of these fucking markets because they are still operating at the behest of the Chinese government's directive there. Whereas when America does this, it's basically the thing that I describe all the time. In China, the government controls the corporations. In America, the corporations control the government. It's that simple. So when Donald Trump is making initiatives like this, he wants by force for European markets and all these other countries to, by force, purchase American manufactured goods, even if they don't have any need for it, even if they don't want it. They want to fix the trade deficit by force. This is how they want to do it. And in that process, they will never tell the corporations to actually eat away at their profit margins. They will never do that. Do you understand? Whereas China will be like, yeah, no, you're going to have lower profit margins, but this is important for us because we want to enter these marketplaces and destabilize with predatory pricing, what you would consider predatory pricing, in the same way that like Amazon does. Think of China like Amazon. That is what I'm saying. You're agreeing with me. Aren't tariffs a way to increase taxes in an obfuscated way? It's not even an obfuscated way. It's directly what it is. Tariffs are an entry fee paid for by the importers. It's fine to have lower profit margins. The companies are so tied to the broader market. I just don't understand the framing of saying Chinese companies don't care about profits, unless I'm misunderstanding. Chinese companies don't care about profit margins, not profits, profit margins, because they are still operating at the directive of the government. And as long as the government has an interest in entering these marketplaces with much more affordable alternatives, they will follow suit because it is not operating in the normal capitalist dynamic. Companies are not operating in the way that capitalist corporations operate in the United States of America and in the Western world. That's it. And if you don't recognize that, then you can't understand what the fuck's going on or how China got to the place that it got to or the moves that they make. This is no different than looking at ghost cities and being like, lol, these guys just want to improve their GDP by building these fucking stupid ghost cities. And then you go, oh my God, it turns out they weren't ghost cities. Turns out there's people living there now. It doesn't make sense in the short term because you're operating with narrow thinking. You're operating within a capitalist framework. For China and the Chinese state, all they care about is the interests of China. And for them, they will use capitalism to their advantage. That is what they do. And using capitalism to your advantage means that you're not gonna work on maximizing profit. You're gonna work on maximizing market dominance. Governments like the CCP have complex multivariable goals and interests. Companies only care about growth and profit. Because the CCP controls its companies, they can operate with a more long-term minded objective than companies here in America are capable of. Exactly. Therein lies the problem with capitalism. It forces everyone to engage in short-term thinking because you only think in quarterly earnings. This is why I joke and say, American capitalists think in weeks, but the Chinese government thinks in decades and centuries. And it's ironic because in times of need, the American government has actually operated with central planning in mind, whether it be World War II and the economy that the manufacturing output that existed, the manufacturing base that was developed because it was a necessity, and how much that yielded tremendous bounty for America in general in the direct aftermath of that. Or even DARPA creating the internet. These are all heavily subsidized, publicly funded initiatives. And it required multiple decades of failure and tremendous amounts of money to be thrown at this project. All technological innovation that has accelerated humankind in really meaningful ways have only come from the public sector for this reason, because you have the opportunity to fail over and over again because you have a larger project in mind. Whether it is obviously an invention that will allow you to surveil people better, or any number of different things like the space race. A lot of things, we misunderstand a lot of things that China does in the West because we think like, oh, this doesn't make sense from our narrow focus. We look at it and we go, why would they build high-speed rail like this? It's just, it's not profitable. It's going to collapse eventually. Because it's not supposed to be profitable. That's not the only measure of building out a network that is self-sustaining. You know what else is not profitable? Our fucking highway system. But we built it anyway, and we built it for cars. You know what else is not profitable? The U.S. Postal Service. But it's not supposed to be profitable. It's supposed to be a service. How, in your view, is China distinct from post-war Keynesian consensus besides the more government control over corporations? That's a key factor. And also, no fucking private ownership in that regard. Even if it looks like a private ownership exists on paper, that gives a lot of opportunity to the government. That gives a lot of movement to the government.
Is into your team's hands, but that's all it is, a long shot, and it's a sign of how troubled the American economy now is.
China as a one-party strongman-led country is limited. Once the leader dies, the future is uncertain. This is also wrong. For every other country that has been led by a single party strongman, you're not wrong. A great example of this is Chavez. Okay? Look at Venezuela now. China, on the other hand, does not have the same issue. While, yes, Xi Jinping is a singular charismatic strongman force, the Communist Party of China is not as narrow-minded. And the only reason why I say this is because I look at the history of Chinese development over the past couple of decades. There is a unified vision, and while some leaders might move the country in a different direction, the party itself is in control. And the party itself gets their notes from bottom up. Sure, there is still centralized command at the top of it, but they're constantly getting endless amounts of feedback from this vast network of local representatives that get together and make demands that are directly what the people that voted them to into positions of power want out of them. There is a robust party infrastructure to replace Xi Jinping. Ultimately, the Chinese government and the Chinese party, input is not power. The people need bargaining power. Dude, look, man, that's great. I don't disagree with you, but input is power. First of all, you're wrong about that. And secondly, it's hilarious to say this from fucking any Western country. Go ahead. Give your fucking input and feedback to your administrators and see how well they listen to you. I'm about to go to the fucking streets of D.C. In 2 days to represent the wishes of the broad majority of Americans that want this endless faucet of money and destruction that is going to fucking Israel to stop, to be put to an end. Do you think they'll listen? It's been 1.5 years. Have they listened? Fuck no. What do you mean?
Whiz.
If you can put this in the bigger picture, talk about the tax cuts and how they fit into.
The majority still supports Israel. That's an incredibly vague statement to make. Supports Israel how? It's not. The overwhelming majority of Americans wanted a ceasefire. Joe Biden literally wanted Israel to continue doing death and destruction so much that he dropped the ball spectacularly. Kamala Harris followed suit and lost the election. You're going to tell me the majority of people aren't brainwashed? No, they're brainwashed in different ways, but they're brainwashed into thinking that, for example, American liberal democracy represents their interests. Good luck getting a fucking robust socialized healthcare network, you know?
To the tariffs, what is it, something like $4 trillion in tax cuts and who benefits, and then talk about the other issues that President Trump keeps saying that they're not going to touch, even though what many call his co-president, Elon Musk, whether he steps back from being, giving speeches or not, going after Social Security, issues like Medicaid.
Let me start with the tax issue. The biggest single thing that Trump did in his first presidency was the tax cut of December 2017. And when that tax cut was written into law, it had a sunset. It expires this year, 2025. If that expiration is allowed to happen, corporations and the rich, who were the big beneficiaries back then, will face a big tax cut. He doesn't want to do that because that's his base, that's his donor support. He doesn't want to have those taxes go back up. Well, then what is he going to have to do? If he keeps on spending and he doesn't let those taxes go back up, he's going to have to borrow trillions, as we have been doing. He doesn't want to be the president who keeps borrowing trillions, in part because the rest of the world is a major creditor of the United States, and they're not going to continue to do it the way they have. So he's in a jam. He has to do something. So his hope is to savage the expenditures in this country. Look what he's doing. Mr. Musk stands there with a chainsaw to give us the clear implication, I'm going to solve the problem on the backs of the working class. I'm firing them all. I don't care what the rest of the working class suffers. I'm going to fire all these people without notice, without plan. Calling this efficient is a silly joke. An efficient process takes time, takes experts. You're not doing that. You're just wholesale firing. Calling that efficiency is an attempt to fool people that shouldn't make any difference. Mr. Trump is now in jam. He can't get out of this without in some way solving the problem that has been built up. And there is no way other than the one he's doing, because it's the last gasp of how to take away from the mass of the people.
Read my last comment. China operates under different incentives, but is definitely often not long-term. I disagree with that statement. It is the most significant difference. Unless you think that, look, there's only two things that you can make assessments on here. Either Xi Jinping has the heavens mandate, okay, and he lucked in to all of this, and the Communist Party of China also has the heavens mandate, and they lucked in to this level of development and rapid urbanization, or they actually are keeping long-term interests in mind, especially in comparison to the United States of America that doesn't even make yearly plans. They make plans quarter by quarter, as opposed to 15-year plans they're trying to implement. No, I agree. They have benefits, but often they build cities and infrastructure for the sake of having jobs for people. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. I don't know how to respond to that. Not only are you describing long-term plans and that benefit in the short term as well, but you're objectively wrong. I just described the concept of ghost cities. It's ridiculous. It's not real. Ghost cities are not real. They become real cities. Saying that in 2025 is kind of silly. They look like ghost cities because they're urban planning 5 to 10, if not 15 years ahead. Stop eating and talking at the same time. I'm not eating and talking at the same time. I'm not eating at all. What are you talking about?
The ability to borrow. I mean, let's be honest. If you put a tariff, you make everything coming in from abroad more.
In half an hour, I'm going to have Congressperson Greg Casar from Texas 35 on the broadcast. We're going to talk about the tariffs. We're going to talk about the future of the Democratic Party and how the Democrats must fight. Just letting you all know.
Expensive.
And then we'll continue this coverage
that means
today.
People will buy less of it. They'll shrink their standard of living. If American companies take advantage of the tariff, which they always do by raising their prices, that will also hurt the working class. You are immiserating your workers in order to try to solve the problem you haven't solved before. But here's the irony that may in the end come back to haunt us. Europe has been unable to unify under the umbrella of American alliances. The enmity of the United States is bringing Europe together better than the alliance was able to do. And as you pointed out, very important, China, Japan, and South Korea, with long histories of animosity and tension, are getting together to cope with this. Wow, we are.
All right. Well, I'm moving on from this. How has China responded to Trump's tariffs? U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports to total at least 50%.
A glimpse inside China's fast fashion workshops is rare. Places that cut and stitch and steam for a living. Thousands of items a day, fast, cheap, and destined for America. This type of operation has undercut U.S. manufacturing.
Wait, hold on. Bradley, I'm live right now. I'm live right now. They can hear you.
Yeah, he told me to. I just did a pod with Steiny. He said call Hasan. We didn't know you were live.
Oh yeah, no, I'm always live. You already know.
8 hours on.
I'm gonna do Steiny's pod soon. Next week when I'm back, because I gotta leave this weekend.
I think we gotta have Brad there, Hasan.
Okay, I'm down. I'm down to have Bradley there. He can moderate. He can be the moderating voice.
Yeah.
He already told me. He already told me he's a broke boy now. Trump cooked him. Trump cooked his net worth.
I'm broke.
No,
You're broke. You gotta be broke too.
I'm broke too. I'm not gonna lie. I lost.
Yeah, what happened? I thought Trump was bringing prosperity to America. What's going on, guys?
It's a long-term game. You know this.
Oh, okay. All right.
We
Well,
don't
we
play
can talk about
short-term
that.
shit.
We can talk about that.
Are you broke too now or what?
I don't know. I don't check that.
Hassan,
sort
all
of
your
stuff.
money's in. You got all the crypto money.
No, I don't fuck around with crypto. But even the crypto markets are tanking.
Yeah, they're all fucked.
I make my money off of Twitch subs, which all of you can subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime.
Yeah, he's good at it, man.
Yeah.
It's
too good.
Bucks?
He's too
That's
good.
pretty. I might actually subscribe.
All right. Well, I gotta go. I'm talking about.
All right, brother. Have fun. Have fun.
All right. Bye.
All right, peace.
Yeah, I texted Bradley this morning. I was like, "What's going on with Trump, man? He's cooking." And Brad was like, "What do you mean he's cooking?" And I was like, "He's cooking the economy." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm broke now." Ha! 10-10 right on the dot. Yeah. I dropped 10 gifted in this economy. Misfit Sharky. Hype Train, level 2 G. Look, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Decoy 166, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's right. You can also get gifted a sub in this economy if you don't have. Bradley is Bradley Martin. He just did a podcast with Steiny, who wants me to go on his podcast as well. And I said I would do it. Look at the Republicans screaming bloody murder. Oh, my God. Oh, tariffs are a tax on consumers. It is. What happened? Why didn't you say this before Trump said he was going to do the tariff regime, baby?
For years, and it's now vulnerable.
VIX just hit 30. The trading bots are going to pull billions in the next 2 hours.
Workshops are based on streets like this. Places that just feel ill-equipped to withstand what's coming. At least 54% taxes on all goods sent to America. Trade at that price is almost impossible. A massive...
El Hasan for Steiny. Wait, what? LLU Hasan Y? Fuck you mean? What? He wanted me to go on his podcast. You think I'm going to say no to a person that says, hey, come talk to my audience about your worldview? If you think I would ever say no to that, you don't understand this entire project. I will go anywhere and everywhere and talk to anyone, unless they're like a fucking straight up neo-Nazi or some shit. Steiny is one of the Nelk boys. Hasan, you're such a bitch. Okay.
Market wiped out overnight. Their only answer, for now, we must look elsewhere.
Other places might have better business opportunities, right? For instance, Africa is always good. Anyone can survive without relying on just one other country.
At the end of the day, workers pour from the factories. The people really at risk. Millions here could be put out of work in an economy already struggling. Adverts for short-term contracts are a reminder. Many don't even have a stable job to lose. China has already vowed to respond. Earlier restraint now feels unlikely.
The unilateral tariff hikes by the US violate WTO rules, harm the common interests of people of all countries.
By the way, this is also true. It does violate WTO rules, but as we read from Project 2025, my cousin is using the Bashar God Serious song for you. Check logs, update for you regarding your CNN piece. What do you mean? What are you doing? Are you working against me? She's asking if there's a song in particular you'd like to use in the intro of the segment. I suggested Syria Bashar God, like the old intro song you had. Are you fucking stupid? This guy is literally working against me, dude. No, don't use that fucking song. All right, god damn it. Let me finish this fucking piece. All right, anyway. They're trolling you, Law? Yeah. Okay, listen to me. Project 2025 is clear on this. The other side of this, aside from like decoupling America and it's trying to claw back America's manufacturing capabilities away from China, the other side of this argument is that America does not like the World Trade Organization and wants to rebuild it. They want to undermine WTO. Especially with this favored nations clause, favored nations that China is also a part of, and rebuild something anew that does not give even a fraction of benefits to China. They want to rebuild global trade in their vision because China has been able to take advantage of global trade in this way.
And do not help solve the problems of the US itself. It is clear to everyone that more and more...
And yes, ironically enough, just like this chatter is correct, by the way, even though we disagree from time to time, he is absolutely on the money here. A lot of the things that Donald Trump is doing are, ironically enough, continuations of longstanding American foreign policy and American trade policy, like Barack Obama, following Barack Obama's initiative. Now, this is shocking to hear, right? Because he very famously and very publicly fucking undermined Barack Obama's foreign policy, like the Iran denuclearization agreement. Having said that, however, Barack Obama is the initial president that demanded that Europe spend a higher percentage. Europe spend a higher percentage of their GDP on defense, on NATO. Donald Trump simply followed that Obama promise, which is precisely the reason why Joe Biden did not revoke that and continued with the Trump NATO has to spend more for their own defense perspective. Barack Obama also kneecapped WTO in 2016, and it is correct. You're not wrong about that. U.S. has not allowed judges, exactly. Ever since 2016, the U.S. has refused to allow judges to be appointed to the World Trade Organization. Joe Biden never went back on it. Trump never went back on it either, because this is a longer-term initiative that American foreign policy or American trade policy revolves around. They have been trying to combat China at the stage of global trade since the Barack Obama administration. This means that the appellate bodies cannot be staffed and no disputes can be settled. Exactly. They are starving the WTO. They've been starving the WTO and depriving it of its influence and power only so they can turn around and go, see, it's a feckless institution that only works at the behest of China. We have to build something anew. Ironically enough, I think that is also short-sighted for someone like Donald Trump because of the bully ball that Trump plays, which means that he's not going to have a lot of soft power capabilities to rebuild a new World Trade Organization. Having said that, however, this is literally the policy that is written bar for bar in Project 2025. It is straight up in the fucking 800 pages. We read the pages. I believe it was like directly at what, 783, page 783 from Project 2025, or somewhere around like 700 to 800. They openly state this. The WTO has never been able to form its own treaties, mostly because the U.S. It has never once made its own treaty and has not negotiated since the early 2000s. So this chatter is correct, even though we have our disagreements on China. That is the ultimate goal. The ultimate rich consume more, not regressive tax. Sales tax is good on non-essential goods. Rich consume more, not regressive tax. the fucking micro and macroeconomics understander has logged on to explain to people that a sales tax is not a regressive tax. Thank you. No, you're definitely right. The rich famously eat more food. You said on non-essential goods, but in general, you're just wrong. You're objectively wrong. It's a regressive tax, not because the rich consume more than the poor. It's a regressive tax because the poor make up. A flat tax across the board is always going to be paid for with a higher percentage of net income from the working poor than the wealthy. It's that simple. If you have $10 million and you're paying the same fucking taxes as a guy who has $100,000, who do you think is paying a larger share of their overall income year over year?
Countries are opposing the US's unilateral bullying actions, such as imposing tariffs.
And the broader region is reeling too. Over 40% rates for low-income nations like Cambodia and Vietnam will hit especially hard. Many Chinese firms have relocated here to avoid American tariffs. Workarounds now not an option.
Authorities here now face a complex balancing act. Further escalation will be costly and they can ill afford it, but they don't want to be seen to be weak. Behind the scenes, frenzied negotiations are no doubt underway, and some sort of grand deal is not impossible. But even if one is reached, China will have taken a lesson from today. The US is not to be trusted, and a further decoupling of the world's two biggest economies is almost certainly on the cards.
Experts here say such an outcome might even be desirable.
The trade pattern between the United States and China is not going to be sustainable economically and politically. We're preparing for this, that we can't rely on the U.S. market forever. The party is going to end. This probably is going to end a little bit earlier than a lot of people expect.
Exports account for a fifth of China's economy. An ability to produce and to sell has always been its superpower. It is a behemoth that can adapt. The question is, how quickly? Helen Ann Smith, Sky News, Beijing.
I agree with President Trump that others are taking unfair advantage of the current rules, and I'm ready to support any efforts to make the global trading system fit for the realities of the global economy.
When she says others, she means China, by the way. She's like, we hate China as well. Why are you doing this to us? We also hate China. Why are you doing this to us? They're being so unfair.
But
it's just funny because like we all kind of deserve it. You know what I mean? We all kind of deserve this because like we have done a lot of fucking devastation. We brought about a lot of devastation to the global south a little bit, you know. Shock doctrine coming back home, that imperial boomerang is, it sucks. It's awful. I think there are certainly better ways of going about this, but you know, it couldn't have happened to better people, okay? And these guys are literally slammed in the middle. And the only thing holding them at bay is, I think, the Orientalist framework that they operate off of, where they're like, we cannot trust the Chinese. Like, that's it. It's time, Ursula von der Leyen, to trust the Chinese. Okay? I think that's what the situation demands. That's what the situation calls for. The notion that you're like, oh, well, they're doing a lot of unfair practices. Why are you doing this to us? Meanwhile, you're stuck between America and China, and America's fucking dicking you down. And you're still like, no, we must negotiate.
also want to be clear. Reaching for tariffs as your first and last tool will not fix it. This is why from the outset we have always been ready to negotiate with the United States to remove the remaining barriers to transatlantic trade. At the same time, we are prepared to respond. We are already finalizing the first package of countermeasures in response to tariffs on steel, and we're now preparing for further countermeasures to protect our interests and our businesses if negotiations fail. President Trump's announcement of universal tariffs on the whole world, including the European Union, is a major blow to the world economy. I deeply regret this choice. Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer. Uncertainty will spiral and trigger the rise of further protectionism. The consequences will be dire for millions of people around the globe, also for the most vulnerable countries,
Bro, the internet ain't
which are
even
now
working.
subject to some of the highest U.S. tariffs. The opposite of what we wanted to achieve. The tariffs will...
If the response to the tariffs put in place by the U.S. administration is to make immediate concessions or to announce investments to get exemptions, it's a very bad idea. Because we have a strength. It's a market of 450 million residents. That's Europe. The EU is 450 million consumers. It's more than the U.S. market. What message would it send if major European players started investing in the American economy at a time that they're hitting us? So we need collective solidarity.
As I told President Trump during our call last week,
Funny thing about the EU trying to glad hand the U.S. is not a negotiation tactic. Scoop, the White House's internal talking points tell surrogates that Trump's new global tariff regime should not be characterized as a starting point for negotiations, sources say. Trump also telling advisors they are not about setting up talks. Full story is the investors in the world try to figure out the fate of Trump's country-specific tariffs, which have sent the market reeling. Just to be specific here and emphasize what we are and are not saying, the White House talking points say surrogates should not be characterizing them as starting points for the negotiations. So them being like, them turning around and not immediately trying to defend themselves against this by setting up different trade relationships with China is hilarious because America doesn't want to play ball. Now, what's interesting about this process is how silly it is how silly this has been conducted, how silly this has been implemented, and how silly it is overall. What do I mean by this? First of all, Whirlpool to eliminate 651 manufacturing jobs in Amana, Iowa, according to the Des Moines Register. So it's already happening. But also, the way that they calculated these fucking tariffs, supposedly, is even dumber than I previously thought. Yesterday, my speculation was that they're talking about unfair trade practices, trade barriers, and also currency manipulation is the suggestion that the Trump administration had made on its face as to why they decided that China was, doing 67% tariffs on America. It turns out that wasn't even the calculation. That was simply the marketing for the calculation. The calculation actually was just over trade deficits and potentially done through ChatGPT or another fucking AI bot, which is the dumbest possible way to enact global trade policy. The tweet that we looked at yesterday of that one guy who was like, "Oh, I suspect that the tariff math is actually coming from trade deficits and not actually real calculations on like any sort of hardline trade like VAT or any sort of domestic tax policy that they're deciding is a tariff, which is not, regardless. It's none of that. It quite literally is just trade deficit numbers. That's it. Cambodia has 97% tariff. No, Cambodia exports 12 billion. USA exports to Cambodia 350 million. 350 million divided by 12 billion is 3%. 100 minus 3, 97%. Do this for every tariff. No, what's even worse is literally the method that ChatGPT suggests. If you ask how to fix a trade deficit with tariffs, they ask ChatGPT how to fix the economy and then just fucking did whatever it said. I don't even know what to say. How can someone be so stupid? Edit the add on ChatGPT. The following prompt will immediately get you the method they used. If I wanted to even the playing field with respect to trade deficit with foreign nations using tariffs, how would I pick the tariff rates? Give me specific calculation. And by the way, they admitted it. It's not like this is something that they're sheltering. They fucking admitted it. New York Times confirms. The answer appears to begin with the total trade deficit America runs with its trading partners. That's it. Trade deficit with China, $291.9 billion. Imports from China, $433.8 billion, is equal to 0.6728 or 67%, or what the U.S. says China is charging us. That figure then divided by 2 is 34%, which is the new reciprocal tariff on China. It is baby brain. It is fucking baby brain, dude. Remember yesterday I was talking about like how can people be duped by a machine that they know has the capacity to simply lie to them and give you incorrect information? These guys are not only getting duped by it, they're celebrating it, they're using it. And they admitted it. Yep, they did. They fucking put out an executive summary basically confirming this. I usually only watch Hasan's YouTube channel, but this tariff shit is so incomprehensible to me. I had to come here. My Northern European doesn't get what the fuck is this. We didn't do trade deficit / imports. We did trade deficit. I keep trying to work, but then return to how funny this is. He goes, we didn't do trade deficit / imports. We did trade deficit 4 times 0.25 imports. Which, by the way, like this is the other funny part about this. The White House deputy press secretary came out and said this person's assumption was incorrect, only to prove that it is literally correct. Yeah, we multiplied it by 1. That's what it is. Do you understand how fucking stupid we are? How is this the wealthiest nation on the planet? How the fuck? I always look to how stupid the average American is, and I think to myself, how the fuck did we become the domineering force on the planet? But this right here is a new low in the stupidity. I cannot understand. I literally cannot comprehend how the rest of the planet looks at our fat, unwashed, stupid, Ameri-brained morons dominating global trade and goes, yeah, there's nothing we can do because the alternative is Chinese. And I'm scared of the Chinese. That's literally all that is happening here. Your European leaders, if you're in Europe and you're watching me right now, understand that they are literally going, well, on the one hand, we have these sweaty Amerifat morons, okay? And on the other hand, we have Chinese people. And I'm scared of Chinese people, so I'm going to keep going with the fucking sweaty Amerifat morons that are dominating global trade. That's it. That's literally it. That is the guiding, motivating principle for why we are continuing along this trajectory. Let's see how far it goes. Incredible, dude. Incredible. Incredibly stupid. Are the tariffs being used to cause a global recession with their hopes that it cements fascist regimes? No, that would mean long-term thinking. This is still, ironically, short-term thinking from the administration. It follows suit on long-standing American trade policy and American foreign policy in general. That stuff is uniparty overall. But the ways in which Trump is pushing this to the next stage is incredibly dumb and incredibly Trumpian. And you know, it's destined for failure. It's destined for a major crash. Yeah, it's over. Finance bros. Donald Trump, we shouldn't have supply chains. We shouldn't have them all. We should have them all in the United States. We have the companies to do it. He's Jusha. He's Jusha. I'm telling you, man, Trump is Jusha. He loves the Kim dynasty. It's self-reliance time. Oh, it's incredible. I am in awe. Overheard in the newsroom. I just got something from a vanilla company. I guess 70% of the world's supply comes from Madagascar. We are going to have months and months worth of stories out of this. Hard to even know where to begin. Madagascar is now facing 47% tariffs. No more vanilla ice cream. People that support this have no idea of anything, yet they're so confident. They think it's a tax and not a cost of doing business. Is ridiculous. Wait, it is a tax. Where? So you're telling me people fucking understand that this is a tax and they like it? Like, I don't understand. I thought Americans hated tax. God, Americans are so stupid. Oh my God, I wish there was like a charismatic force, like a Trumpian charismatic force that was genuinely guided by Marxist-Leninist principles. I swear to God, Americans are the most malleable fucking dullards on the planet. Holy fuck. I have to believe that if only there was a fucking telegenic great man. I'm not a great man believer, okay? But I can't look at the situation and not assume that if there was like a telegenic, charismatic great man who truly wanted to implement Marxist principles, that Americans just wouldn't follow suit as long as you sold it. As long as you sold it to them in a way that they understand. They're over here fucking advocating for mass sales taxes they're going to have to pay for. It is mind-boggling. Someone said Cory Booker. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Anyway, in the next 3 minutes, I'm going to be talking to... actually, I'm just going to call them up right now. Let's see if they're already here. Greg Casar. Lead us to a second Shays rebellion over tariffs? This propaganda is feeding into their fear of communism in China, but it doesn't make sense. This one getting lots of payoff. I know. This permanently lives in my mind. Chinese international student in my class was telling me about how his evangelical dad in Beijing believes that Trump was chosen by God to win the election, but that his victory is part of a larger divine plan to destroy the United States. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, they've lost Ted Cruz, who is nothing, okay, and is ultimately meaningless. Ted Cruz is a meaningless figure. He is a coward and a charlatan, Instead, I'm going to be talking to another Texas politician who I actually do like. His name is Greg Casar. Here it is. Hold on. Start virtual camera. Turn on the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we have Greg Casar in the building. Let's see if we actually do. He hasn't. Okay. Oh, nope. Hello?
Other way.
You wanna put your camera sideways? You wanna put your phone sideways? Oh, almost.
I got it. Can you see me okay?
No, it's still vertical. You wanna turn it sideways?
Put this thing away like this way.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. All right, we got Congressperson Greg Casar in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on. This is very interesting times to have you on. I have a lot of questions for you.
Yeah, man, I got a lot of thoughts and questions too. It feels like every day it's an interesting and bad day, but yeah, looking forward to talking.
Yeah. Last time you were here, I was hoping that you would become the next leader of the Progressive Caucus, and since then it has happened. And it's very exciting times, I guess, because there is some momentum building up right now within the Democratic Party. There's a couple different planks, I would say, in the Democratic Party. It seems like you got the abundance mindset people on the one hand, but then you have the populist left on the other, with Bernie Sanders, AOC, yourself included in this. In the big tent, not to say that these guys are fighting against one another, but instead it seems like there is a little bit of a party restructuring that's taking place, and I do hope, and this is my assessment, you don't have to agree with this or not, I do hope that the populist left will win out in this process because I feel like it's the last hope for America to not completely collapse on its own contradictions.
Well, I'm really happy to talk about that. So let's do it.
All right. What do you think about that then?
What do I think about that baseline proposition? Well, I think you are right about a few, I think to me, very clearly right about a few parts of this. One, the Democratic Party loss in November was devastating for the world, and Trump being elected obviously has led to daily horrible abuses. But right when that happened, there was immediately a big debate about whether this was a big deal of a loss or not. And, I went back to Washington, D.C. from Texas, and there were folks who were saying, hey, this wasn't so bad. The Dems didn't lose by very much. And there were those of us who said, no, this is devastating. Losing working class voters in this way over the course of the last decade plus destroys the entire purpose of the party, undermines the entire philosophy of the party. We might as well pack up and just go home and go the way of the Whig Party if we can't solve that. And first there was that debate, whether this was a big deal. And that argument in some ways has been won by those folks of all wings of the party who thought this was really bad, because now there's actually people who agree. No matter where they stand on centrist versus left or populist versus technocratic, they say, yeah, we've been losing working class voters and we got to fix that. So people have acknowledged the collapse. The only hope in that is it seems like everybody's willing to go and work on the problem. And then what you've pointed out is now different people are coming up with their different ways of saying, well, what should the politics of the party be? And I think just the other day, after this Wisconsin Supreme Court election that Democrats so overwhelmingly won by rightfully targeting Musk's pillaging not just of our economy, but of our government, I think the anti-oligarchy political argument has really started winning the day there too, because it wasn't very long ago. And I'd be interested, folks watching at home, you should Google it. There were a lot of articles written in November, December, January about certain Democrats worrying whether punching Musk was good politics or not. They were saying, oh, this might backfire on us. We should be talking about how somebody making gajillions of dollars is a good thing. That's aspirational. No, most people don't think a billionaire should be buying the government and running the economy. And I think we're starting to win that argument too. But happy to keep talking about that. But my assessment is that was a real debate. It's not done, but actually the forces of people who say we can build a big tent by being a populist working people's party, I haven't seen this much success in a while. Of course, it's under really dire circumstances.
Yeah. I think a part of that initiative also, a part of that movement also needs to come with like real tangible changes being made in ways that the American population can see and comprehend. And I think that starts off with not instantly running to Silicon Valley tech CEOs and the remainder that still support the Democratic Party and saying, no, we're going to give you unfettered access as well once we come back to power. Please don't remove your donations. Please don't remove us from the donation list. But instead to say, no, this country is not run by oligarchs. This country is not run by the incredibly wealthy, and maybe repackaging it, not even with the terms oligarchs, but by simple corruption. Because Trump did something that I consider to be expert level messaging, where he just said he's going to drain the swamp. That was a lie. He is a swamp monster himself, but it was at its face something that we see in Latin American countries quite a bit, as a matter of fact, anti-corruption messaging. And I think that the Democrats could also engage in anti-corruption messaging, but it's not just about saying that you're anti-corruption. You have to also show that you're anti-corruption, because the Republican Party's retort always is, well, you have billionaires on your side too, and it's all the woke ones, and they're gay and bad or whatever, right? So I think that there is definitely some more movement that needs to happen in the Democratic Party on that front. But I do feel
big openings to do it now. I mean, part of what I hope we can do is right now, when there's all this energy against corruption, let's go and ask folks to get on the bills to ban congressional stock trading, to permanently get big money out of politics, to end gerrymandering. And I think there's more energy towards that than any other time that I've been paying attention here to congressional politics. The energy has been there, of course, for years, but I feel like there's an opening for us to do it right now. I was at this rally in Tucson with Bernie and AOC. We were told there were going to be about 2,000 people in a high school gym. 23,000 people showed up. They took over the entire football field. It was the biggest rally in Arizona history. And there were a lot of folks there who said, look, I wasn't with Bernie 10 years ago, but damn, he's been right this entire time. Before, when he was talking about billionaires running the show behind the curtain, I wasn't so sure. But now they're out here in public bragging about it and running cabinet meetings. And so there's a real opening, I think, where the voters are going to go towards the people who say that breaking the unholy alliance between corporate greed and corrupt government should be like the central project of whatever the good party is. And I hope that the Democratic Party transforms and goes and fills that void.
Yeah. In the interim, however, in the short term, I think, in order to offer America a stay of execution, the Democrats have a lot more that they must do in order to claw back confidence from the American public. And I think a part of that is also engaging in obstructionist policies. I will admit that one of the most united messages that I hear from the Democratic caucus overall is specifically on issues that are not exactly top of mind for many Americans, issues that they don't really care about, whether it be restoring U.S. aid funding. Now, we can argue about whether or not U.S. aid is a necessary force, but that's not what I'm talking about. To me, I think Americans see U.S. aid in the same way that they see NATO, something that Biden is talking about. It's foreign policy. It's not related directly to their pockets, even if it does have a lot of good, right? I think on the messaging front, it seems like the caucus, the Democratic Party, uniting on those issues rather than issues that directly pertain to their civil liberties being taken away, I feel like is a moment that they are that they're missing out on doing messaging on, not focusing on austerity and how damaging austerity is, and mass layoffs at the federal level as much, I think is also another one. And you can do that around the anti-Elon sentiment as well, because he is seen as the figurehead for this initiative.
Well, and here's an interesting point where I think, I'm even though I'm weird and I'm in Congress and we're all just sort of humans and we pick up messages in a certain kind of way. And I think that what you just described, even though you watch Congress and politics really close, is really interesting, because technically the united message that we hear all the time, that I hear every day in the halls of Congress is defend Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. But even what you hear most loudly is something like USAID. Why? You ask yourself why. And the answer to me, tell me if you disagree, but I think it's because there's such a strong, clear contrast between the Republican position and the Democratic position that it stands out in your mind. Doesn't matter if they said Social Security 10 times, if the Democrats said Social Security 10 times and USAID once, you hear the USAID one louder because there's such a clear difference between the two parties. And I think this is where sometimes the Democratic Party, not just sometimes, I think a lot of times why the Democratic Party message falls flat, because we think, let's just say defend Social Security, it polls like bananas, polls at 90%, but nobody hears it. Why? Because it's boring. Republicans also say defend Social Security. If we talked about expanding it, making it so that no senior had to live in poverty ever again, increasing the payments way past cost of living by making it so that people that make over $400,000 a year have to actually pay into Social Security past $400,000, and there was some controversy around it, then it'd be a message. But right now, what I'll tell you is if you say what you just said to the leaders in the party, of which I'm sort of becoming one, I guess, in its own way as the Progressive Caucus chair, they'd say, Hasan, no, our message is on Social Security. And you'd be like, well, I don't know. And we'd show you 10,000 press releases that fell in the forest, but nobody heard them. And part of it is we need a stronger contrast with Republicans, be willing enough to engage in controversy so that people notice what the hell comes out of our mouth. And and people notice on USAID because Trump got rid of it. And we're saying, hey, this might starve like lots of kids that don't need starving. And there's controversy. So people know the difference between the two parties. We say defend Social Security. They say defend Social Security. Of course, we know they're trying to gut it, but the message is so similar that it gets washed out in the whole mess.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's exactly what I want out of Democratic leadership in general, which is to move the reactionary forces within the Republican Party in the direction where they dominate the conversation and not play catch up against whatever the domineering Republican narrative is. And I think while clearly Cory Booker doing the record-breaking filibuster, even though it was not directional against like any sort of bill that was passing, is a good start on this process. I think even in that process, even within that initiative, in an effort to dominate the conversation, because that's what his comms team said, if your message still falls flat to a certain degree because it doesn't have like a bold progressive agenda associated with it, attached to it, of like what the Democrats stand for, the Republican Party will, move on from that, and it'll be all but an afterthought. Now, going back to this, going back to what you just said, though, as far as like drawing a line of demarcation between your ideological enemies and the ideological enemies of the American working class, I think there are plenty of standout issues where the Democratic Party could actually separate itself directly through messaging discipline. One of those instances is on immigration. This is an issue that you and I align on almost entirely, and yet I have seen very little conversations coming from the top Democratic leadership in Congress. And I think that there needs to be significantly more organizing on this, and the Democrats should stop being fearful of all the polls that they see that show 60% of Americans love, random Venezuelan barbers being shipped off to El Salvador. Like, they should stop focusing on that and instead have a message that is dictated by empathy and morality, and start leading rather than following the Republican example.
Well, here's a place where I think we have a lot to learn from just 7 years ago. Remember, immigration during the last Trump administration was an offense issue for the Democrats, not a defense one.
Yeah.
Because, of course, if you tell American voters in an anxious moment where we aren't picking Wall Street CEOs as the villains. Hey, things are screwed up, and if somebody's breaking the law, you have a problem with them, especially as folks report that they're feeling less safe in their own communities. Then, yeah, you're going to wind up with some of the poll numbers you see. But if you go and tell folks they're taking law enforcement resources that are supposed to keep you safe, and like you said, sending a barber to a foreign torture camp, I mean, that's not something that folks support. And I think that if we can lead with empathy, but where I would learn from the last time around with the first Trump administration is also tell people how this doesn't actually make you more safe, then I think we can make this an offense issue too. But we shouldn't lose that second part, because due process isn't just an idealistic thing. It's to protect your safety and your family's safety. As soon as somebody can get bagged by a completely, like a cop in a hoodie who is legally, like a student who is legally present here can get bagged by a cop in a hoodie for their political opinions. I mean, that's just like not a country that people want to live in. It's not the country that they imagine the United States to be. And we've got to figure out how to get back on offense on immigration, because, you know, immigration is going to keep happening in this country, and we can't let the right wing forever have that as an issue.
And it's not just offense on immigration as well, because this ties back to a severe, perhaps the most significant violation of First Amendment protections on U.S. soil up until this very moment. Only in like historic moments of like war or during the McCarthyist trial period, during the most heated moments of the Red Scare, did we have this level of erosion over the First Amendment. And it's happening at the behest of a foreign nation, which I think is something that the Democrats could stress, but I don't think that they will. And it kind of goes back to the same fissure or the same lack of interest in both leading by example and the lack of interest in like listening to really loud majorities within the base when it comes to Israel. I think this is, you know, people get very scared when the subject matter comes up. Like Democratic representatives, Democratic politicians get very scared to make bold declarative statements about this issue, with some notable exceptions. But I think it's one that genuinely would win a lot of favor from the base of the Democratic Party and independents as well. This is the one area where they never look at polls. They look at polls when it comes to immigration, but for some reason, Democrats never look at the polls on this key issue where the overwhelming majority of the population wants a ceasefire. And now they could be polarizing the base and galvanizing the base against Donald Trump, who has continued and accelerated the violence that Palestinians are subjected to with our taxpaying dollars, and is using Israel, and even worse than that, using Judaism falsely with this conflation to black bag people for the crime of exercising their free speech. It's completely un-American. It's completely unacceptable.
I'm continue to be disappointed with the small number of votes that we can get to stop sending bombs to Netanyahu, who just said the other day openly that he is keeping the Trump plan on the table of ethnic cleansing of Gaza. So it's just unacceptable. It should be unacceptable to anybody. What Netanyahu continues to say he's pursuing over there. And then on the free speech issue, I think that people that disagree with you or me on what is happening to folks in Palestine should still be speaking out on free speech. In fact, I think that it's really important for progressives when we see the free speech right trampled of somebody with right-wing views to say, no, somebody should also be able to express their right-wing views or their left-wing views or their popular views or their unpopular views. And like you said, this is something that connects with our base of voters. But honestly, there's a lot of people that are independent and conservative where protection of free speech rights is deeply important to them too. And again, when I think about how we learn from the wave of organizing energy 7 and 8 years ago, I'll be honest, I was always pretty uncomfortable with how there were moments in that period of time where there were progressives that wanted to shut down like even right-wing speakers at a school. Look, you can embarrass them, you can point out that they're hypocrites, but I think actually we should promote more and more speech, because it never works out for dissidents and creative people and progressives and workers for the state to be able to stop speech. It just never works out the right way. And free speech, I think, is just sort of should be a core value for any populist movement, in my view. Just for viewers at home, I think if you want to look up the right way of dealing with this, a few decades ago in Austin, where I'm sitting right now, the KKK was setting up to do a march. It was going to be a few dozen maniacs. And activists went and asked the mayor to pull the permit and not let them march. And the mayor, I think, did the right thing. He let them have the permit. You know, the 3 dozen freaking wackos were marching up Congress Avenue in downtown. And then 200 Austinites showed up, lined the street. And as the KKK marched through, they turned around, pulled their pants down and mooned them and humiliated them as they walked up the road. And I feel like it's that kind of a spirit that's more of the American spirit that I think would actually really behoove us as a Democratic Party to embrace.
Yeah, look, the debate over protecting the First Amendment, I think, is better served when had over the boundaries of the actual erosions that are taking place. Your state, the state of Texas, has some rigorous applications of boycott, divestment, and sanctions laws that are in direct violation of the First Amendment.
They fired, I think she was a speech therapist here in Eastern Travis County, because she refused to sign a statement saying that she was opposed to, that she was going to refuse to participate in BDS. So you don't have to have a view on BDS to have a view that it's just deeply wrong.
Yeah.
For somebody to lose their job over that. And so I think that's where this gets most serious.
Yeah, and the 2 senators that were consistently critical of the anti-BDS legislation were Dianne Feinstein and Bernie Sanders. I think that this needs to be a conversation, at least in my experience, when I have this conversation with right-wing people, with reactionary people that I talk to, both in my day-to-day or even with commentators and whatnot, they're shocked. They're shocked that this is a thing that already exists in the United States of America far before October 7, and it is only accelerated under the Trump administration, which unfortunately the Biden administration also contributed to by consistently delegitimizing the very valid student protests and encampments that were taking place on college campuses, with the 3,100 arrests that took place specifically on college campuses for students protesting against the state of Israel, calling it an apartheid or calling what Israel is doing a genocide. Even beyond the First Amendment grounds, I think that there's a reason why it only accelerates. There's a reason why issues like this only turn worse and worse under the Trump administration, because the Democrats don't consistently stand on principles on this. And I think that is a real area of concern, because I talked to Ested Herndon from the New York Times the other day, and one of the things that he mentioned to me that is kind of disappointing overall is that Americans don't necessarily care about some of the most damaging aspects of the Trump agenda. And I think that is due to a lack of communication from the Democratic Party that is recentering the attention on these issues, whether it be the First Amendment erosions that are happening with the Trump administration blackbagging students with student visas, and even Mahmoud Khalil with a green card. The process of denaturalization, or the process of revoking his green card is on erroneous claims is completely ridiculous. And also just the deportations as a whole, and the erosion of due process as a whole is not something that the American population is aware of. And I think beyond the tariffs, beyond everything that we've just talked about, the erosion of due process that has a long-standing tradition since the 12th, the 13th century, and is at the underlying heart of liberalism in general. I think it's ridiculous that we're taking that away, and it seems like the public is not aware of it. That's terrifying to me.
Yeah, it's really terrifying. And I think that we should be more clearly calling it out and going on the offense on that issue when we're talking about immigration or when we're talking about public safety. But I also think that it's really important, and we have this really critical moment where we recognize that if we aren't addressing the core economic needs and economic anxieties of the people, then we're just like all these other places that folks read about and think about only happens in a faraway place. You start losing those civil liberties if at the end of the day, we lost that November election because folks felt like prices going up and their wages being stagnant was a real freaking issue. And we sounded as Democrats like the party of the status quo. And that's at the end of the day. And if you don't make sure that you're listening to how people are feeling and feel like you can actually address the issues of corruption in the economy, baseline for people, then next thing you know, you open up that window where all these things you've had for hundreds of years can start to go away. And I, as somebody who deeply cares about the rights of the vulnerable, about righteous causes that may not be fully popular yet, we don't get to do any of that until we first make sure that we have a broad popular base of voters who believe that we care about their pocketbook. And I think that's a big lesson for us.
I'm 100% in agreement there for sure. I do agree. I think that you are better equipped to protect marginalized identities, marginalized communities like trans people, if you already have a bold, progressive, populist agenda that people sign on to, and you can earnestly communicate that and have people believe in your party again. Only after that can you go, all right, Medicare for all means for all. Like, we're not cutting trans people out of this bargain. If you want healthcare, then everyone else is going to get healthcare. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, people would be like, oh yeah, they gave some healthcare to some people where I might have some disagreement, but God, my entire life got way better. So like that's a side complaint. That's like they pulled my grandparents out of poverty and my neighbor's kids entirely out of poverty. And the asylum program seems maybe a little bit more liberal than I would want it. But like at the end of the day, these are the good guys. I mean, that's where we want to be.
Absolutely. I want to ask you one final question that might be a little tricky, and
okay.
So that's
why I come on here, man. Yeah. I always know you're always
two questions.
Okay.
First and foremost, this is not the tricky one. First and foremost, the Bernie at AOC, and you've participated in this as well. The Stop Oligarchy tour is great. I've attended it. I plan on attending the Los Angeles rally on April 12th as well. And I think that it's good because it's motivating the Democratic Party to pay attention to this kind of messaging, and it's proving your work basically, that this kind of populist messaging is something that people want. They want a fighter. They want solutions. I do, however, worry that it kind of falls short of what is necessary for the time right now. And one of the things that I'm advocating for, at least, is that there should be a narrower focus on key issues that we want to either A, help fight against, or B, move messaging in the direction of. And I think that would require organizing beyond just organizing a rally, but then using the organizational capabilities of this movement to direct it at individual problems. Mass demonstrations taking place against the unjustifiable arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, for example. I think that would be a really good way to solidify and single out an issue where there is a serious erosion of the First Amendment, and be able to maybe even deliver some kind of tangible results there to really prove that this kind of popular momentum can get stuff done. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think freeing Mahmoud Khalil is a great organizing principle, and I hope to hear those words repeated over and over again until not only he is freed, but everybody else in his situation is freed. The two messages that I have tried to really focus people on, both at those rallies and through my own messaging, are to save Medicaid as we know it, because it is on the chopping block. Like, they want to end it as we know it in the coming months. And that is a winnable fight, an entirely winnable fight. You just need national pressure and have 3 Republicans out of over 200 of them flip, and we could win that. Just like the Affordable Care Act, which obviously you and I both know how little it is compared to what we want. But since that was saved about 7 years ago, that was a galvanizing moment. Now Medicaid is on chopping block. And then second, firing Elon Musk, which I was told by Republican members of Congress was never going to happen, that he was going to make it through just as long, if not longer, than Trump. Trump's already starting to feel the pressure of how this is politically dragging him down. I think it'd be a huge win if we get Elon Musk fired. Those are the sorts of organizing principles where I think we got to make a clear demand. In my view, fire Elon Musk is a great central organizing principle. Saving Medicaid as we know it, great central organizing principle. Of course, freeing Mr. Khalil is a moral imperative. People can have their whole long grocery list, but I think honestly it's not that long, and we can have organizing campaigns around each of them. But to me, it all kind of brings us back to what is the Democratic Party's central organizing principle. And I don't think it can be a laundry list of issues anymore. And back in the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s, it was breaking that alliance between corporate greed and corrupt government, and saying that at its heart is the problem that we're trying to fix for people. And I think we've got a chance of bringing at least some of that back here in the coming months around any of those campaigns.
Yeah. Okay, so the last question I have for you before we let you go, and thank you so much for coming on, is that there's a New York mayoral race where you endorsed Brad Lander. You've met him before, according to the political reports, at least when you were a council member, and so was he in New York. And I was wondering what the decision-making was there, especially considering that there is currently a lot of popular momentum building behind someone who I have supported, someone who I plan on interviewing as well, Zohran Mamdani. And Brad, from what I understand, is also a progressive person as well. It's not, he's not exactly like a conservative either, but I was wondering if there's what was like you, especially as the leader of the Progressive Caucus.
I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I got the chance to talk with Senator Mamdani the other day, and I wished him a ton of luck and hope people rank him really highly as well. And obviously would be thrilled if he was able to win the mayor's race. I endorsed Brad Lander, who's the controller of the city of New York. So he's a citywide elected official already. And I've worked with Brad for years and years and years, like 10 years. I was elected to the city council here in Austin. First ran when I was 24, started out when I was 25, met Brad when he was a New York city council member. And what's really special about Brad is he is like a generous person in politics. Most people are trying to figure out how relationships and things flow to themselves. He was out there helping make sure that things were better in cities all around the country without taking credit for it. And that's potentially maybe sometimes to his political detriment. But, we were working, for example, on making sure that we could pass paid sick days policies in Texas, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, just like the one that he helped get done in New York City. When there were tenants getting evicted in the city of New York, and the big money that was actually behind the private equity fund that was kicking them out was based in Texas, we were coordinating across states. So he's a great guy, very, very progressive, and I think has a real shot at building a winning coalition because he's already a citywide elected official. But the good news is with ranked choice voting, he doesn't have to be a spoiler to Zohran, and Zohran doesn't have to be a spoiler to Brad. People that support them can rank them as number 1 and number 2, or number 2 and number 1.
And it seems like Zohran has a real shot as well, according to all the polls that I've seen so far, especially because I think everyone, at least every progressive person, every leftist person, even liberals should probably try and make sure that Andrew Cuomo is not the next mayor of New York City.
Yeah, amen to that. And I think it's a great reason for us to, again, in this New York City mayoral race, you've got things like public financing of campaigns, you've got ranked choice voting, and so that creates the opportunity for there to be coalition building, where like you and me don't have to be talking about how your candidate is screwing up the other candidate's shot. I think that they can, and that's part of why I think reforming our electoral system so key, not just in New York, but across the country.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing from you again. Greg Casar, everybody. Is there any final words that you want to impart on people here?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. And I just think for everybody watching, you got to know, like, we're in a moment. I went and had a town hall in Chip Roy's district, who helps lead the Right Wing Freedom Caucus, in a town of 8,500 people, 400 folks, showed up. So the organizing you're doing can make a real difference. I know, like, the last few months, people are like, what should I do? Does this make a difference? These phone calls, these town halls, these marches, this organizing you can do at your workplace, it makes a real difference. We're in a moment right now where we can transform and reshape the Democratic Party, where we can change the boundaries of all this, but we got to think about speaking to a broad set of people.
Oh, okay.
And
I do have a question. I have another question. I can't believe I didn't ask you about this.
There we go. See, you give me a little space to drag on, and here we go.
No, Trump's tariffs. So the UAW has come out.
We're in tariff world now.
Yeah, UAW has come out in support of it. I love Sean Fain. I understand where they're coming from in terms of, like, trade protectionist policies. It does feel like this is another moment for the Democrats where I hope that they message in this moment in the appropriate way, where they don't come out as, like, unrestricted free trade supporters, which is precisely the reason why Donald Trump was able to carry over that resentment against the Clinton brand in 2016, where a lot of the working class that lost their jobs due to NAFTA truly despise this brand of Democratic Party politics. And while Trump is, of course, going in this direction in the most haphazard way possible, there needs to be a industrial base built here before any sort of trade protectionism could take place. And obviously, these tariffs are going to increase the cost of living, the cost of all goods, and it's going to have truly harmful effects. I do hope that the Democratic Party position overall is not, we have to protect free trade, because I feel like that in and of itself is going to that in and of itself is not going to be a popular message. What do you think about that?
That's what Trump wants Democrats to do. He wants Democrats to just be the anti-Trump party. So then just go back into as much Clintonism as possible, which sounds like we don't care about having American jobs here. We can't do that.
Yeah.
What we should say is, tariffs are a powerful tool. They're like a scalpel. And what Trump is going and doing is the equivalent of using a chainsaw for brain surgery. I mean, like, as you pointed out, it's reckless. He's going to raise prices, and he doesn't care about bringing American jobs home or about, the American worker.
Or good benefits in good paying American jobs, especially, which is something that the UAW stressed when considering, of course, the fact that he is removing the collective bargaining power from 1 million plus federal employees right now.
Yeah, he basically just wiped out collective bargaining for 1.5 million people, and that should be a central rallying cry for our party. And frankly, I think he needs to be talking a lot more about that. He just got rid of the minimum wage of $17 an hour for federal contractors. So, essentially, look, we're gonna see with these tariffs is you're just wait to see the lobbyists coming and cashing in to get their exemptions. To have the foreign leaders of foreign nations going to Jared Kushner and Eric Trump and making an investment deal, and suddenly they're off the hook. I mean, at the end of the day, this is all about Trump and the corrupt folks making more money, not about bringing American jobs home. And that's where we got to go. And here's I think the last bit of news of the week here, alongside the tariffs. For my parting words are, Democrats used to cozy up to folks like Mark Zuckerberg because they thought he was on their side, but he was always a problem. He was always a monopolist, always screwing workers and consumers. He shouldn't be controlling the information that we all get. And as soon as Trump's in office, right, he goes and cuts a $25 million Zuckerberg settlement with Trump, $25 million in cash to Trump. And now he's got multiple meetings at the Oval Office. He's trying to get rid of his anti-monopoly lawsuit. So this is the moment where Democrats need to say, we're breaking with those guys. Those are the guys that are going to be cutting Trump the check. The tariffs can work, but this is actually all part right now of the Trump cashing in grift.
It's a sales tax.
We got
with a nefarious purpose. is a sales tax, and they want to cut the last like remaining progressive taxation structure we have in this country, and they want to make the working poor foot the bill by implementing this.
Costs are going to go up from these things. Trump promised voters, whether they're voting for him or not, that he's going to bring down costs. And all Trump's been trying to figure out is how to bring down another check for himself or a billionaire tax break. And we'll see if I'll be pushing, my party to adopt that sort of message. But honestly, the people speaking out and responding to that message makes a big difference, because if we can get folks to run for the House on that kind of message and win some of these tough seats, then you'll have folks running for president on that kind of message. And what Trump did is he transformed the entire Republican Party from a Mitt Romney-style party to the Trump-style party by virtue of winning the voters in a presidential campaign. And my hope is that there are real Democratic presidential candidates that take this kind of message we've been talking about and have the kind of transformation the Democratic Party needs for the Democratic Party's existence and, frankly, just for like the good of the entire world. So I'll leave it at that with you, but it's always good to hang out with you here and the folks that watch.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. Right. Take care.
Have a good one. That was Greg Casar, ladies and gentlemen. Text 35. I hope you guys enjoyed that, and I hope it was informative, instructive, enlightening. Yes, you now have freedom, chat. You can now have the freedom to chirp again. You have to put it in emote mode. All right, we're going to get back to tariffs as I eat because I'm starving. Only thing you got to work on in interviews, you go on long tangents. No, that was deliberate, okay? It's not just the interview. You need to understand. There are moments when I do that. There are moments when I don't do that. I'm not trying to do... This wasn't one of those instances. There's a reason why I did what I did. Okay? There's a reason why I did what I did. That is not an interview. There's a conversation. It's different. I need to also maybe rebrand it as something. Like maybe I'll do a interview segment and sometimes I'll do a conversation segment. You know what I mean? Okay. EKH3 when? What the fuck is that? There is no way that in perhaps one of the most important news days of the year, you are not embarrassed to ask me right on the heels of me fucking interviewing a goddamn congressperson about drama shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, chatter? Are you for real? My bad, didn't think you'd see it. Why'd you at me then? It's like, yeah, tariffs are destroying the global markets and all, but can you talk to me about Ethan Klein? That's crazy. You should be a little bit, at least a little bit embarrassed to say that, like right here. Stop talking about Ethan. Are you telling me that, or are you telling the chatter that? Trump talking about President Xi like a bitter old ex. Let's hear what he had to say.
People have talked about it for years, but I have a lot of respect for China and I have a lot of respect for President Xi.
When's the last time you talked to President Xi?
I speak to him. Doesn't matter when, but I speak to him.
Have you talked to Zelensky recently?
Doesn't matter when, but I'll speak to him.
Not too long ago, yeah.
What do you think about the Zoran response? I think it's a mistake, but he's worked with Brad for years. He's known him for 10 years. And I think he just like went after his, went after to endorse his friend or someone that he knows. I don't think he has any sort of like antagonism towards Zoran Mamdani, but I do think that this is a time where a Democratic Party leadership should probably, like the progressive wing of the Democratic Party should definitely get a guy with less name recognition who still simultaneously, due to incredible ground game and incredible policies that they identify with, has been able to make a name for himself in such a short period of time. I think it's important for national Democrats with national presidents to endorse them, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and the like. And I hope they do that. I hope they endorse them. Because the reality of the matter is, like, he is literally the leading contender right now after fucking Andrew Cuomo. We'll get to the Republican hogwatch in a second, by the way. I'm going to pee real quick.
Canada will respond to the U.S. auto tariffs. And today I'm announcing that the government of Canada will be responding by matching the U.S. approach, with 25% tariffs on all vehicles imported from the United States that are not compliant with CUSMA, our North American Free Trade Agreement. And on the non-Canadian content of CUSMA-compliant vehicles from the United States as well. Our tariffs, though, unlike the U.S. tariffs, will not affect auto parts because we know the benefits of our integrated production system. And they will also not affect vehicle content from Mexico, who is respecting the CUSMA agreement. And as well, we are developing a framework for auto producers in Canada to get relief from these counter tariffs as long as they maintain their production and investment in our country. Importantly, every single dollar raised from those counter tariffs, our counter tariffs, which could reach around $8 billion before remission, will go directly to our auto workers and the companies affected by those tariffs. And that's on top of a $2 billion fund that we announced last week to build a made-in-Canada auto sector, a fund that a new Liberal government would implement should we be elected.
In response to 25% tariffs President Trump put into effect on foreign cars and car parts, automaker Stellantis announced a pause on production at some of its Canadian and Mexican assembly plants, and as a result, some temporary layoffs at the company's plants in Michigan and Indiana. Detroit's car companies are already making changes in response to President Trump's new tariffs on the auto industry. Starting Monday, Stellantis will shut down its Windsor assembly plant for 2 weeks. The factory makes the Chrysler Pacifica minivan and similar models.
President Trump's auto tariffs are here, and that means
a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
But no car, not even a U.S.-built Ford F-150, is 100% U.S. made. Yep. Just look inside.
It's made up of thousands and thousands of parts. Those parts come from over 24 different countries.
Countries like Mexico, Canada, Romania. Trump wants these parts to say made in the U.S. But moving all of this is not so simple.
To lift and shift that whole thing, that's kind of like saying, oh, pick up the state of Maine and move it over to Wyoming. Could you do it? I suppose you could, but man, it would be tough duty.
So let's break it down to understand what Trump is trying to do with a slew of new tariffs and why automakers are warning it could backfire. This chart shows where cars sold in the U.S. are coming from. All of these cars now face that 25% auto tariff. But this 53% of U.S.-made cars is also affected by that tariff because of all of those foreign parts.
Some of the major components, this is for the Ford F-150. They have an alternator, create current. It's from Mexico. We have half shafts. These deliver torque to the wheels from the driveline. They're from Canada. We have tires, of course, 5 of them. These come from Korea. Of course, you have to have wheels. In this case, a styled, attractive wheels. These all come from Mexico.
Those tires from South Korea would face that auto tariff and any reciprocal or universal tariff placed on the country. Those parts from Canada and Mexico, well, that's where it gets more complicated. Eventually, they would face that auto tariff, any reciprocal or universal tariff, and an additional Mexico-Canada tariff. But the White House said parts compliant with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement, or USMCA, remain tariff-free until there is a process to apply tariffs to their non-U.S. content. And for some parts, like a transmission, there will be a lot of content to consider.
When you realize what goes into an automatic transmission, that's what this is. And so you can see this plethora of parts, gears, and seals, springs, fasteners, valves, and shafts, all these different parts. They can come from different suppliers, and those suppliers can be located pretty much anywhere in the world.
Take a look at this map showing how Canadian manufacturer Linamar creates transmissions for the U.S. market today.
This was what I was trying to explain in terms of this is also not inefficient, just pay labor. Dude. at its most basic level of comprehension, you need to understand something. There's just simply shit. This is so inefficient just to not pay labor. No, some of this is directly done to offset some of the cost to a cheaper labor site to a different country. Some of it is not. Like, what are you supposed to do? There's certain parts of the production line that need like raw materials that you just don't have here, for example. It's not always done specifically to it's not always done specifically because like they want to, I mean, it's always done to offset the cost. But some of that is not done to offset the labor cost, if that makes sense. You understand?
Today, it takes 7 border crossings before that part is in a car being sold in the U.S. These 3 crossings into the U.S. would eventually face Trump's tariffs. And even if the manufacturing of all of this was moved into the U.S., this part, the raw steel, would still be subject to Trump's 25% tariff on imported steel and aluminum.
This is going to be disruptive on day one. It's going to increase the cost of doing business.
The total amount depends on the vehicle. A Cox Automotive estimate shows a car made in the U.S. would incur $3,000 in cost from the Canada-Mexico tariffs, plus another $3,000 from the tariffs on foreign-made auto parts. Then research shows an added $400 for the steel and aluminum tariffs, and more for any reciprocal or universal tariffs.
Have you heard any concerns from the automakers, though, about the tariffs on parts that will go into effect over the coming weeks, about what that's going to mean for the price of
Well, I gave
American-made
them a big
cars?
break for a month. I didn't charge them anything, for a big month, for that first month. And they brought a lot of material into this country because they could bring it in without tariff.
But eventually, added production costs
literally
could change
just
what cars buyers see on dealer lots.
You can see
that's just literally the most short-term solution to a problem that you're creating of all time. Oh, great. They bought 1 month's worth of supplies in. Is so fucking stupid. I'm sure they brought more than 1 month's worth of supply, but it's like, okay, why are you doing it then? Like, this is what I don't understand. Not every aspect of this production is sent overseas because American labor is too expensive. You need to understand that as well. And the parts that are actually sent to other countries, ironically enough, Trump also advocated for with the USMCA.
See a stop in production of a number of vehicles, some of which are very important to some of the automakers.
Trump's goal, however, is to pressure automakers to make them in the U.S. instead.
This is going to lead to the construction of a lot of plants.
And the White House said the duties on Canada and Mexico are also meant to disrupt the drug trade.
We've lost millions of people due to fentanyl. It comes mostly from China, but it comes through Mexico and it comes through Canada.
The trade group representing Ford, GM, and Stellantis said it's critical that tariffs are done in a way that preserves the competitiveness of the North American auto sector. North American is the key there. Because of the Trump-negotiated USMCA and NAFTA before it, automakers have essentially viewed these countries as borderless.
We have really built the industry around that free trade zone that's existed for so long.
It's why Mexico and Canada exported about $75 billion in passenger cars and more than $100 billion in auto parts to the US last year. So shrinking supply chains to just the US?
If you had to move production of a vehicle or even a complex system like an engine, a transmission, an axle, and you're making that in Canada or you're making that in Mexico and you just want to move the plant, that could be years.
Analysts say even shifting a foreign-made part to a US supplier can take months.
We have well-established, very detailed testing plans for every component on a vehicle, and we don't get to skip those just because we might want to or it might be easy, right? Because it's a safety and quality issue. It costs money and it costs lives when we get those things wrong.
So either choice, moving production or facing the tariffs, come with added costs, some of which economists say will be passed on to consumers. That will push up already elevated car prices. This could then tamp down demand and slow production.
If there's less production, there'll be less demand for workers in the North American auto industry. Even before you get the cut in profitability, there'll probably be a push for more labor-saving investment in U.S. production to try to compensate for the increased costs elsewhere in the production process.
That labor-saving investment, analysts say, will come in the form of automation.
When you move production to the U.S., you do it, because you need to be close, but it doesn't necessarily bring a lot of jobs with it. It brings a lot of automation.
But the United Auto Workers Union applauded Trump's tariff on foreign autos, adding it's now on the automakers to bring back good union jobs to the U.S. To make investments months or years into the future, automakers need
certainty and stability. They want it to be clear what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and why it's going to happen.
But automakers are still waiting for clarity on the extent and application of the various tariffs, especially after the pause and then temporary exemption from the Mexico-Canada tariffs.
The uncertainty of whether and how long these tariffs will stick around is creating real dollars waste in terms of warehousing and trucking, and call it soft waste, wasted time, wasted energy, wasted attention that could be better deployed building and designing the next vehicle, the next system.
That time spent debating if this alternator should continue to come from Mexico or this crossbeam from Canada is to some a distraction from the larger disruptors in the industry, namely the fast-moving Chinese competition. China is now the world's largest vehicle exporter.
Very tumultuous time in the industry, for sure. Things are changing faster than they ever did before. And at the end of the day, you have to remember, it's not the big that eat the small, it's the fast that eat the slow. And so, whatever you are, don't be the slowest. Move quickly.
President Trump speaking about...
Oh my God. Amazing. I can't wait to hear what Greg Buttfeld has to say.
Americans. A tariff isn't paid by the exporter. China's not going to pay the tariff. The buyer is going to pay the tariff.
Donald Trump has proposed a 40% tariff, which is a tax on all of you. I think raising your taxes by 40% would kill jobs all across this country.
I have never agreed with the president's tariff policy, and that's why I do call him and I say, Mr. President, I need to talk to you about these tariffs. And he will come back and he'll say, oh, Joni, I know that you don't like tariffs, but I'm a tariff guy.
Taxing European car imports hurts BMW because they can do the same thing to us. China wins when we fight with Europe. China wins when the American consumer has higher prices because of tariffs that don't affect Chinese behavior.
Now with a 10% tariff laid down, who pays that tariff? The American workers and the American companies pay the brunt of all those. So far, Americans have paid $12 billion in tariffs. It's not punishing the Chinese, it's punishing us.
You know, the highest tariff levels in the history of this country, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, were enacted. And it shut down.
You know what I fucking hate about this? Why couldn't Trump do this for another thing that conservatives hate that would be beneficial in the short term or certainly in the long term for American workers? Like, why did it have to be this where he gets to dominate them and bully them and tell them to shut the fuck up? I hate that. Like, this feels like Trump could be like, I want to do universal health care. And these guys would be like, that's communism. Turning around and being like, this is actually great, Mr. President. These are all the Republicans who understandably are insanely anti-tariff. Now, you might be wondering, Hasan, didn't you, or you might not be wondering. This will help you better understand why I'm not immediately anti-tariff. These guys want super profits for corporations. Those super profits can only be maintained through American imperialism and the subsequent quote-unquote free trade negotiations that take place. Low-cost sites exist inside of the United States of America, but the global south is basically a universal low-cost site across the board because the most malleable aspect of commodity production that can become more efficient, as in reduced, is the labor side. And the most effective method of lowering labor prices, lowering wages, is by shipping them overseas. In the past, countries didn't allow for that sort of thing. For understandable reason, because why the fuck would you sell out your entire labor force? These guys hate tariffs, or until, Trump bullied them into submission, basically, because their goal is to maintain those super profits for corporations. They're fucking assholes. So make no mistake. I'm not anti-tariff. I'm not anti-tariff at all. I am in favor of trade protectionist policies. Having said that, however, I do not believe that Donald Trump will actually engage in trade protectionist policies, because that would require him to actually forcibly build manufacturing in this country. That would require a tremendous amount of public funds to be expended in the process. That would require Donald Trump, especially to do it in a pro-labor way, to make sure that these new factories that are being built would have to have union employees. This is something that even the Biden administration didn't do, by the way, with the fucking CHIPS Act and with Build Back Better. Even the Brandon administration didn't enforce American companies to only hire unionized workforces. Makes no sense.
On world trade, there's little doubt that these protectionist barriers that were put up in 1930 or 31 made the Great Depression worse. So let's not repeat that mistake.
I hope that our administration is looking at ways to expand and grow opportunities for American businesses and farmers and ranchers, and not get us into this tit-for-tat trade war with some of these countries, even China.
A generalized tariff that would actually harm allies, harm American consumers, by the way. And again, if we start engaging in trade wars, I just don't believe anybody wins a trade war, quite honestly. I just think there's so much collateral damage. I think it's a very risky and dangerous strategy.
I'm much more of a free trader. I have worry about retaliation against our products that certainly we have a lot of in Wyoming. So I'm focused on the businesses here at home, the impact of trade, and the impact of tariffs, which I have concerns about, and specifically the retaliation that may come as a result of this new announcement.
Strong trade relationships, particularly with Canada and Mexico, are primary drivers of our nation's economy. We must protect those relationships and be careful as we consider changes in our approach to trade to be certain that Americans continue to benefit from the economic opportunities that have created by a strong trade policy.
I'm just so jealous. I'm so incredibly jealous. I hate that Trump gets to do this and do it in the wrong direction too. And you still have these strong right-wing institutions defending him every step of the fucking way. Even if his popularity diminishes. Let's hear from Harry Enton on how unpopular these policies will look like.
Harry, the press secretary criticized the people she calls the naysayers when it comes to these tariffs. Who are the naysayers?
The naysayers are the majority of the American public. It's the American people who are the naysayers. Oppose new tariffs on other countries. All goods, look at this, 56% of Americans oppose new tariffs on all goods. How about cars in particular? 56% of Americans oppose new tariffs on imported cars and car parts. Look, the bottom line is the American people oppose. No, no, no. They do not want new tariffs. I looked at a ton of polling. It's really hard to find any in which you find folks supporting new tariffs, maybe against China, but against all other countries, especially our allies, no, no, no. Oppose.
So Caroline Leavitt again told Kate in that discussion that the president is laser focused on reducing prices. What do voters say that they believe the tariffs will do to prices?
What do voters believe the tariffs will do to prices? At least in the short term, tariffs will raise prices. Again, what do we get here? 72% of Americans overall say that the prices will go up in the short term. How about among Republicans, the Republican base? This was a shocker to me. 64% of Republicans believe that tariffs will in fact cause prices to go up in the near term. And get this, just 5% of Americans overall believe that tariffs, at least in the short term, will bring down prices. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know, Mr. Berman, that 72 beats 5.
So this is a huge move, and it's a huge restructuring of the global economic order. Whether you
This is exactly the reason why I always say Americans don't know what they want. It's not like Trump lied and said, I will never do a tariff. He presented tariffs as his ultimate weapon. He kept repeating over and over again, this is not even a fell for it again award. This is what you wanted. This is what we voted for. And yet, here we are, staring down the barrel of the gun. And so many Americans are going, what the fuck? Please understand that this is the same principle for virtually every kind of policy you can point to. I thought I'd never have to make this point ever again after the abortion debacle, when Republicans went on a tangent talking about how abortion is murder, only to undermine women's bodily autonomy and then subsequently make arguments for murder. Yes, abortion is murder, but in some instances, murder is fine, is what the argument devolved into. Why? Because Republicans, once that freedom was taken away from them, realized quickly, oh, fuck, I wanted that freedom actually. Fuck limiting abortions. I love murder. I want a baby murder. What people think they want in terms of policies is very different once those policies are implemented. Okay? Understand that. This is why I think you just have to be, Hasan, worried about the stock market. This is rich. What? Not my stock market. Hasan, worried about the stock market. This is rich. Wait, what? I don't give a fuck about the stock market. Suck my dick, dumbass. What are you talking about? Do you own any stocks? I have a 401k, which is now a 201k, but I have a 401k that turned into a 401, not so okay. But aside from that, no. I put all my assets in Hawk Tuah coin.
You like it or not, do Americans feel like there should be, or where does this reordering of the global economic order rank for them?
Look at this. Should be a high priority for Trump. Number one, the economy at 82. Number two, inflation 80. Look at this. Tariffs. 8 out of 8 on the list in terms of things that should be a high priority for Donald Trump at just 30%, 50 points less than inflation. Americans want simply put nothing to do with it, yet Trump decides to keep pushing forward.
Yeah. Right or wrong, I think it is safe to say this is a huge political risk he is taking.
100%. This could be a risk that ends up ending his presidency in my mind.
Air Force One moments ago. Let's listen to that.
I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, sir. 5 million. For 5 million.
Dude, this is amazing. You know what this is? This is like when you fall out of love with your partner and all the little things that they used to do, you no longer appreciate, and it gives you the ick. I suspect a lot of Americans are falling out of love with Donald Trump on this moment. When they think about what he did yesterday to their wallets, him running around and being like, look at my gold card, is not going to be so funny. I don't think America's going to look at him and go, haha, that's my cute president. He's so funny. He's glorious. They won't sit around and saying, based. I think every little thing he does, once the Riz is gone, will be matched against people's 401ks. The very fact that he undermined the entire global marketplace only to go and fuck off and play golf is insane.
$1 this could be yours. That was the first of the cards. You know what that card is?
Gold card.
It's the gold card. The Trump card, gold card.
Who's the first buyer?
Me.
Who's the second?
I don't know, but I'm the first buyer. It'll be out in about less than 2 weeks, probably. Pretty exciting, right?
You ready for some questions?
Anybody want to buy one? Okay, let's go.
First, we'd love to get your reaction, sir, to what's going on in the financial markets today.
Well, I mean, it's to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. We really inherited a terrible economy, as you know, with a lot of problems, including loss of manufacturing and plants closed up all over the country. You know, we've lost 90,000 plants since NAFTA, if you think of that. 90,000. It's not even believable. And about 6 million jobs. And so it was a sick patient. It went through an operation on Liberation Day. And it's going to be a booming country, a very booming country. It's going to be amazing, actually. And we see it because we have trillions of dollars committed to come in, trillions.
Sir, can I ask you, when you say that it was an operation and the patient's healthy now, does that mean you see us as kind of towards the high water mark in terms of how high?
Sure. The operation's over, and now we let it settle in. You see the plants are starting to construction already. We have many plants. Indiana, massive auto plant, the Honda, and we have so many plants, and they'll be under construction. And as they start to build,
I like this analogy, and I think it deserves some. I think we need to expand on it. America is a patient that has terminal cancer. Donald Trump went in and chopped the person's leg off and then chopped the person's arm off. And it's like, well, you know, surgery's surgery. That's right. We saved the country. It's crazy. He's like, yep, there's less cancer in the body. Before, there was cancer in the legs. At least no more cancer in the legs.
You're going to see a lot of construction jobs, and you're going to see a lot of jobs when they open.
Does that mean chips and pharma tariffs are not on the table?
They're starting very soon. The chips are starting very soon. The pharma
yes, Chad, I'm fucking eating. Sometimes I burp accidentally. Give me a fucking break.
Starting to come in, I think, at a level that you haven't really seen before. We are looking at pharma right now, pharmaceuticals as a separate category. And we'll be announcing that sometime in the near future, not too distant future.
Are you
That's under review right now.
Are you negotiating with partners currently?
What we have is we have a set of tariffs based on what they've been charging us. That's reciprocal. And those tariffs have come in, and every country's called us. That's the beauty of what we do. We put ourselves in the driver's seat. If we would have asked some of these countries, most of these countries, to do us a favor, they would have said,
dude, you're America. What do you mean? You're the United States of America. You could call up every country already without doing this.
no, now they'll do anything for us. But we have tariffs, they've been set, and it's going to make our country very rich.
But are you open to deals with these countries if they're calling you?
Well, it depends. If somebody said that we're going to give you something that's so phenomenal, as long as they're giving us something that's good. For instance, with TikTok as an example, we have a situation with TikTok where China will probably say, we'll approve a deal, but will you do something on the tariff? The tariffs give us great power to negotiate. Always have. I've used them very well in the first administration, as you saw.
You're out of your mind, dude. That's so funny. Yeah. Definitely. I swear to God, if Donald Trump took away TikTok while simultaneously causing hyperinflation, someone would probably do something that I can't say. You understand? Like that it's complete treat annihilation. Can you imagine? Complete and utter treat annihilation. It is literally a genocide on the Treatlerites. Everything sucks, and you can't even watch like funny sketches on your goddamn timeline after a long day. Holy shit.
But now we're taking it to a whole new level because it's a worldwide situation. And it's very exciting to see. And what it's done is driven a lot of great companies to our country. And you're going to see construction starting all over. I already got a couple of calls from Lee Zeldin from Environmental. He's got some big plans to approve. Like really big plans.
How long will it take to get manufacturing, American manufacturing, to where you would like to see it?
Well, let's say it's a 2-year process. You know, they start a plant, and they're big plants. We're giving them approval to also, in many cases, to build.
What do you mean it's a 2-year process? What the fuck are you talking about? Also, even in his most unrealistic most positive estimation, it will still take 2 years. That is psychotic. It's not only wrong, but it's funny that this is the best case scenario that he brought forward. Like, he should have just lied and just been like, there's so many empty factories. Why don't we rebuild them into real factories? There's plenty of real estate out there. I love doing deals. I love doing business deals. I'm the fan. Like, just lie. If you're going to lie, just be like, oh, there's hella fucking empty factories that we should just reopen immediately. You know what I mean? He's not even lying good. God damn.
The electric facility with it. So you have electric generation and the plant, and they're big plants. Now, the good news is a lot of money for them, and they can build them fast, but they're still very big plants. So I'd always say it would take a year and a half to 2 years.
Mr. President, I'm curious.
They've already started.
Mr. President, have you been following the New York City mayor's race, and specifically Andrew?
Bro, he's speaking like a man who is not worried about any upcoming elections ever again. He's talking like there's no midterm elections, no general election ever again. It'll take a couple of years.
Cuomo is now the front runner according to the polls. How do you feel about that? Do you think you can have a good relationship with the mayor, Andrew Cuomo?
Well, I've always gotten along with him. We had our ins and outs a little bit. We did a great job for him. Remember, we built the convention center rooms for him. He didn't use them, unfortunately. And we sent the Mercy ship. We sent the really magnificent hospital ship, and they didn't use it. But we always had a pretty good relationship.
You going to make an endorsement in that race?
Well, it's not something I'm thinking about yet. Is he thinking about running? Yeah.
On Russia, Ukraine, there's a Russian envoy in town for some meetings. Can you give us an update on how that's going?
We do. We have an envoy from Russia. We're talking about it. We'd like to see that stop as soon as possible because thousands of people are being killed a week. Soldiers, mostly soldiers, and Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. And you're losing 2,000, 3,000 sometimes a week. So we're spearheading the drive to get it done. Europe has not been successful in dealing with President Putin, but I think I will be successful.
Sir, can I ask you about the NSC? How many staffers were let go and why? Your National Security Council, how many staffers were let go?
There were some. Always we're going to let go of people that we don't like, or people that we don't think can do the job, or people that may have loyalties to somebody else. You'll always have that.
So you mentioned Netanyahu recently. Israel has now talked about staying in Gaza, doing long-term occupation. Has anything changed in regard to the U.S. Gaza-Israel plans?
I spoke to him today, as a matter of fact. And I think he's going to be coming to our country sometime in the not-too-distant future, maybe next week. And we'll speak about Israel, and we'll speak about what's going on. That's another thing we'd like to get solved. And I think we will get it solved. But I think he very well may be coming next month. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Sir, can I follow up on your earlier comment about TikTok? You said that the Chinese might be willing to agree to approve that sale in exchange for tariff relief. Is that something that you floated to them, or you've heard from them? Or
no, I'm just using that as an example. Okay. Let's say we had a problem with TikTok, and let's say China wasn't going to approve. We could use tariffs in order to get it approved.
The deadline is
you give them something in return.
What's the update on the deal negotiations for TikTok?
We're very close to a deal with a very good group of people for TikTok.
Larry Ellison or is it multiple investors? Just
multiple.
And then did the last minute bids kind of throw things into disarray for you, or do you have your strategy completely locked up on who's going to?
Which last minute?
On acquiring TikTok.
No, I think that China maybe will call and say, well, we're upset with the tariffs, and maybe.
Bro. Oh my God. He's so stupid. Oh my God, he literally thinks He thinks that China is going to be like, oh, Mr. President, you've destroyed us with the tariffs and we don't know how to deal with it. We will give you TikTok. You can have it for free. We'll pay you to have TikTok, Mr. President. Please just lower the tariffs, please. Like, it honestly feels like he's just suggesting that for Xi Jinping to hear. Like, in his mind, it feels like he's saying that so that Xi Jinping will hear and then call him. I don't know if I'm being parasocial or not here, but that's the vibes I'm getting from him.
Maybe they want to get something a little bit in order to get TikTok approved. Who knows?
Is there plans underway to speak to Xi?
I have no knowledge of that, but that's the kind of thing.
On Israel, can you give us any update on the Palestinian relocation plan? Are we talking to any countries?
We're going to try and solve the Gaza problem. It's been a problem for many years, for many, many decades. It's been a big problem. I've met with, as you know, a lot of the hostages. It's a terrible situation. But if you notice, hostages are being released now. And that's happened only since I got involved. So we have hostages being released, quite a few, actually.
You're still committed to the relocation?
Hopefully, I'd like to get as many hostages as we can. And then Gaza's a very, very important thing. It's been under siege for many, many years. And it's a shame. It's a shame. A lot of people.
By who? By who, big dog? Talk to me. By who? Oh, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe Gaza has been under siege by what, aliens? Who the fuck's doing it?
Die in Gaza. Gaza's been a place we have a lot of people die. A lot of bad things happen in Gaza. We'll see what we can do about it.
The dinner tonight, can you tell us about it? Who's going to be there? Any leaders?
So dinner tonight is sort of I have a couple of them actually, but a lot of it's based around charity. It's at Doral, and we raise a lot of money for charities. We're also having one of the big professional golf tournament there live, and that'll take place over the next few days at Doral from I guess tomorrow till I think they have a pro-am right now, but I'll be speaking tonight. I think I'm making a speech to the players, great players, some of the best players in the world. Oh my God! And ultimately, hopefully, the two fuck up about golf, dude. I'm involved in that too. But hopefully we're going to get the two tours to merge. You have the PGA Tour, you have the LIV Tour. And I think having them merge would be a great thing.
Mr. President?
Yes.
About the tariffs, do you have any message for the American businesses that might feel the impact of any reciprocal tariffs coming from the EU, for example, from other countries?
Well, I think it's going to all work out. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your plant or you build your product, make your product in the U.S. And so a lot of people, there's going to be a transition period because they're going to be building instead of paying tariffs to some other place. But there are no tariffs. If you think there are no tariffs, all you have to do is make your product in the United States. So it's and a lot of people are doing that.
No.
They're
she
moving,
got used to it.
Like the auto companies. I know I spoke to 2 of the 4 or 5 that are really active. And they've already started moving.
This is the
their
new meta
parts
now.
making
She thinks she runs the show. She thinks she can do this every day now.
Sir, do you have a sense of how long Elon Musk's mission will last and when he will depart?
Well, Elon is fantastic. And I think he's a patriot, and I think it's a shame what they're doing with his car company. And a great car. It's a great car, great product. And it tells you what a patriot he is. He's amazing. No, I mean, as long as he'd like. I like smart people, and he's a smart person. I also like him personally. When he endorsed me, that's when I really got to know him. I know him a little bit before that, but not much. And then he endorsed me. And it was a very strong, embracing endorsement, as we all know. And
everything's Tesla.
I would say Elon will stay for a certain period of time.
Everything's Tesla. Everything's computer. I love Tesla. What are you doing? Oh shit. Uh-oh, she getting up here. Goddamn. She getting on the table. Everything is Tesla.
and then he's going to want to get back to his businesses full time. But he's done a fantastic job. We found hundreds of, think of it, just hundreds of, we found millions of dollars of fraud and abuse and waste. And they're still going, I mean, they're going strong. They found something today that's horrible. It's horrible. So what they found, well, you'll find out very soon. What they found is incredible. And I give him a lot of credit. He's got some very smart people with him.
Do you think he can finish?
They're working very closely with our secretaries and the people that are the heads of.
Do you think you would appoint him to another position once his 130 days?
I would. I think Elon's great, but he also has a company to run, or a number of companies to run. You know, that he can do this, that he can find the time. He loves the country. That's why he does it. But we're in no rush. But there'll be a point at which time Elon's going to have to leave.
So
But he hasn't given you a specific date.
I would think a few months.
Even when Elon goes back to being CEO, will Doge stick around in some kind of capacity?
Yeah, it'll still Doge itself. Yeah. At some point, just so you understand, I don't want to get it wrong. I want Elon to stay as long as possible. Number one, I like him. Number two, he's doing a great job. Number three, he is a patriot. That's why he's doing this. And he's, it's very costly for him. But, so I want him to stay as long as possible. But there'll be a point where he's going to have to leave. And when he does, the secretaries will take totally over. And Doge will stay active. We have a lot of smart people. A lot of those people, I believe, are going to go into the agencies. And they'll work on it from the inside.
You mentioned auto companies that you've been speaking with. Have you spoken to any executives today?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say who, but I speak to a lot of the auto executives. But we have much more than autos. We have chips coming in. We have steel coming in.
Notice, look, remember what I told you about how he was going to defend Elon? How much does she weigh? Like 120 pounds, I think. It's just too much. I literally can't pick her up anymore. Like, I can't pick her up with ease. I'm telling you right now, you can't tell from just looking on the camera, but she is so insanely heavy. Like when she puts her full weight on me like she's doing right now, she thinks this is appropriate. She thinks she could just do this and get away with it, and it's fine. If she were to do this to an average human being and not one that is like a pretty fairly large guy like myself, she could kill him. Everything is Tesla. I love Tesla.
The steel factories are opening up and expanding at levels that people have not seen. Also,
tell us a little bit about your meeting with Laura Loomer and Mike Waltz today, how that came about.
So Laura Loomer is a very good patriot. She is a very strong person. And I saw her yesterday for a little while. She makes recommendations of things and people. And sometimes I listen to those recommendations like I do with everybody. I listen to everybody and then I make a decision. But I saw her yesterday. She was at the ceremony. And she'll always have something to say, usually very constructive.
No, enough.
What did she recommend?
Enough.
She recommended certain people for jobs.
Adding to the administration, not
adding.
Who did she
not
recommend?
firing?
Well, she'll recommend that too. But yesterday she recommended some people for jobs.
Did she have anything to do with the NSC aides who were ousted?
No, not at all.
Do you know how many, sir? Do you know how many from the NSC?
Not many.
Was it 5, a dozen?
I really don't know.
Who does Loomer want?
There were a couple that I know.
Who did Laura recommend hiring?
Well, I don't want to say that, but she's recommended some good people over the years. She's been in the party a long time. She's done a good job.
Do you trust your national security staff is doing what you want them to do?
Sure. We've done very well. We've had big success with the Houthis, as you probably know.
The Houthis?
Nobody's been able to do it like us. And, they were shooting the boats out of the water. They were sinking ships. That's what they want to do. They're getting a big charge out of sinking ships.
It is pretty crazy that this is what she used to look like in comparison to what she looks like now. Genuinely a different dog.
And unfortunately, they're associated with Iran very closely. So they have to stop. stop that, but we've hit them very hard.
They have to stop that. They have to stop being associated with Iran. All right, let's skip the rest of it. Trump confirms Laura Loomer gave her recommendations. I'm sorry, but an administration where people get fired because Laura Loomer doesn't like them is not going to be a stable government. Several members of Trump's embattled National Security Council have been fired over Loomer visit. A U.S. official and a second source familiar tells Axios. That is crazy. We are so cooked. I cannot believe that the most powerful government on the planet, well, I guess the second most powerful government on the planet, is run by a guy who gets his shit sucked off by Laura Loomer and listens to Laura Loomer and will say things like, Laura, she's a free spirit, Laura. She's a free spirit. You can't tamper with it. You can only try and harness it. A fraction of Laura's power will allow you to move mountains. Wait, one of the questions is on Pete Hegseth and the IG investigation. Do you want to comment on that on the Signal app?
This IG investigation, do you want to weigh in on that?
What is it?
There's an IG investigation into the Secretary of Defense's use of the Signal app.
Oh, is that you bringing that up again? Don't bring that up again. Your editors probably. That's such a wasted story. So what else?
Chinese farmland. When can that happen?
Don't bring that up again. Who's in your DMs? I don't know. What a weird question. Yeah, after 20 days of constant bombing, the Houthis are still able to bring down U.S. drones. Houthis shot down third MQ-9 Reaper drone since March 3rd. Second since March 15th, airstrike campaign began. Another U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drone was shot down by the Houthis in Yemen, sources tell Fox News. This is the third MQ... Kaya, come on. You got to get out of here. That's crazy. She's like standing underneath me. Oh. Kaya, please. Come on. Does she know how big she is? No. The first MQ-9 drone was shot down on March 3rd. Days later, where the White House launched its first airstrikes against the Houthis, or also known as the Houthinis, a part of the Yemenis. I'm kidding. Don't say Houthinis or Yemenis, okay? This is not the Brianna Wu broadcast. Generals tell me the Yemenis keep shooting down our Reaper drones, so I asked how many drones we have, and they said they just go to General Atomics and buy more afterwards. So I said it sounds like we're just feeding drones to the Houthis, and SecDef's Hegseth started chugging vodka. What is this? Why did you send this to me? This is just some random made up shit. Yeah, $33 million. No, it's more than 17. It's $33 million drones. Please cover the latest developments in the Baldoni Blair White case. What? Blair White? You think you're above drama? You're only worried about macrocosm. Even the microcosm impacts all of us. We are all Blair White? Blair White? What? What is happening? Account created 5 hours ago? Okay, dude. Sorry. Each MQ-9 drone costs about $30 million apiece, according to the Congressional Research Service. The Houthis have shot down at least 13 American drones since the start of the Israel-Hamas conflict in October 2023. A source familiar said that it could be as many as 17 drones that have been shot down since October 2023. Demand for the Reaper drones at an all-time high, with various U.S. military commanders often told there are not enough for their combatant commands. The loss of the 13 plus MQ-9 Reaper drones totals about $500 million. As of December 2024, U.S. had 230 MQ-9s in its arsenal, a U.S. defense official tells Fox News. So the Houthis have directly hit $500 million worth of drones. Bro, please stop clearing your throat into the mic like that. I'm sorry. It's like twice a minute. I'm sorry. Insane. It's just ridiculous, man. What are we doing here? 41,000 micromanagers in my asshole, dude. Holy fuck. Shut up. Y'all are so annoying. Anyway, billion plus, 1 billion plus in expenditures for Operation Prosperity Guardian on Brandon's side alone. Probably another multiple billion-dollar operation. And in the process, all they do is keep feeding the MQ-9 drones directly to the Yemeni battalions. It's great. Fantastic. Poorest nation on the planet, by the way. U.S. bans government personnel in China from romantic or sexual relations with Chinese citizens. That's crazy. Okay, dude. They quit at that point. You know what I mean? What the fuck is this? You can't even hit up some Chinese honeys? Like, what the fuck? A fella can't do that no more? Eric Swalwell can't get his fuck on? Is that what you're telling me now? I thought this was America, not communist China. Fuck you mean? No Chinese baddies, bro. What are you talking about, bro? What are you saying? This is real fascism, dude. This is real fascism right here. You can't bag a Chinese baddie when you're working at the at the embassy? Wild. Tim Walz is never going back to China, and neither is Eric Swalwell. It's Swallover. Yeah. First, Harry Hasan is canceled for having Riz. Now this, most beta cuck administration in history. Yeah, this is crazy. How will this affect Trump's support from the libertarian guys with Asian wives demographic? Yeah, those libertarian guys with Asian wives usually don't bag a Chinese baddie, though. They go for, like, Filipino wives or wives from Thailand. The Chinese GDP per capita is too high for libertarian guys to secure a baddie. No disrespect to Pinoy Gang, of course. Do they go for ABGs? Yeah, they do. Eric Swalwell is Mr. ABG Hunter. Are you kidding me? Is usually anti-communist Viet women. Oh, that's another one. Yo, that is a lock and a half. Okay, this person has an immediate relative. Spoken like a guy who has a immediate or distant relative. Okay, I forgot about that. You're so right. Wedding endowments in China be going crazy. This is messed up. This is fucking unacceptable, dude. Now the real Ankit ones get a reactionary South Korean. Oh, that's like a Mooney. All right. JD Vance hits back at critics on Liberation Day tariffs. Something has finally shifted. He's going to hit you with a, have you said thank you once?
Being told that JD Vance is in position. He's ready to be interviewed by our Lawrence Jones. Lawrence?
Hey, Lawrence. All right, thanks, family. Let's bring in the Vice President and Vice President JD Vance. Thanks so much for joining Fox and Friends this morning.
Good morning. Great to be with you.
So the last time we had a one-on-one was in your house. So you weren't Vice President. Yeah, right. you were auditioning. You were the only candidate that said if you didn't get selected, you would be disappointed. Well, you got accepted. So congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
Let's talk about some of the issues that matter to the American people.
Sure.
And it's the president's new tariff policy. And when I think about what he got elected on is to bring the cost down for people, but also bring manufacturing back to the country.
That's right.
These are gonna kind of hit each other, right?
Bro, he really became, in such a short period of time, one of my fucking least favorite Fox News commentators. There's just something about the way he operates that just pisses me off, dude. It is so... He really annoys the fuck out of me, dude. Holy shit. Maybe it's because, like I expect Buttfeld to be a racist piece of shit. Like, he just sucks so bad.
Explain to us how you get manufacturing.
You're just racist? Yeah, that's probably what it is. This is my racism. Bro, yesterday he literally laughed when Brian Kilmeade was like, we're going to run Strom Thurmond's longest running filibuster uninterrupted on the broadcast. And he was like, ha, 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 ha. It's like, dude, that's a segregationist who did a previous record-holding filibuster to stop the Civil Rights Act. Like, what are you talking about? That's funny to you? Like, that dude in front of you is just straight up undermining your fucking humanity, dude. He's just riffing with you on the virtue of civil rights.
Here, but also get the cost down for the American people.
Well, if you go back a little bit, Lawrence, remember during the first Trump administration, everybody said that Trump's tariffs were going to be inflationary back then. What actually happened? We had 1.5% inflation. We had the fastest growing economy in a generation, and we had the beginning of a manufacturing renaissance in the United States of America.
That's a recession indicator. Rappers trying hard to show their red bottoms.
Then, of course, we had 4 terrible years of the Biden administration. But I think it's useful for all of us to step back and ask ourselves, what has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? And the answer is fundamentally it's based on 2 principles: incurring a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. That is not a recipe for economic prosperity.
Chinese peasants. Dude, my man said Chinese peasants are fucking manufacturing all of our goods. Like that's not even the 2003 meta, okay? That's like 1968 meta, okay? Bro went back to the fucking 80s for that. He's like, there's real motion. There's real friction happening in the People's Republic. It's just that's crazy. The peasants are marching very long distances. We can't have these peasants making our clothing. Like the 2003 meta would be to say like, oh, little Chinese like children working in slave labor like conditions.
It's not a recipe for low prices, and it's not a recipe for good jobs in the United States of America. For 40 years, we have gone down that pathway. We've seen closing factories. We've seen rising inflation. We've seen the cost of housing so high that most Americans can't afford to buy a home right now. President Trump is taking this economy in a different direction. He ran on that, he promised it, and now he's delivering. And yes, this is a big change. I'm not going to shy away from it, but we needed a big change, Lawrence. We cannot keep going down the Joe Biden globalist pathway where we have $2 trillion of peacetime debt and deficits. We have manufacturing disappearing. That is not working for Americans. We've got to take this country in a different direction.
Mr. Vice President, there does seem to be a disconnect. You see Wall Street in the media and the markets, and they're freaking out right now.
Yep.
But then I look at those workers that were in the Rose Garden yesterday and they're celebrating. I think about all the diners that I've done across the country and all these businesses saying we've lost manufacturing here, and they're celebrating the move. What is the disconnect between the market and the people, those workers that are cheering this on right now?
Well, I think on one hand, frankly, a lot of people have gotten rich from American jobs moving overseas, but American workers have not gotten rich. And frankly, American companies have not gotten wealthy from the increasing growth of foreign competitors manufacturing overseas. As the president says, Lawrence, these foreign companies, they charge us ridiculous tariffs. They engage in a lot of non-tariff practices like currency manipulation. That has been awful for Main Street in the United States of America. It's meant those diners, their customers, don't have jobs anymore. It meant those great steel mills, those great auto plants have closed down and their workers have been laid off.
Dude, you are Peter Thiel's blood boy. What are you talking about? You're in the administration to do the bidding of those parasitic billionaires. I don't understand. I don't understand it. These guys talk about how, previous administrations, they make it seem as though previous administrations at gunpoint forced the beautiful American capitalists to move their manufacturing overseas. You know, that's what we did. Bill Clinton was like at gunpoint. He's like, you gotta move. You gotta move him away. Like that's what happened. And at every step of the way, these capital owners, the US companies were like, no, please, Mr. President, no, we can't do it. We love our pure American red-blooded labor force. And they were like, no, you have to. You have to, or I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead. And they're like, no. Parasitic billionaires takes one to no one. Dude, come on. This guy unironically said, I'm a billionaire, please. It's true, I am. Thank you, Panna Shaka lad. We can't be banning guys that are that stupid. That's entertainment.
What I saw yesterday in the Rose Garden was incredible enthusiasm because a lot of those workers, they've been working hard for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Young and old were in the Rose Garden yesterday. They've never had a president who stood up for their jobs and stood up for American prosperity. They finally see something has shifted. There were Democrats out there, Republicans. There were union and non-union workers.
The HasanAbi Snark Sub has been talking about your billionaire dad again. No, I know. I saw that yesterday and I could not believe it. These people are so fucking stupid that they got duped into believing that my father is the second richest man in Turkey because of what? A fucking AI article. An AI written article claims that my dad and his net worth is $5 billion and he owns 20,000 like apartments or something. Like, it's just so fucking psychotic. I'm sorry if you get duped by that. There's not much hope, you know what I mean? And I can't even fault you for it, honestly. We got ChatGPT making fucking trade policy right now. So I guess you're no better than the Trump administration in that regard. Yeah. Abi gizli koç ailesi üyesiysen açıklayabilelim. Evet. Yok, koçtan bile fazla parası var diyorlar. 5 milyar dolar diyorlar abi. Murat Ülker. The funniest thing would be if they actually looked up the wealthiest people in Turkey and found out that the second wealthiest guy, the wealthiest Turkish guy is the guy who made Bayraktar. Okay, Erdogan's son-in-law. There's a little bit of corruption there for you. The second wealthiest guy is Murat Ülker. And his name is Murat, who's my brother's name. I worry that they're going to look at that and they're going to think, oh, his brother is the second wealthiest person in Turkey because they're that fucking stupid. It's awesome. It's so dumb. I don't know. I mean, it's like a little discouraging to. It's a little discouraging to realize that like a fairly large, formerly progressive community is that fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, it just makes me kind of sad to think about how dumb people have become.
Workers alike, they know this is a big change, but we need a big change in this country because what we've done, what we did under the Biden administration, it just wasn't working.
So, Mr. Vice President, I know a lot of MAGA folks, a lot of Americans that are cheering the president on, especially when he takes it to other countries.
Sure.
They feel like we've been screwed for a long time.
Yep.
But I also know people that come from our background, they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Of course.
And they want to do the patriotic duty of taking it to these other countries, but it's going to hit them a little bit. They feel. What can you tell the American people that they just can't afford an extra $3 here and there about the government making up the difference from that? Will costs go up at some point? Will this just be temporary? Are we talking 3 months or 6 months?
Well, we certainly hear, and I appreciate.
He gets around 35% of the views he used to get. Most of the most dedicated snarkers are Sex Destiny fans wearing H3 issue fandom as a skin suit. Even then, dude, it's like, no, I looked it up. I looked up the fucking background of the guy who posted that. He's just like a super fan. And there were dudes in there who literally were saying that I taught them about oppression because of my own personal experiences, like growing up affluent, and how like growing up affluent, I didn't have to get like direct cash from my parents, and that's not how wealth works. Wealth and privilege works in sometimes invisible ways, like not having to work a job when you go to high school, like, you know. And a person that has heard me explain these sorts of concepts should know better than to be duped by a fucking AI article. But I guess I expect more from people who used to formerly be in this community as well as that one, you know? His brother's a billionaire? No, no one is a fucking billionaire in my family, dude. I'm the fucking richest person in my family. I take care of my whole family. Yeah, I don't think that they're DGG. Their HD's community has completely fucking swapped. Like, I think that they just, the remainder, like super fans, the remainder of the foot soldiers, they just hang on every word that Ethan has, and they don't have like a well-established, firmly held worldview that they maintain. It's just whatever the fuck. Yeah. How do you explain all the YouTube videos that say your dad's a billionaire? I don't know how to explain it. People are fucking stupid. That's it. Do you make your parents pay rent? No. What? It's called lying. But it's like such a funny lie, because what am I supposed to do? Fucking sue someone for defamation for lying about how wealthy my dad is? I mean, do any of those videos have proof? Yeah, the proof is the AI articles, the numerous AI articles that have been written about it. Stop addressing lies. Law is lose-lose. I know. It's also funny because it's like, it's funny because, like, even if he was omega wealthy, what the fuck does that have to do with my commentary? Like, yeah, I'm wealthy. The fuck? You know what I mean? Like, it's just nothing. It's not even a point. Like, it's not like a point to what I'm saying. You want rich people to literally fucking advocate for the things that I'm advocating for. It is pretty funny though, because it's like, it is funny to think, because it's like, not only is it irrelevant, but it's like not even technically not even slander. You know what I mean? Because like slander would have to be something bad, right? Like, how would you even prove that that's defamation in a court setting where you're like, yeah, they're lying about my father being a multi-billionaire? They'd be like, okay, great. That sounds awesome. The judge would be like, that sounds cool. Why would that be an issue? I'm just going to lean into it and be like, yeah, he's a billionaire. And I still take care of him. It's crazy. It's messed up. That's because I am also an even bigger billionaire. I'm a trillionaire. It would need to hurt your viewership and cause you financial losses and damages. I know.
Appreciate, you know, how I grew up.
I know.
I grew up in a family that often did live paycheck to paycheck, and we know a lot of Americans are worried. So we are fighting very hard to bring prices down.
They think you paid international student tuition as a New Jersey
Hasan's origin story.
At Rutgers. These people
His parents are extremely wealthy. His mom is a landlord of like many commercial buildings, which is ironic because Hasan famously said landlords should be pulled into the street and the street should run red with their blood. His mom is a prolific landlord. His dad is a member of like one of the largest Turkish military political parties. They're very, very wealthy.
What the fuck is he saying, bro? First of all, why is he talking about my family? Secondly, did he get bored of making shit up about me that he moved on to making shit up about my family? Like, what the fuck? Turkish military parties?
In fact, Hasan, Turkey also has mandatory service, but Hasan actually, they sent him off to college. By the way,
also, who the fuck watches this and goes, this is amazing. I love this. This is like exactly what my content is. This is what
they sent him to college from Turkey, which is fucking extraordinarily expensive for anyone in the world.
No, it's not. First of all, I got a fuck ton of scholarships. And secondly, I went to a state school afterwards in the state that I was born in.
Let on someone in
what
Turkey.
University did you go to here? Like, was it NYU?
He went to Rutgers and he went to another one that I think he got.
Internationally, that's not cheap at all.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And so he
It's just like super basic shit. This doesn't make any sense. It's super basic shit. What is happening? It's such an insane. I don't even know what to say anymore, man. Sue him, you can sue him easily. No, dude. No, first of all, it's bitch made as fuck to sue someone, especially for differences in opinion like these two clowns are trying to do to Noah, okay, which is something that I was going to talk about today because that's not technically drama, even though these guys only care about the drama. But also, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, I'm going to sue them for saying that I come from an incredibly wealthy background, and I actually was an international student, even though I'm an American citizen, at a fucking state school that I am literally technically a resident of. Yeah, I paid in-state tuition at Rutgers University, and I still had to get financial support on top of that, which I had to pay off myself. And not only that, but I paid off my brother's student loan debt and my mother's student loan debt as well. Ironically enough. And I take care of my entire family, and I'm proud to do so because I'm incredibly fucking fortunate. But it is funny to have this back and forth, which is objectively untrue.
Dodge the draft.
And it's also weird because it's like how is this content? Like, you have to just despise me for this to be actual content. It's so fucked up because you talked about your life and childhood with him on Leftovers. So disgusting. He's lying like this. I don't get it. I don't understand who this content is for. You have to just genuinely be like, I fucking hate this guy. He surely knows. He literally hysterically laughed at you on Leftovers when you told him you were born in New Jersey. I know. Did he just like reset? Did his brain fucking reset? Maybe if you weren't obsessed with E, you'd be good. Yeah, I know. I'm so obsessive with Ethan Klein that I'm looking at a video of him just saying some of the dumbest things.
Dodged the draft in Turkey. He just fucking dodged the draft in Turkey because his parents are rich.
That's like
yeah. If I had joined the Turkish military and only, you know, if I had joined the Turkish military and overtaken like a Kurdish village or something, then I'd be, then I'd have something to say.
That's like the insane thing too, because it's like when you got mandatory military service, one of the things that I brought up with like just anytime it was brought up on stream or like I had to correct somebody on like a podcast, I'm like, she has mandatory military service, right? This is a guy that like got to buy his way out. So
yeah, if only they've ever heard one, my personal experience with this, but also secondly, my assessment on the matter. I don't have an issue with people's military service, especially when they're conscripted, right? I've long maintained this position. Same with even the poverty draft. Same with even like people who join the American military. This actually puts me at odds with some other leftists as well. They think that it's ridiculous that I have this position that like veterans are evil across the board. They've done a lot of evil shit. That's their perspective. I say it does not matter what you have done in the past. What matters is if you have atoned for said actions. I knew that that Ethan's wife had served in the IDF. I knew that in the IOF, Israeli Occupying Force. I know many people. I've interviewed people that have served in the fucking Israeli Occupying Force. I know people that have served in the American military. I don't give a shit as long as you understand that it was fucked up and you work to atone for your past mistakes. That's it. I have literally defended Ethan's wife's choices in the past. I don't care about what she did in the past. I care about what she says now. I care about their actions now. Okay? Because if someone had was conscripted to join the Israeli Occupying Force, and then they did one of those fucking missions in the West Bank, and we're like, oh my God, this is Nazi shit. I'm forever changed. And I will work every single day tirelessly to never fucking make sure that this does not happen, that other people don't join, other people don't serve, then fucking awesome. Why would I? Why would I hate that? It is your current actions and your justification for your service, I think, that that is at fault here. You know? Is odd. A very strange situation.
So it's like, how are you going to shit on somebody that is forced basically by their fucking state to participate in their military like infrastructure? And on Hasan's side, it's like, dude, imagine being so privileged that draft time comes, your parents just send you off to the most expensive countries in the world to get a fucking education.
That's how it used to be. Yeah.
Wait, what? No, I wanted to come to America. My dad didn't want me to fucking study here, first of all. I don't know why I'm responding to this. They're just like baselessly speculating about all this shit. It's pretty funny. The IDF is a necessity and it's selfish not to serve. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. Especially after you have served. Saying some shit like that is completely unacceptable. Ethan calls us on a fake socialist for not serving in the Turkish army. What is this, man?
Yeah. I mean, and again, as a socialist, as a communist, and all this types of stuff, I think it was during Vietnam where rich people were paying to get their kids out of the draft, and that became a huge thing now in America. They made that now illegal. But
it's the one thing that I like about Donald Trump, by the way, that he dodged the fucking draft. Like it's one thing that I've objectively said was one of the few instances where, because he wanted to fucking save his own ass, sure, he did, what was it, bone spurs or whatever, and he fucking dodged the draft. It's like, yeah, he didn't participate in war crimes. Great. The fuck? Yeah, being a socialist means you have to do war crimes. Excuse me. The less war crimes you do, the less socialist you are. What a crazy fucking statement.
But Hasan is literally he's literally Donald Trump with the bone spurs. I mean, he didn't make any medical excuses, but he definitely they paid up so he could dodge the draft. And I mean, to me,
what is he? He just loves nationalism so much that he's a Turkish nationalist now? What the fuck's going on? He swapped from being an ultra nationalist Zionist for Israel to being an ultra for fucking Turkish nationalism. He's about to talk about how the fucking Panturanists will rise up from from the Balkans all the way to the Great China Wall. You know what I mean? Yaşasın ırkımız, Çin'e bedel kırkımız. He's like, well, I can't believe this guy didn't even fucking serve in the goddamn Turkish military. How dare he? Adam Friedland was in the IDF but lived in Israel for a year. Wasn't in the IDF? I don't think he was in the IDF. I think he birthright, right? He lived in Israel for a year and working in an ambulance, and he saw the apartheid and was like, yeah, this is fucking bad. Exactly. It's ironic because I don't think he was a fan of Israel either when he fucking lived there, and he just loves it now. That's he loved it after the genocide, which I don't know if it's like, I guess it's worse, right? Because when he lived there, he was like, this shit sucks. The food sucks. The people suck. Everything about the vibes are fucked up. And then he comes back here fucking living in Bel Air for God knows how long, like, you know, and turns around and is just like, actually, it was awesome. It was amazing. Now that they're doing a genocide, when it was just an apartheid and they would like every now and then blow up the Gaza Strip, it was fine. But now that they're doing like straightforward genocide, I fucking love it. It's my favorite. Bro, he IOF dodged too.
Like that's shameful and it's embarrassing. Hila served her country. She did her civic duty. And I think that's a good thing.
Her civic duty. Yeah. Would he say that about a German person talking about their grandfather's service in the Wehrmacht? You know? I don't think he'd have that same opinion, you know? Excuse me. My grandpapa did the service. It was his civic duty. My grandpapa, he was doing the civic duty. Hasan, they don't watch your stream, just move on. I mean, true. They'll probably clip some parts of this and be like, it's crazy that he's comparing he's comparing my statements about the Israeli occupying force to the Nazi German troops. And I am. I want to make this very clear. Okay? I am doing that. Both are significantly more powerful military forces that did untold amounts of, and are still doing, one of them is doing untold amounts of cruelty at the behest of an ethno-supremacist, ethno-religious supremacist this time for Israel ideology. So yeah, I am making that comparison. I hope people understand that. That is precisely what I'm fucking saying. Okay? Yes. Israel is the modern Nazi Germany. They're doing Lebensraum. They're doing genocide. They have an apartheid state. So yeah. Yeah. I think there should be deep shame that comes with a lived experience of doing horrible things to a civilian population like that, which is illegal, by the way. They won't watch it. One of their staffers will clip this and farm you for one day, and then the stupidest chatters in this community will send you their clips so they can also farm it. Yeah, this aspect of it is utterly irrelevant to me. What is relevant, I think it didn't register when she originally told her story, she said she was going to find a way to get out of serving if she didn't like her job. He calls you anti-Semitic for comparing a Jewish person to a Nazi, his words. Yeah, I don't care that that's his assessment. What are you going to do? Fucking sue me over this comparison? Like, yeah, it's one that I believe. And I think it's one that is true. Yeah, Zionism is a fascist ideology. Okay, it's an exterminationist ideology. That is precisely what it is. Mein civic duty. Unironically, yes, he wrote it down on his notepad. Wait, what? Yeah, don't ask him to sue you law. I think it's incredibly fucking stupid. Unironically, he wants to sue you over this exact same thing. His lawyers at some point got to be like, hey man, I know you like disagreements don't mean defamation, right? Like you can't just sue people for disagreeing with you. You can't fucking sue people for not liking you, or not even not liking you personally, but like liking your output, you know?
Chapter 1.
Yeah, I saw this last night. This is, yeah.
There's many more to come. And by the way, Hasan, if you think I'm done with you, I'm not done with you by a mile. I'm just...
Oh, no. Yeah, this is coming after the heels of his co-authored cease and desist, not even a lawsuit yet, against Noah. Okay? Ethan Klein, who successfully sued another was sued by another content creator and created the precedent-setting pivotal fair use court case, has now fallen so hard that he is going after random anonymous Redditors with the hopes that he can find their personal information and then ironically dox them and defame them, something that he has mentioned. He also he's also now suing Noah Samson, but not even suing. It's just a cease and desist at this point. He wants Noah to like retract his YouTube video where Noah said that Ethan Klein plays a role in genocide denial and defense of Israel's actions by consistently focusing the attention and smearing all of those who dare to criticize the apartheid state. What's up, dude? You take her out. Take her out. Let her out. Let her out. Let her out. Let her out. Hadi çıkar. But I think now he's gonna sue me as well. Apparently, that's what he's saying.
I'm taking the trash out. I'm saving you for my main course. You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter, who spends all day lying. It's funny, this narrative. Ethan's obsessed with his son. Literally spends hours every day on his stream talking about me. I saw the guy. I saw him.
Cool. I didn't want to interrupt.
So guess what? Don't worry, buddy. I got time for it.
Dude, has Ethan spent one day talking about me where he doesn't actively defame me? Making insane claims. Like, insane. I mean, even here, he's like, doesn't he call me at some point like a terrorist supporting fuck? Like, so much seasoning. Now, does that fit the standard of defamation? I don't know, because again, these are malleable. These are subjective terms. They're vague terms. So you can fucking fit that profile for me. If I were to call Ethan a terrorism supporting fuck for supporting the nation state of Israel or the United States of America, I don't think that that's grounds for defamation. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you can prove actual malice, then yes. I don't know. You have to also have damages, right? I mean, I guess he could report damages, but like, I didn't do anything to him. He fucking did this himself. Also, I have no malice. He's literally talked about how he wants me to lose everything and how he fucking hates me. I have never said that because I don't believe that. I want him to be happy. I want him to be emotionally secure in his life, in his personal relationships. I want him to live a happy and healthy life. And I know that this is not the right way for that. This is like, entertaining this shit is, going to further collapse his businesses.
I'm taking the trash out. I'm saving you for my main course. You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter, who spends all day lying. It's funny, this narrative. Ethan's obsessed with his son. Literally spends hours every day on his stream talking about me. I saw the guy. I saw him.
Cool. I didn't want to interrupt.
So guess what? Don't worry, buddy. I got time for everybody. I'm making time for everybody.
Thank God, man. Ay, ay, ay.
You know what I mean? And I'm just that kind of guy. The world is wide enough for all of us. Hamilton.
Like, is there no point where anybody in his orbit goes, hey, man, you look like a fucking psycho? Like, you sound like a psycho. Like, this is not good content. This is not making you look good. You can't just like decide to fucking sue people because they made criticisms of your commentary. That's not a thing that, I mean, you could do that and you could waste a lot of money doing that, but I don't know if that's going to make you look cool. How obsessed are you for Ethan Klein to talk about his obsession for you? I know.
So don't worry. Don't worry. You know what I mean? We go from the bottom up and everybody's catching these hands. Don't worry about it, Hasan.
Yeah, you're a big man. Everybody's catching these litigious hands. Yeah, just you wait. I'm going to do more paperwork. I promise. It's just sad, man. I don't know what else to say. Ethan Klein is now threatening to sue Hasan Piker for defamation. The content who failed to get Hasan deplatformed, so Ethan wants to use the law to silence his critics. Ironically, Hasan is a real case for defamation against Ethan. So does Rashid from Yemen. Yeah. This is what they want. I know. Except every time I talk about him, here's the secret, okay? Every time I talk about him, that causes him to extend his rants by at least another month. And that literally further feeds into his mania, and it pisses off his remaining fans as well. So he's just like inevitably going to wither away what remains of his actual fucking fans by talking about it over and over again, by talking about me over and over again, until people go, all right, what the fuck is all this for? And it's not going to get me mad. It's just not going to work. Why not give him the D treatment at this point? Just ignore. Two reasons. One, clearly that didn't work with Destiny. The only thing that takes these people out is just their own moral failures being brought to the forefront. And secondly, the reason why I'm talking about it right now is because he's doing a thing that I think is completely fucking inappropriate. Suing another YouTuber and like creating a completely ridiculous lawsuit with claims that another YouTuber has defamed you for directly posting your statements, not even like shit that's clipped out of context in general, but directly. He's not suing Noah. No, he is. He wants to sue Noah for defamation. He said he issued a retraction, a cease and desist, and I want to look through it. Does anyone have the actual, because I think he revealed it as well. But yeah, he said he wants to sue Bad Empanada. He said he wants to sue Bad Empanada and Noah Samson. And he has issued a cease and desist to Noah Samson so far. And it's interesting because like, I think he has, like, if the standard for defamation was that low where he could technically sue someone and like win a court case, he would be fucking destroyed. Ethan Klein has called people pedophiles over and over again when he doesn't like them. I think he fucking made inferences that the CEO of Twitch was a pedophile. He called him a fucking Nazi over and over again. So the idea that like, this is it. Noah Sampson, Noah Sparks, demand for correction pursuant to California Civil Code. Dear Mr. Sampson, we are counsel for Mudahar Anas, Muda, and Ethan Klein, Ethan, collectively our clients. If you have counsel, please forward this letter to them and have them contact me about this matter. We are writing to you pursuant to California Civil Code, CC Section 48A, demanding you make a retraction and correction in compliance with their statute. With the statute. Your March 11, 2025 video titled, The YouTubers Who Backed the Genocide, the first defamatory video. The defamatory video contains numerous defamatory statements against our clients, which are set forth below. The law of defamation, libel is defined, we already know. Provable falsehood, okay, explains what that is. Examining both the language and the statement in the context of the required, actionable assertions of fact, their statements are factually specific. Furthermore, wait, what? Wait, this is just describing fucking case? What? Where is the actual fucking knowledge of falsity can be proven by demonstrating the defendant review the information contradicting the defamatory statement? Court found it critical to demonstrate that the defendant knew long before the distribution of contested mailers that the plaintiff did not pay damages to the city for fraud. Look at footnote 1. Our clients do not concede that CCC Section 48A applies in this matter and expressly reserve the right to challenge its applicability in the future. Wait. I'm too stupid. I'm not like a law guy. But why do they not say this is just a cover your ass statement? It's not contradictory. First defamatory statement comprises the thumbnail for the defamatory video, which depicts our client as against the backdrop of the destruction of Gaza, coupled with the title of the first defamatory video, i.e. the YouTubers who backed the genocide. A screenshot is provided below. The first defamatory statement falsely asserts that our client supports genocide in Gaza. The verb to back means to support by material or moral assistance. The term genocide is a crime defined as any of the following acts. Oh, I'm glad that they put the definition of a genocide there. So I guess they do agree that Israel's doing a genocide. So that's cool. Woke law firm. They're being woke. In the words of Chuck Schumer, they're anti-Semitically claiming Israel's doing a genocide, I guess. Whether our clients supported by material or moral assistance or otherwise genocidal acts by Israel with the intent to destroy and hold and apply to the Palestinians is subject to being proven true or false. The surrounding context further emphasizes the first defamatory statement is an actionable assertion of fact. Throughout the first defamatory video, your language is factually specific, earnest, and in serious tone. This is emphasized by holding yourself out as having specialized knowledge or expertise in the Israel-Palestine conflict due to a large volume of materials you cite in the first defamatory video, much of which you misrepresent. Wait. Critically, you either fail to disclose the factual basis of the first defamatory statement or you misrepresent the factual basis in the first defamatory video as detailed below. For Muda, the video only shows two very brief clips. Twitch is discussing the evil platform. See defamatory video. Not only did you fail to disclose the source of these clips, it is evident that you intentionally misrepresented it in Muda's video. He explicitly states, like I've said before, I've been clipped a few times, and even when I stream, videos do get uploaded of my takes on situations that I feel like I need to clarify. I'm not somebody that is afraid to say that genocide is wrong. I think there's an actual case of, genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. Further, in relation to Twitch's IP ban of Israel-Palestine, Muda also states, honestly, if you really think about it, this rule actually hurts Gazans more than it could hurt Israelis because Twitch is geo-block. If it's targeted in the region, if you wanted to... Moreover, if you intentionally omitted portions of Muda's video that demonstrates he does not support the take of Zach Hoyt, a.k.a. Asmongold, on Palestinians, immediately before the clip, he used the defamation video, Muda states, so obviously Asmongold walked back his statements and apologized. He said, my bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive. I like that the context in this instance doesn't actually change the point that Noah Sampson was making at all, which is why it's funny when they post this. Like, this is for, I guess, an outsider or something. That's literally what they do to you. No, they do this to me when I'm like arguing for the exact opposite thing that they claim I'm arguing for. The context in both of these quotes do not change the overall point that Noah is making, which is that these guys, by soft pedaling and Muda called you a rape apologist. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like fucking nuts. It's insane. Like there are tremendous amounts of defamatory statements in virtually everything that Ethan does to random people online, all the way to like other content creators. So it's like funny that he's just trying to litigate like serious assessment, serious analysis over the ways in which certain YouTubers have either omitted details or have refused to cover the Palestinian victims of a genocide, and therefore are playing a role in doing propaganda for Israel, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It does not matter. The intentionality here does not matter. What matters is the results. That right there is a assessment that I think Noah has every right to make. What the fuck are we doing here? That's not like a suable offense. Yeah, if there's a GoFundMe, if he were to set up a GoFundMe, if he were to actually get sued, I would absolutely fundraise for it. Lastly, Muda's initial reaction to Asmongold's take on Palestinians is easy to find on YouTube. Due to your intentional material omissions and misrepresentation of what Muda stated in Muda's video and Muda's reaction, the first defamatory statement is an actionable assertion of fact that was made with the knowledge that it was false. As for Ethan, you either failed to disclose the factual basis for the first defamatory statement, or when you did disclose the factual basis, you either misrepresent the facts or rely on, what is this, Bad Empanada, a source known to be highly biased against Ethan with a history of harassing, doxing. The second defamatory statement, in the content nuke, you can find yourself just about every time when we looked at the terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda, ensures Hamas mass rapes hoax, the same hoax that was used by Western media, the U.S. government, and the Israeli government to justify genocide. Wait, what? Why is that defamatory? Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah or the Houthis in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel genocide. He cites baseless claims from the Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. Wait, all of that is factually accurate. You can't say it's defamation. What? He did all of that. Hello? I don't understand. What is the point here? He repeats Nakba denial in his cease and desist. Yeah. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses to attack as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi took over the first defamatory video. This is also correct. These are incorrect. This is the haphazard, shitty way that Ethan put together his fucking content, his context puke. It's not the fault of others that he didn't do a good job correcting his misinformation on a video that has been seen by millions of fucking people is the appropriate thing to do. You can't fucking sue someone for pointing out their erroneous claims. What the fuck? Yeah, this is textbook, not defamation. Noah's accurate in his statements of fact and aligns these statements in his opinions about Ethan Klein as a total garbage law. Yeah. Fourth, he spreads the long debunked Nakba denialist points, talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine. Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims, such as the UN report. He claims proves Hamas mass rapes allegations. Wait, why do they post like all of the best parts about that directly show the fraudulent way in which he put this fucking content slop together? Further, it is clear that you knew that Ethan did not support genocide because you watched or claimed to watch content nukes, and Ethan expresses his condemnation of Israel's treatment of Palestinians. Oh my God. I think many of you probably also help TikTok. So go ahead, start posting about it. Spread the word. Aside from being morally good thing to do, it's also becoming sustainable. You know, it's algorithmically viable. The Ethan Klein crash out industrial complex is booming. What? For the second defamatory statement, you did not disclose the factual basis for how Ethan engaged in every type of manufacturing consent with one exception. Your false assertion that Ethan spread the Hamas rape hoax, which you expanded upon with the fifth defamatory statement, i.e. false assertion that Ethan misrepresented the United Nations report. The mass rapes on October 7th were not a hoax. In your first defamatory video, you cite paragraphs 84 and 86 from the UN report. First defamatory video from the language you displays in the defamatory video makes it clear that there were mass rapes on October 7th. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple independent sources at different locations, the reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during the 7th of October. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some form of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, or cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment, was also gathered. Yeah, this doesn't meet the standard of evidence by that very same UN report that they are conveniently refusing to mention, I think. UN report, with regards to hostages, the mission team found clear and convincing information with some hostages taken to Gaza have been subjected to various forms of conflict-related violence and has reasonable grounds to believe that such violence is ongoing. Page 86 of the UN report does not support the assertion that Hamas did not engage in mass rapes on October 7th. As the plain language of the investigators could not determine the exact scope of sexual violence because it would require a separate, more comprehensive investigation, not because there was no evidence. No, they said that there wasn't enough hard evidence, and Israel did not allow them to accrue hard evidence to conduct a separate independent investigation. The mission team was unable to establish the prevalence of sexual violence and concludes the overall magnitude, scope, and specific attribution of these violations would require a fully fledged investigation. A comprehensive investigation would enable the information base to be expanded to locations what the mission team was not able to visit and build the required trust with survivors, victims of conflict-related sexual violence who may be reluctant to come forward at this point. Interesting. Is this cease and desist and everything prove the entire basis of the fucking ICJ case against Israel all over this over a fucking YouTube video? Yeah. So very weird, very weird circumstance here where I guess like a California judge is supposed to make a full established statement on the UN report and whether or not the UN report said what it actually said or something different. Additionally, immediately after the second defamatory statement, you cite materials you claim to support an assertion the same hoax was used by Western media. By misrepresenting the factual basis of the second defamatory statement, third, despite making the factual assertion that Ethan spread overt misinformation and straight up lies about Hezbollah, you do not identify a single piece of misinformation or falsehood Ethan made about the organization. Indeed, you do not address, let alone refute the assertion made in the nuke that one, Hezbollah engaged in terrorism resulting in the deaths of thousands of civilians. That's not the assertion that the nuke made. The assertion that the nuke made was that Hezbollah killed 500,000 people in Syria, which is not correct. These people are fucking mad. Hezbollah initiated the most recent round of fighting, which resulted in 100 Israelis killed or over 200,000 displaced. But that wasn't the argument that he was making. In the fucking video, he literally... Am I wrong? Didn't he say in the video that the entirety of the deaths in the Syrian civil war was attributed to Hezbollah, according to Ethan? He's the one who fucking said the wrong thing. And here's the difference between myself and someone like Ethan. I didn't look at that and immediately go, oh, he's directly lying. I said he's too stupid because he just looked at Wikipedia, most likely, and looked at the top number and thought, oh, Hezbollah did this. But I don't know if he said it in the nuke or not, because I didn't watch the nuke, as you guys know. Dude, this is like some Trumpian nonsense, by the way. This is some shit Trump is doing. Like, how is Ethan Klein any different than Donald Trump? Just a much smaller version of that, I guess. Oh my God. The video evidence is silence. Screams before silence. White House screening. And then the Saudi newspaper, the Saudi propaganda paper that he correctly claimed, he correctly stated was a Saudi royal family owned newspaper, Ashraq al-Awsat. Amazing. Anyway, Hezbollah orchestrated the assassination of the Lebanese prime minister. Hezbollah hijacked airplanes. Hezbollah fired 1,500 rockets, 15,000 rockets at civilian areas. Hezbollah intervened in a civil war to aid the dictator Bashar al-Assad, which resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians. Hezbollah's, notice how they're not saying what Ethan claimed, which is that they killed 500,000 people in Syria.
About Hezbollah and the Houthis in order to delegitimize their struggle against the Israeli genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about the Houthis, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery, when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. What I find so interesting about this is, like, you're really going to go on record and say, like, you're going to defend the Houthis for being, like, I guess, anti-slavery? Like, the Houthis have slaves. Why are you erring on the side of the slaver?
What's really interesting about this is he made a false statement. Noah and Bad Empanada correctly showed that statement was like the information that he used to make an erroneous claim did not actually suggest what he thought it suggested. Like, I know he probably thinks he can just fucking get away with it because, like, who the fuck's going to defend the Houthis, right? But, like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You got God. You fucking got God, dude. You didn't do diligent research when you were trying to put together this fucking Hasbara slop. What are we doing? I'm so confused. You think he's going to go through with this, or is he just clowning? I think he's insane enough to do it. He's insane enough to do it because he knows that he has a lot of fucking money to burn. He doesn't give a shit. It's clear to me that he doesn't care about any of his, like, former friendships. He very clearly doesn't care about he very clearly doesn't care about, like, his analytics crumbling. People are fucking leaving his community by the thousands. Proof, you are speaking his opinion, speaking with evidence to his claim. I don't understand how this is defamatory. This doesn't even seem to meet the burden of proof of damages from the potential plaintiff. It's interesting because, like, there are rules against this. Like, you can't in the state of California especially, you can't just fucking hit someone with a lawsuit like this unless there is some serious defamation that took place. California's anti-slap statute provides for a special motion, and Ethan knows this because he's been involved in this, right? Doesn't he have one for fucking what is it, Brian Kavanaugh or whatever? Ironically enough, he has become a Brian Kavanaugh. But yeah, provides a special motion to strike a complaint where the complaint arises from the activity exercising the rights of petition and free speech. The statute was first enacted in 1992. The statute was enacted to correct the abuse of the anti-slap statute. Strategic lawsuits against public participation. It happens when someone, usually a rich person or a company, silences their critics by slapping them with a costly lawsuit. how do they not realize that this is precisely what he's trying to do? Yeah, it's probably a safe bet that the vast majority of people have never heard the term slap, even though it's a major factor in California litigation. It's also likely that if you're reading this, it is because you are involved in litigation where the issue of anti-slap motion has arisen and you are looking for information. SLAP is an acronym for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. It's a lawsuit filed for the improper purpose of trying to silence criticism or to prevent someone from pursuing their own right to redress. I'm trying to not be biased here. But if Ethan were to entertain this beyond the cease and desist, which is just simply a lawyer telling you with a letterhead to shut the fuck up, and will normally work for the average person. If you're like an anonymous Redditor who's worried about their information, their private information becoming public in the hands of a guy who is cynical enough to use it, right? And sick their fan base on you, then that works. But if you hit like another YouTuber with a cease and desist like this, it's not going to work. One, because public figures, YouTubers especially, have at least like the finances to be able to combat this sort of thing. But secondly, you can be hit with a fucking counter that would slap you in the fucking face. He was frothing at the mouth, saying his lawsuit would result in garnishing Noah's wages for decades. What? By the way, the lawyer he hired is an anti-slap lawyer. Maybe that's why he... Maybe that's why he's like... I don't know. Perhaps don't admit that on stream. What are you talking about? %90 of slap motions succeed in California where a defamation case is dismissed. He lost his slap motion to Cav and is now appealing it. Yeah. Approximately 30 states have enacted. Before proceeding any further, let's be sure you have a good grasp of the lingo. The slap is a lawsuit filed by the plaintiff against the defendant, which seeks to either silence the defendant's free speech or to prevent the defendant from seeking a right to petition. The defendant seeks to have an action dismissed by filing what is called a special motion to strike. The special motion to strike is the anti-slap motion. The slap can be, and often is, a cross-complaint filed in the action. That is where many attorneys who are unfamiliar with slap law get into trouble because they file a cross-complaint that attacks the complaint, and that itself is a slap. It's a statute intended to frustrate these actions by approving a quick and hopefully inexpensive defense. Although called a special motion to strike, the anti-slap statute creates a complicated hybrid of a number of motions, from demurrers to motions for summary judgment, with a dash of injunctive relief. When a defendant is served with a lawsuit the defendant asserts is designed to improperly silence his speech, he has the option of filing an anti-slap motion in the first 60 days after service, although the court has the discretion to consider anti-slap motions filed beyond the 60-day deadline. If the plaintiff files an amendment complaint at any point, that may restart the 60-day clock, depending on act in furtherance of a person's right to petition on free speech under the United States or California Constitution in connection with a public issue. Any written or oral statement or writing made before a legislative, executive, or judicial proceeding, or any official and any other official proceeding authorized by law. Any written or oral statement, writing made in place, an open public forum in connection with the issue of public interest. Yeah, I don't understand. First prong, defendant must show that the speech falls under the anti-slap law. Second prong, is the plaintiff likely to succeed? I mean, when it's a public figure, when you were talking about public figures, it's already harder. It's the bar is already higher to be able to defame a public figure to begin with. But beyond that, I think beyond that, there's not anything that they can point to in Noah's videos that isn't like a matter of opinion after pointing to well-established facts. And even if there was something, I think even if there was something that was false, right? You could still make the argument that like you didn't know what the truth was. You know what I mean? There's no malice there either, unless you can prove malice, like that that the party knew that Ethan believed in something and then admitted that they were still going to say this with the intent of defaming them, with the hopes that they would lose money or something or lose support. It's very difficult. I don't think there's any malice here whatsoever. I guess you could technically prove damages, but the damages are not caused by Noah's video. The damages, like I'm thinking of what would happen if Ethan tried to sue me, right? And it's kind of funny because if he tried to sue me for something, he could present damages, most likely, to be like, see, my fucking my subscriptions are in the red. People are leaving my channel in droves. You know, I don't know. Maybe like my merchandise company is not doing as well, right? But the problem is, in that circumstance, you would have to also prove that I have done something to trigger that. And I have not. I haven't done anything. As a matter of fact, I defended him for far too long, as a matter of fact. And not only did I defend him, I also simultaneously told him that I don't have any ill intent or ill will against him. So it really doesn't make any sense. Like I didn't do shit. It's like suing a random onlooker that you've decided to stalk and harass. And because you're stalking and harassing it came across as really fucking annoying to a bunch of your own fans, they left your community and you suffered financial repercussions against that. And now you're desperately looking for someone else to blame. And you say, well, he shouldn't have been sexy. He shouldn't have been looking sexy over there. Okay, I'm suing him because he wouldn't fuck with me. And it made me lose my mind. And that's like, okay. Good luck, I guess. Getting so mad you get litigious is some Amerifat bullshit. Oh, yeah. It's also weak. It's so weak. I do think it's kind of, I will admit, I feel like it's kind of lame that other content creators that see this stuff maybe don't recognize the severity of it or the lengths that Ethan is going to, but see this stuff and then don't say anything because they're worried that he'll come after them too. What is this? Ethan Klein, Hosborough new hire, seen here fantasizing about Hasan Piker having sex. What?
Rocking the merch. And he cut off the sleeves too, by the way. It was fucking cool as hell.
Yeah, that's so hot.
I'm not going to fashion police him, but these shoes do not go. I'm sorry. The shoes just don't fucking go with the outfit. It's ridiculous.
Outside, motherfucker.
Like, bro, get real. Can you please get real? Oh my God. Hasan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Mm-hmm.
He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself.
I don't want to think about that, man.
Think about
too
it.
much. Nope.
Think about it right now.
Stop.
I think I must be right, by the way.
shooting rope.
Oh. What the fuck? You're a weirdo, man. You're fucking weird. What the hell? That's weird as hell, dude. What the fuck? I know Matt Lee was joking when he was like, yeah, Ethan wants to fuck Hasan, I think. But Now I'm beginning to think it's just like maybe he does. I don't get it. Sue him for sexual harassment? Okay, calm down, dude. What has happened to the H3H3 podcast, dude? It is fucking weird. It is a weird ass podcast now. How the fuck did this happen? How is this even remotely entertaining for people? It's kind of scary. Anyway, can you please stop breaking YouTubers' brains? Please stop breaking Republican legislatures instead. Dude, I'm not doing nothing. I didn't do anything. What the fuck do you want me to do? I don't want them. Only 15 U.S. senators voted to disapprove pending arms sales to Israel, while Trump and Netanyahu openly plan to ethnically cleanse and annex Gaza. Inexplicable nay votes from Ossoff and Warnock, who voted in favor of a similar resolution in November, but now that Trump is doing it, they're like, nah, we like it. Yeah. After watching that gross clip, I came to the conclusion that you are obsessed with him. Yeah. Do you ever just stop and think, man, we were friends? Yes, I used to all the time. Now it is expected that he behaves like this. I just don't know. I don't know what to do. I also don't understand, like I don't even think I hate Elon Musk as much as Ethan hates me and his fan base hates me. Which is kind of sad to think, like, this person, I think I have pretty decent reasons for hating the wealthiest person on the planet who is directly undermining the federal agencies, laying off tens of thousands of people, right? And even then, I don't think I hate Elon Musk as much as Ethan seemingly hates me. Holy fuck. It's weird. Very, very strange. There's no reason to hate Ethan. He's just a pathetic man. I can't stand seeing it. I agree. I don't necessarily I don't hate him at all. I feel sad. That's what it is. Anyway, let's get to some fun shit. Here's Unc on Patrick Bet David. Let's do it. Apparently, he also pissed off my favorite.
Answer me that question.
First of all, the border was not open.
Give me a. Are you kidding me? Look at the. What do you mean the border wasn't open? Are you? Hold on. Did you smoke before you came in here? That's ridiculous.
By the way, anybody can look at that video. The things you were saying yesterday was a complete sack of lies or just misinformation.
Be honest with me. The
immigration,
year over year. Sam,
illegal
immigration year over year. The fact that you're saying the border wasn't wide open. How many deaths?
Oğlum kendimi duyamıyorum ya. Amına koydun yani. Tamam açsın o zaman, pili çıkarsın içinden. Bu kadar basit. Ötmez o zaman. Ben yenisini takarım sonra.
How many deaths have happened?
Period.
That's the best part
about it. And that's the
because
definition.
They were told to come. Sam, let me explain something. When your president says come to the country,
just going to yell all the time?
No, I'm not yelling. You just give me facts.
Can I turn down his microphone because
you can't? Yeah, just see which one he is. I think he's seat 3 or which one is it, Rob?
Seat 3.
Seat 3.
Seat 3. Go ahead, lower that right there.
And then the mic.
Right there. There you
volume,
go. Is that
lower.
good? Is that good?
Seat 2.
Seat 2. There you go.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Go ahead.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So
you're still going to hear the truth, though. So go ahead.
No, I'm happy to.
Yeah. Answer me that.
Dude, he got him so red. Last time I saw him that red was when he was facing off against me at Piers Morgan. What the hell? Why did PBD invite your uncle and not you? He's afraid of the smoke, dude.
Illegal immigrants
Hold
that
on,
came those 4 years.
I will get to illegal.
You don't care about those people.
I will get to the
you cared about children.
But you don't want to talk about this, and I don't blame you because it's embarrassing.
No. But let me do a quick time out.
Every one of those Social Security numbers.
Do a quick time out here. Sam, let me just do a quick time out. You said you don't want to talk about this. You just spun away from a question I asked you, and you brought this up. You haven't even addressed the question I asked you. Wait a minute.
This is why your party sucks. Sam Cedar takes heat for defending Biden's open border policies.
We'll get to the
point that I
illegal
asked. Let's go back to what I asked you. I asked you a question that the money that's going in, Americans prove that they don't trust the government getting the money than free market, free enterprise.
I don't think that's the case.
You never addressed that.
I don't think that's the case. People love Social Security. People love
wasted
Medicare.
Expenditure. What we learned with Doge. The American people said, Sam, enough of you taking our tax money and see what you're doing with it.
Elon Musk made that Wisconsin election of a referendum on Doge to the extent that we've seen anybody vote on Doge. Nobody heard the word Doge before November of last year. To the extent that we've seen a referendum on Doge, it just happened in Wisconsin. It happened in Florida, where the size of the win by those Republican congressmen was cut by 17, 20 points. I mean, this is a wipeout. And every Republican, you're going to see a difference in Republican lawmakers over the next year and a half, because anybody who was in a plus Trump 8 district or less is now starting to go like, wait a second. That's why Musk is being shown the door, supposedly. So getting back to my point about those Social Security numbers, they were given all to legal non-citizens. And every one of those cards, you can't vote. Because I think you definitely said, and I think maybe you said, that this is a Democratic strategy to get voters. Hold on for a second. The Social Security card that they get literally says not legitimate for voting purposes. It is so that these non-citizens who are legal, just like when you came in, pay into the Social Security system and get... Many of them never get that money back. So in addition to the undocumented immigrants who pay in $22 billion a year into Social Security and get zero back, these people pay several $billion in a year, and only if they become citizens, which most of them won't. Most of them will go back home over a period of time. They're here for temporary protected status. Maybe some of them are refugees and they get permanent citizenship. They won't get that money either. So every single thing of that video, this video here, was completely wrong that you guys did. It was fascinating to me because I feel like you, at the very least, I believe that you care about the information you're putting out. And this was all wrong. And
so they're up there. So Sam, this is all a lie. These guys were up there just completely.
I hate that the answer to this is yes. Like, it's so sad because, like, I kind of get why, if you're a defender of this administration, you're like, oh, you mean to tell me that everything that this professional administration is posting about the ridiculous cuts to expenditures is a lie? And it's fucking sad that the answer is yes. Pretty much everything. It's either shit that they don't like and think is silly to spend money on, okay? And that's a matter of debate, fine. Or directly fabricated cuts, like just not a thing that was real, that or a program that no longer is continuing anyway. It's like a program where the budget for the program was like $800 million, and they've already spent like $799 million of those dollars, and they go, we just cut $800 million by ending this program. And it's like, no, you already spent it. You didn't cut shit. You cut $1 million. That's what you cut.
Bullshitting with all the numbers, where he's saying that people in the government are blowing the whistle.
And when they're talking about like non-citizen Social Security numbers, like, yeah, no, that's completely fucking made up. Dude, Social Security, before they started firing federal administrators, Social Security is so crazy that if you died and you accidentally collected a Social Security paycheck, like if a Social Security paycheck like hit your fucking hit your bank account and you died, they would take that away from you. Like the government claws back every dollar. They take it out of your account directly. It's so funny that these guys are like, nah, there's just so much fraud happening. And in spite of all that, is there fraud happening? Certainly, of course. You know, it's impossible to combat fraud to a degree where there's just no fraud whatsoever, but it's marginal. It is marginal. It's marginal. The idea that there are, you know, tens of thousands of 300-year-olds in America or whatever that are collecting Social Security is fucking ridiculous.
So he didn't want to say their names. He was giving them praise. And for Sam, for you to say that you care about the kids and the labor and all that stuff. We've had an open border for 4 years, and all the illegals, way more than 10 million, have come into this country.
And they're moving away from Social Security to the fucking illegals now.
California, is that where you live?
No.
Where do you live?
I live in New York.
Okay, great. Even better. California. So the amount of money that we spent on illegals with housing and all that shit, and Gavin Newsom passing a law that you don't even need an ID to vote. You're saying that we're coming up with where these people aren't coming in for the votes? That's the main goal of this whole thing. What was the open border for? Why was the border open for 4 years? Answer me that question.
First of all, the border was not open.
Give me are you kidding me? Look at the... What do you mean the border wasn't open? Hold on. Did you smoke before you came in here? That's ridiculous.
By the way, Vinny, here's the part, though.
You're full of it, bro.
Here's the part.
Get out of here.
Sam, here's the part when I hear this, okay?
Anybody can look at that video. The things you were saying yesterday was a complete sack of lies or just misinformation.
Be honest with me.
Immigration year over year over year. Type in illegal immigration year over year.
The fact that you're saying the border wasn't wide open. How many deaths have happened? How many fentanyl deaths have happened per year while your freaking president Joe Biden was in office? How many? Hold on. How many Americans died just from fentanyl, and you're saying the border wasn't wide open? We've had the most illegal entry in 4 years in the history of the country. Dude. This is why, let me finish. And this is why your party sucks. This is why your party is at 29% approval. 20%. Because you got 20, thank you. Because all you guys do is talk shit and just go anti-Trump. You have no policies. You guys have no vision. You have no leaders. You're talking about oligarchs and you hate the oligarchs. What do you think Bernie Sanders and AOC are going to get their money from? Their donors. Are you, don't lie to yourself. For you to look, and like, by the way, you're talking about yesterday we lied.
AOC and Bernie Sanders don't take money.
Hold on, ready
from
for this?
People.
You're saying that we lied 2 days ago. You just lied, and you're going to look like a fool that the border wasn't wide open. Look at this chart. What does that chart say to you? What is that? What did Trump, when Trump was in, he was trying to close it, but your party was fighting it. It's unbelievable how many illegals have come in the past 100 days.
But this is the part to just be very, just show the data. Illegal immigration, this is Wall Street Journal, is a bigger problem than ever.
Oh, no, that's
These
fake
five
news.
charts explain why. Go a little bit lower. That's under Biden.
Trump got shot trying to show these charts, literally.
This is October of 2023. Go to the next one.
A guy who was registered Republican.
Here's another one.
I love the simple-minded thinking here. Trump got shot trying to show these. Yeah, the registered Republican was too scared of Donald Trump showing the truth about illegal immigration. That's why he shot him. I love that. It's just like loose association of things that happen, you know? Yeah, it's because of the chart. You missed the good shit from Vinny. He was turning cherry red. I've seen it in my own two eyes. Don't worry.
Can I address what
let me just show the data, and then I want you to say what you want to say. Go a little bit lower with the data, Ron. No, because he said it's inaccurate. This is another one here showing
go back
data.
up. Go back up to the.
And then go to the last one, Rob. Go to the last one, Rob.
Go to the top one here.
I mean, this is the numbers you're talking about.
Charts.
So this is you can
start one by one. Go up.
Explain every one of them. Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can see that this is what constitutes illegal immigration. These are, if it was an open border, you would not have these numbers. You would not have the numbers to know when Title 42 ends.
Yeah.
More people are coming to the border and they're being put into a system. Period.
That's the best part about
and that's the
Yeah, that means that automatically implies that the border is not open. Like the very fact that there's border apprehensions during illegal crossings implies that the border is not open. It means that there's an encounter taking place with a Customs and Border Patrol officer. Many of those cases are actually legal asylum claimees. Okay, they have a legal right to be inside of the U.S. Inside of U.S. boundaries to seek asylum. They have a legal right. You might not agree with it, but it does not matter. It is a legal right that they have to the, as long as Trump doesn't change that, which he is probably going to, but that's just a human right that they have. Okay. That's number one. Number two, the argument here is to process these people expeditiously rather than trying to have this rigid enforcement structure that is costly, especially because undocumented migrants, non-citizens in general, documented and undocumented, are not a burden. They're not a strain on our resources. They're actually a benefit to the American economy. Not only are they a benefit to the American economy, they could offer more benefits to the American economy if they were documented. This is not only the appropriate thing to do, it's also a popular policy. When given two options, mass deportation or conditional mass amnesty, Americans, by overwhelming numbers, choose conditional mass amnesty if those are the two options. The problem is Democrats never present that second option. Okay? That's it.
Because they were told to come. Sam, let me explain something. When your president says, come to the country.
Just gonna yell all the
No,
time?
I'm not yelling. You just give me facts.
I turn down his microphone? Because
You can't. Yeah, just see which one he is. I think he's seat 3 or which one is it, Rob?
Seat
3. Seat 3.
Seat 3. Go ahead. Lower that
And
there.
And then the mic.
Right there. There you
volume,
go. Is that
lower.
good?
So open.
You're still going to hear the truth, though. So go ahead.
No, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Can't turn down the truth. Is
No,
what
you
you're saying.
can't.
Open border would mean that we have no records of people coming across the border. The law in this country has been that if you put your foot in this country, it's an international law, it's a U.S. law. If you put your foot in this country and you apply for asylum, you are due a process to do that.
Yep. Thank God. He's right.
98% of those people who are then what you guys would call catch and release come back for their hearings. We are woefully understaffed in terms of like immigration judges, and that process is definitely broken. I would love to see more money spent in the processing of these people so that we can establish which ones, like your family,
like my family as well, illegal immigrants.
No, but came in through a refugee status. They weren't citizens on day one. They came in, they went through a process, and it's possible at that time, I mean, I remember, I was old enough to remember the Iran hostage situation. I remember the fallout afterwards. There may have been some form of temporary protected status, whatever it was at the time, that allows people to come in. Then they're assessed and processed. It's determined that, yes, their claim for asylum is appropriate or not, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we're looking at there. As you scroll up on those other charts, you can see when Title 42 ends, which was only supposed to be an emergency situation that has to do with health, and you can't have it both ways. Either COVID ends or it doesn't end, the pandemic. And so people come in. There's no doubt, and that number on that chart that Musk had, under Biden, more people received temporary protected status. We had a problem in Haiti as the country is falling apart. You had people from Ukraine coming in because of, obviously, the invasion. These are all under temporary protected status. They all got Social Security numbers so they could pay taxes into our government and not necessarily get...
Yeah. Undocumented non-citizens and documented non-citizens are also get an ITIN, okay, an ITIN. This is not so that they can get Social Security payments, but instead, this is so they can pay into Social Security. This is something that a lot of dumbasses on the Republican side don't understand. It quite literally is the opposite of what they think. These guys don't get to collect Social Security payments. They pay into it, though.
Get
Vote
the services
Democrats,
back.
yes, and vote for Democrats.
No, they
right, yes,
can't
so-
vote.
Right.
Those Social Security cards.
You can't. You cannot vote. Just because you have an ITIN doesn't mean you can vote. There are, if I'm not mistaken, there are either none or very few instances of someone who is illegally voting. You cannot vote. You cannot vote with an ITIN. Okay? There's like one instance in the last election cycle where a student on a student visa tried to vote, or I think ended up successfully voting. And of course, they subsequently, I think they deported him as a Chinese student. That's it, though. It was in Michigan. There have been numerous studies from Republican think tanks, bipartisan think tanks, independent commissions that have extensively looked at whether or not there is mass voter fraud happening. And lo and behold, what is this? You got shooters? Hasan Piker and all your other friends use sweatshops, dumbass. I took a look at Hasan's shop. He appears to use t-shirts made in the USA at a shop run by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Let's fucking go. You use sweatshops. My Coffee, Tea Cocoa, Coffee Brand Co. Coffee Brand Co. shirt. Hi, Derek. Thank you for reaching out to us. The brand is Gildan, made in Nicaragua, 50% cotton, 50% polyester, dry brand. Let me know if you have any other questions. Take care. Gildan pays $700,000 to cover collegiate supplier arrear to workers. Gildan San Miguel. 4 Gildan union leaders die in Honduras shooting. Haitian workers at factory supplying Gildan activewear fired for striking over poverty wages. Gildan Villanueva. WRC assessment. Gildan Villanueva, Honduras. The Workers' Rights Consortium. They literally said, I don't believe you when you told that apparel is made in the U.S. Wait, what? Hasan Piker and all your other friends use sweatshops, dumbass. Hasan literally uses American-made products. Literally look at the tags on any of his products. You will see the Teamsters logo. I don't believe you. Photoshop. What the fuck? That's crazy. Brother, what is going on? What are you supposed to do in that situation? He just said, nah, don't care. That's like a child. La la la, I can't hear you. What are you, a fucking kid? The hell is this? What? How misinfo spreads? What is this? The number is just users to viewer ratio. It shows the percentage of people watching the stream who are signed on the site. It has absolutely nothing to do with bot detection, you brain dead dumb fuck. What is this? A TwitchBot embedding detector extension has been released and is currently showing HasanAbi with a 78% bot detection. Wait, what? No, it shows the opposite, you fucking idiot. It means that 80% of my viewers are actively chatting. What the fuck? That is a very high percentage, too. Wait, what is this? The full screenshot of this deceitful incel intentionally misrepresented in bad faith. Wait, what the fuck? Shut up. He just went to a tweet that was comparing Asmongold's active chatters versus my active chatters, and then fucking turned around. There's many of us who watch you from the TV app and don't chat. Yeah, there's that. There's also, I think this just means like you're signed in on your account, right? Bro, that's crazy. I love Lacey more than any other streamer, but it also shows about 80% bots. That's 80% real viewers, Lamau. I don't think it's active chatters. It's just a percentage of viewers that are signed in. Some people watch without a Twitch account. He made $200 for that tweet? No, he didn't. What is that? That means not from ads, but from Elon personally, Lamau. There's also an audio only option on the Twitch app. I don't know. I actually don't know what that, I thought that was like chatters, right? Like, however, like when you, right now there's 36,365 people in here, and the chatter count is at 29,000. I mean, that means like there's 29,000 people that are chatting or have actively chatted. If everybody that was watching started chatting right now, that number would go up. But I don't know if that's the actual number that this thing is showing. I know I'm biased because I'm a fan, but it strikes me that most of your critics can be completely and summarily dismissed with like 3 seconds of basic research. Yeah, what the fuck? I don't get it. I don't know why people do this shit. Like, it's so fucking dumb. I'm gonna unblock this dipshit, and then I'm gonna fucking ether him. What is the percentage now? I don't know.
Question.
First of all, the border was not open.
Oh my God. They just like automatically started on its own. Let's see what let's see what the chatters are at now. It didn't increase. The 14P dumbass saying we don't deserve owning anything. Yeah. Oh, quarter pounder. I know. I already covered that earlier. Anyway, so much of this stuff is, I think one of the interesting parts about all this is that, like, when someone encounters information that is just directly incorrect, instead of going, hey, I realize that this information was incorrect, my bad, which is fine. Like, you can say that and it's normal, it's fine, it's okay, it's appropriate. They just double down on it and they go, nah, dog, fuck you. Nah, don't believe you. Hover over the number on the right. Users to viewer ratio. Concurrent logged in Twitch user to viewer ratio. It can go above 100%. Yeah. And it's interesting because, like, I think there are ways to figure out if someone is botting from this. I think there are ways that you can figure out if someone is botting from this, but like the percentage being close to 80% is pretty high. I think when you get to like when you start reaching like 50%, that's when the suspicion is that you're using an embed or botting or something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And oftentimes it's also like it's not like it's a huge spike out of nowhere where your viewership skyrockets. Your viewership overall skyrockets without logged in users skyrocketing alongside it. Because notice how when my viewership is increasing, it's increasing while my user number is increasing. Like logged in viewers numbers is also increasing. What is this? What? Can you please tell Hasan he has no fashion sense? Why are you sending me this? What is wrong with you? Why are you sending me some fucking irrelevant loser with 3 likes, dude? I don't understand what the purpose of such a thing is. Yeah, okay, this guy doesn't like my fashion sense. Who cares? You know, fuck him. Like, what's wrong with chatters, dude? I don't understand why we instantly go into this thing where chatters will come in. Yeah, take a week off. Think about it. The moment that I look at anything, chatters will just immediately be like, here's a guy who fucking hates your style. Okay, so what? Who cares? Like, what's the purpose of that? Bought it chart example. What is this? I believe you're wrong. This girl, Michelle, she has less than 20K followers, but nearly 2K average viewers. She's done it for a long time and even lands sponsors for it. I believe you're wrong. Her burst growth in the left column is irregular. Her daily viewership build is also abnormal. I don't know what this is. I don't know who this is. You'll be in shambles as soon as you watch this video. What video? They're calling you the Turkish Sung Jin Woo with this aura. Oh, thank you. See, I think I got swag, dude.
Cards literally say on the card say you can't use this for voting.
AOC said we don't have an illegal immigration problem. We have a documentation problem. That's
She's right. Yeah, okay. She was correct on that. We don't have an illegal immigration problem. We have a problem with processing and documenting migrants expeditiously. She is 100% correct. What the hell is going on?
That's what AOC said. So this is not something new. You know how when you talk about who's better at gerrymandering, the left or the right?
Republicans seem to be better at that.
The Republicans are
I know.
much better
I agree.
at that.
Guess what? So it's not like they can fight it and say no, we're not. That's their reputation. They have it. They're better at gerrymandering.
Okay, Republicans are better at gerrymandering, which is objectively true. That doesn't mean that you can just like make something up and then be like, well, why don't you concede about this made up thing? Republicans are better at gerrymandering, which is why you have to admit that Democrats are better at, I don't know, killing old people. What do you mean? Excuse me, you can't just fucking make an erroneous claim like this. Where is this coming from? It's just like, oh, well, I admitted that the Republicans are better at gerrymandering, so now you have to admit that Democrats are good at whatever thing that I made up.
Strategically, they're better at doing that. But for you to sit here,
I don't have a problem.
May I make
like
my point?
Let
me make my point.
Yeah.
When you sit here and you watch yourself when you're saying these policies and you spew out these policies, what the average person does, they'll watch it, and if they've already outgrown it, because today the problem with folks, content creators have today is the following. Say we say something on a video and we're wrong. You know what others will do? They'll react to it and they'll say stuff to it. And if we're right, they'll keep coming to us to want to hear more of it, because they'll say, at least you sound reasonable. And they'll say, I want to hear what John has to say. I want to hear what Joe has to say. I want to hear what Megan has to say. I want to hear what, whoever these people are that are giving ideas out there want to say, right? But when you keep saying stuff that others are able to tear apart so many times, that a liberal, a former liberal watches that maybe was a viewer of you and says, how can Sam not see this and outgrow it? He is still stuck on this policy that's been proven. Americans don't want to pay more taxes to a government that wastes their taxes. How does he not see that? How does he keep pushing this agenda back and forth? Then you lose an audience, and the people you keep is the following. Here's who you end up keeping. You end up keeping an audience that makes you think you're right, but that's not always the case. You keep an audience that, of course, hates rich people. Rich people are bad people, and they're probably not making a lot of money, and they come to Sam to save them. Hey, let's trash and bash rich people because this is what we got to do. Yes, Sam, let's go after the rich. We want 1 million people to sport the Future Looks Bright gear. We are getting very close to it. We got something unique that came in. Just so you guys know, I only wear the Valuetainment wallet. This is all I have. I think Adam's the same as well. But we got these new wallets, okay, that are RFID. Sam, question for you. From the last time you were here, I think it was 2 years ago that it was.
This hits so hard if you're dumb as fuck. Yeah, but everyone is dumb as fuck. So it does hit hard. And it hits hard for many of your coworkers, like a lot of your coworkers, if not all of your coworkers. They're all around. I need you to understand.
Let's give or take 2 years ago. At the time, it was probably a terrible season for Trump, I think we can say. Trump wasn't having a lot of victories. Trump was at a very low. Republicans were not convinced that he could go. Republicans were thinking it's probably going to be DeSantis or it's going to be somebody else. There was a bit of a split in the Republican Party and the MAGA. Like, I don't know. Even when he opened up his announcement that he's running at Mar-a-Lago, there was not a lot of people there. People saying, I don't even know, this person wasn't there, that person wasn't there, this person wasn't there. And then you get these CNN polls. Rob, if you can pull up the CNN video showing where the Democratic Party is at today, play this clip, and I want to ask you, Sam, what happened to the Democratic Party? Go for it.
Voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove. 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%, even lower than the Democratic Party at large. This is the lowest.
Even he couldn't help himself, and he had to make fun of Harry Anton. Number.
On record for Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University polling. You think these numbers are bad? Let's go to this side of the screen. We'll look how Democratic voters feel. Get this. The plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 49%, and just 40% approve. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh, my goodness gracious, you just can't get worse than these numbers.
And this is the number right here really driving all of this. If Democratic voters have turned on Democrats in Congress and the Democratic Party, that's what puts the numbers at historic lows. What is it they want to be seeing, these voters?
What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They don't like what's coming out of some of those Senate Democrats like Chuck Schumer, because take a look at the direction of the party. Democratic voters on Democrats in Congress doing too little to oppose Donald Trump. Look at this. 77% should stay principled, even if it means nothing gets done in Washington, D.C. 65%. And this 65% is such a difference from where we were in 2017 at this point, when just 33% of Democrats say this should stay principled, compared to 59% who said they want to compromise. Democrats do not want compromise at this point. They want a fighter. They want to go into the...
Wow, I'm shocked. I guess all the Democrats, everyone in the heart of the Democratic Party that responds to these polls, that, you know, still pick up their phone in landlines and still respond to text messages for surveys and stuff, are all watching me, I guess, because they sound like me. How did this happen? Holy Toledo is right, but not in the direction that Harry Anton is suggesting. Holy Toledo is right because finally you got the Democratic base going, dude, what are you doing? Fight for us. What is wrong with you? Please fight. Do anything. What the fuck?
The ring like Muhammad Ali did against Sonny Liston. Wow. They want to take down the Republicans. They do not want this compromise anymore. They want to be more like Republicans, get up to that stage and fight. And right now they feel like their leaders in Congress are simply not doing so. And that is why their approval rating for congressional Democrats is at an all-time low, even among Democrats.
You think Unc is a Dem? Sam is a Dem. Are you kidding me? Sam Cedar is way more vote blue no matter who than me.
Sam, what happened? What happened to the Democratic Party?
Well, I should start by saying I always thought that Trump would be the nominee. And I 2 years ago, I was wondering why Ron DeSantis was lighting his career on fire by trying to run against Donald Trump, to be honest with you. I think, Trump and the Republican Party, I think they're one and the same. And so that doesn't surprise me. Those numbers are some of the most encouraging numbers I've seen in the 20 some odd years I've been doing this, because I want to see it communicated to Democratic leadership that we want you to fight. And I've been riding Chuck Schumer for, 10 years, trying to get him. I mean, Harry Reid was a great, I think, as far as they go, leader of the Senate for Democrats. But I think it's time for new leadership in the Democratic Party. We need and this is not even ideological from my perspective. I think there are Democrats that I agree with and Democrats that I disagree with on an ideological standpoint. But I think a different generation of Democrats understand that the Republican Party is intransigent. There is no negotiating with them. I think the biggest mistake that Joe Biden made was following the American Rescue Act, which was a massive boon to the American public. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year. I just want to repeat that. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year because of that act when Biden first got in. And you know what Republicans were talking about after we passed bills that cut child poverty in a year, that extended unemployment benefits, that provided food stamps, that provided health insurance. Republicans were talking about 2 books that the Dr. Seuss publisher decided not to publish. And so in my mind, the Republican Party there is completely bankrupt of ideas. And Joe Biden, instead of pushing through Build Back Better over that summer, he opened the door for the Republicans to give a proposal. That went nowhere for 3 months. Then he opened the door for Kristen Sinema and Rob Portman to come in and give a proposal. And that ultimately, I think, is when Democratic voters started getting impatient with Biden, because we were thinking $5 trillion, $4 trillion. Joe Manchin was saying $6 trillion Build Back Better bill. And we never got anything like that. It ended up getting split into the IRA, which was a good bill, but I think insufficient. And then infrastructure stuff, also important, but insufficient. And so I think what you're seeing is frustration from Democratic voters who are saying, A, you're not fighting. B, you're allowing the Republicans too much opportunity. And C, we need more government intervention.
Do you think it's more that they're not fighting, or do you think that their policies are simply bad policies and they're not landing?
No, I think it's that they're not fighting. What are their policies?
So tell me what policies are, like right now, the Democratic Party. Who is the face of the Democratic Party, and what are the top 3 things you guys stand for?
Well, I don't think there is a face of the Democratic Party at the moment. I mean, Chuck Schumer is nominally the highest elected Democratic official that's out there.
That's not a good sign for you guys.
100%. I agree. I call for him to resign every day.
Normie questions. I don't think they're normie questions. I think they're supposed to be contentious because they know the answer to it. But what? Only an Eastern-blooded Turk could have the gall to come to our country and try to tell us how to live. This is why your ilk doesn't belong here. You lack the decorum of civilized Westerners. It is the same reason why your kind can't handle a basic fucking economy back home. Typical Mohammedan anchor babies, says Sam Sinclair 7076. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, as an Eastern-blooded Turk, I want you to get healthcare, man. Regardless of your horrifyingly racist perspective. You know? Following since 2021 is awesome. You can LARP as this white supremacist. What's good? Hello. Hate watching for 4 years. Please keep as a pet. Yeah, I don't want to block this. I don't want to ban this guy. He's pretty funny. Take it up with Erdogan, not me. Wait, what? I'm not. No, I live in America and I'm an American citizen. And I'm saying, like, while I have enough money to pay for my healthcare, I want to pay higher taxes so that you can get healthcare, regardless of how racist you are. You know what I mean? Like, that's my point. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you think that it's uncivilized to have socialized medicine, but I want you to be able to get healthcare. I want to make sure that you can retire at a reasonable age. I want the housing market to be fixed so that, like, you can own a home, regardless of your perspective. You can be a hateful little racist in your house, you know? That's my argument. Do you like that? Yeah, who gives a shit if some Israeli cuck politician give you a sheet of paper saying you're American? You're just not. Wait, what? Some Israeli cuck politician gave you a sheet of paper saying you're American, you're just not? Okay. I mean, I was born. I was born in the United States of America. I'm confused. I was born here. You know, you might need to take it up. Okay. I don't think you heard the things that I was saying about healthcare and stuff. Like, we know you're racist. You don't have to keep repeating it. And also maybe potentially anti-Semitic as well. It is funny, though, to still be mad at someone like myself, or anyone really, other than Donald Trump, like right now. Like, your books are cooked. Oh, shit, he got fucking permabanned off the website. Damn it. Yeah, okay, well. Yeah, it turns out you can't go to, like, a Muslim content creator's page and fucking call him a Mohammedan invader. That's still, I think, logs as hate speech. My bad. I would have enjoyed hearing your perspective more. Once again, regardless of the fact that you just got IP banned from the Twitch platform for doing hate speech and stuff, I still think you should be able to get healthcare. You should be able to go to college for free. You should be able to send your children to college for free. So I'll still fight for that, even if you're too busy fighting me and other people in your life instead of the politicians that are robbing you blind, you know? One day.
Okay. I don't know that there is a single, I don't think the Democratic Party has coalesced around an agenda. We're having there's a fight within the Democratic Party.
But what do you like? Do you have someone you like that you would want to see, or do you want to see the capitalistic competitive philosophy of somebody just comes out and let's see who it is? Because if there is, even you right now, Sam,
capitalistic. I don't understand
what I mean by capitalistic, like competitive. Let's just see who comes out.
Competition,
of the competition
predates capitalism.
Yeah,
But-
so that's good. The competition is a
Yeah,
good
no,
thing,
I mean,
right?
I think, obviously there's going to be a competition.
Is there anyone you like?
Well, I think there are policies that I like that are expressed by, like, Sanders and AOC on their tour.
I'm surprisingly not as value-tained because, like, it's not getting as heated.
Can you tell me?
Sam Cedar called it over his insane views on wealthy taxpayers. But yeah, chat, I'm afraid I have to end it here at 7 hours and 2 minutes because it's a half day and I'm pathetic and I hate work. But fear not, it is because we are shooting Fear and. That's right. We're shooting Fear and podcast tonight. as opposed to when we would normally shoot it on the weekend. And the reason for that is because tomorrow I'm going to stream normally, and then I'm going to go to DC. Cutie Cinderella's not here yet. She's coming back next week. She will be on the next episode. This is the last boys episode we will have. And for the last boys episode we'll ever have, we're going to be going crazy. We're going to be going gnarly with it. We're going to go the extra mile. We're going to go the distance. Okay? That's right. Men. MEN. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be streaming my regular stream, and then on Saturday I will be at the DC protests, as I said already. I'll be at the DC protests, Free Palestine. I'll be speaking, I think, at the DC protests as well. I was invited to speak at the rally for the Palestinian Youth Movement. And then on Sunday, I will be in New York. I'll be in New York with Zoran Mamdani. I'll be collaborating with Lol Overruled and Noah. Not Noah Sampson, but Noah Colwin, when I'm both in DC and also on Sunday in New York. I'm obviously kidnapping March, who is coming with me on the expedition, on the journey. And yeah, there he is. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Keep on keeping on. Keep fighting the good fight. Love you all, and see you tomorrow. Love you all, and Free Palestine.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.